All right, everybody, good morning and welcome to VIRginia International Raceway for the North Carolina region of the SCCA's March into Spring. And we have a pretty filled weekend for you. We've got a day and a half of road racing followed up by half a day of time attack time trials here at VIRginia International Raceway. And we have our first group of the day ready to roll off for their 15-minute qualifying session. That is going to be Group 1, Spec Miata, and different variations thereof. To give you a quick rundown of today's schedule, what we are going to be doing for our road racing. We are going to have 15-minute qualifying sessions for each of our 6 road race groups. Then we are going to have 12-lap or 30-minute races, whichever comes first for those 6 groups. And then at the end of the day, our first 2 groups, groups 1 and 2, so our Spec Miatas, and then our open wheel group, which is group 2, they will have 10-minute or 25-minute races, which probably 10-lap or 25 minutes, whichever comes first to round out the day. Our remaining 4 race groups will have that same format tomorrow morning starting at 8:30 a.m. And of course, we're going to fit lunch in today as well, depending on how everything runs here with the weather. The schedule is set so that we will break for lunch after our first 2 races of the day. So be prepared for that. But again, our Spec Miata drivers and different variations thereof, they should be rolling out on track here in just a few moments. Let me introduce myself. I'm Greg Ginsberg, and I will be here with you all weekend long. And if you would like to see the live timing and scoring for this event, you can either go to the North Carolina Region's website. There is a live timing page, and you can see it there right on the screen of our live stream. It's NCR-SCCA.com/live-timing, or you can get timing and scoring via either Race Monitor or the Race Hero apps, either one of those 2. So hopefully you'll join us. And for those of you that are here at the track, if you have friends and family at home, I can't promise that I'll be all that compelling, but we did send out links to the YouTube version of our live stream last night, so you should have those in your email. If you'd like, you can search for NCR, then a space, SCCA, on YouTube, and you should be able to come up with the event for today. And of course, we'll have a separate one for tomorrow. But we do now have our first drivers heading down the pit lane, heading on track for their 15-minute qualifying session. Leading the way out of New York, John Jenkins in his number 195 Spec Miata with Chris Rock. Giannis Sunis, who I know very well, raced against Giannis at the runoffs a number of years ago. Jeremy Butts from the Washington, D.C. region is here. We've got folks from all around. Zach Barfield from Jacksonville, Florida is here. Great sized field with a lot of drivers. We've got the Cefalos here. Looks like we've got Nicole Cooper Cefalo on track out of Mountaintop, Pennsylvania. A lot of drivers here this weekend that want to get a little test and tune time. Rather than being at Road Atlanta for the Super Tour, they come here to VIRginia International Raceway and get ready for this fall, where VIR will play host to the 2022 SCCA National Championship runoffs. All right, so now that our first group is heading out on track, let me make a quick call to the grid for our second group of the day. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 2. That's our open wheel group: Club Ford, Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, FE and FE2, Formula S and Formula ST, Formula F, Formula V, Formula X, Formula 500, as well as Prototype 1 and Prototype 2. If you are in group number 2, that means you've either got some nice wings on your car or it's a prototype car. Club Ford, Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, Formula Enterprises and Enterprises 2, Formula S and ST, Formula F and Formula V, Formula X, Formula 500, Prototype 1 and Prototype 2. This is your first call to the grid. All right, and we should have our first cars of the morning making their way down through the roller coaster here at beautiful 3.27 mile, 17-turn VIRginia International Raceway to start their first flying laps. Now, it didn't talk about the weather all that much, but as I'm sure many of you have seen and heard, pretty much up and down the eastern seaboard, not the best, not the nicest weather this weekend. A matter of fact, the temperatures in the last hour here in Danville have dropped about 10 degrees. And we're about 41, 42 degrees Fahrenheit at the moment. We did have some pretty heavy thunderstorms overnight, and the track is very, very damp. I suspect that most of our drivers, at least for this first group, are probably out on wet weather tires. In the case of the Spec Miatas, the Hoosier H2Os, and it looks like everybody in this group for qualifying is in Spec Miata, although I had mentioned that there are a number of, and you can see here on the screen if you're following this on YouTube, there are a number of different variations of Spec Miata that are scheduled to run, but every one of our drivers in this group appears to be in SM. But yeah, we've got the windshield wipers going. We've got the rooster tails coming off the back of the cars, and I already hear that we've got at least one car off over at turn 1. And getting word that it is the 107 car. That is Zach Barfield. And we're waiting to hear if there's anything that's needed for him. But there is a standing yellow down at turn 1 early on in this session. And as you would suspect early on, lots of drivers having grip issues as they're trying to figure out what those Hoosier H2O tires can do here in the what they can do here with the track surface, and getting word now that the 107 car of the 107 machine of Zach Barfield has found its way back to the track surface and has continued. So we're back to green flag racing over at turn 1. All right, and as we have now just about 10 minutes remaining in this first 15-minute qualifying session of the morning, let's go and make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 2, wings and prototype cars. Please start making your way to the grid. Race group number 2, our wings drivers and prototype drivers, please start making your way to the grid. And it sounds like Kyle Haney out of Carrollton, Georgia, driving the number 11 machine this weekend, is a little bit off pace. Our corner workers are covering that car with a white flag, and we'll see if Kyle comes down the pit lane here in just a few moments. And apparently have another car that has gone off at turn number 1. All right, so now that we have a couple of flying laps in the books, actually we've got our first drivers that have crossed the stripe and put in lap times. Let's run things down. But again, this is with one flying lap. Giannis Sunis in the driver of the number 69 machine out of New York, New York. He is your fastest driver with a lap time of 2:47.062. That's 0.13 of a second up on Rafe Abdulali in the number 13 machine out of South Salem, New York. Brandon Collins in the number 144 machine out of River Forest, Illinois. He is your third fastest driver at a 2:50.06. Then Jeremy Butts out of Darnestown, Maryland in the number 169 machine. John Jenkins, out of New York, New York with the number 195 car. He's fifth fastest. Then Joe Tobin, Kyle Greenhill, Samantha Silver, Matt Fielding Russell, and Antonio Abram. Rounding out your top 10, we have 25 cars that have gone out for qualifying. I'm showing 23 in our system, but I know of at least 2 drivers that did not have functioning transponders. So that should give us 25, as we've got a little bit under 7 minutes remaining here in this first qualifying session of the morning. All right, we've got cars coming around out of Hog Pen onto the front straight to complete their second flying laps, and we'll let a few more drivers cross, and then we'll start running down the times here. Drivers getting a little bit faster as they get a better feeling for the grip levels here on track. Also starting to see here that some of the front straight drying out just a little bit here, but looks like a little bit larger gap in the field as we had a driver go off over at turn 3. And I'm getting word that the 195 car is caught off over at turn number 1 and stuck in the stand. That's John Jenkins and a few other drivers as well. Looks like the 144 car is a bit off pace, and we are black flagging the session now because of those multiple cars off at turn 1. So with just a little bit over 5 minutes remaining on the clock, there is a black flag here, so all of our Spec Miata drivers will be coming around and into the pit lane. I suspect this will likely end their qualifying session. So let's go. We'll run down the order here with 2 flying laps in the books for the majority of the drivers. Rafe Abdulali out of South Salem, New York, driver the number 13 machine. He is your provisional pole sitter at the moment with a 2:45.318, the fast lap. Giannis Sunis did not get any faster. He is now your second fastest driver, sitting on that 2:47.062. Jeremy Butts, driver the number 169 machine with a 2:48.435. Those are your top 3. Then Brandon Collins, John Jenkins, Zach Barfield, Matt Fielding Russell, Chris Rock, Kyle Greenhill, and Joe Tobin rounding out the top 10. And if we take a look here, there is almost an 8-second spread between our provisional pole sitter, Rafe Abdulali, and our 10th fastest driver, Joe Tobin. All right, so we'll try and get a rundown on what the situation here is and whether or not these Spec Miatas will head back out on track again. I suspect that their qualifying session now likely will be finished. So let's make another call to the grid for our next group, because they are scheduled to go on track here, and I believe just a little bit over 5 minutes. Attention in the pit and paddock. Attention in the pit and paddock. Third call to the grid for race group number 2. That's our open wheel group. Club Ford, Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, Formula Enterprises and Enterprises 2, Formula S and Formula ST, Formula F and Formula V, Formula X, Formula 500, Prototype 1 and Prototype 2. Please make your way to the grid. You'll be going on track in just a few moments. Again, race group number 2. This is your third call to the grid. You're going to be going on track in just a few moments. So if you have not done so already, please make your way up to the grid. All right, and we've got some emergency services folks now heading over down towards turn 1 to see about retrieving some of our compatriots down there. I want to thank the great emergency services team here at VIRginia International Raceway in what are very difficult conditions. And there you go, that is the word. The checkered flag now being displayed at start finish, thus ending our Spec Miata qualifying session. So the majority of the drivers, it looks like they got in 2 flying laps before things went a little sideways here in Danville. So again, fastest driver of the morning, your provisional pole sitter going into the 12-lap or 30-minute race before lunch today is Rafe Abdullahi with a fast time of 2:45.318. Then Yannis should be starting next to him on the outside of the front row. Jeremy Butts and Brandon Collins should make up row 2. John Jenkins and Zach Barfield, row 3. Matt Fielding, Russell, and Chris Rock, row 4. Kyle Greenhill and Joe Tobin rounding out the top 10. Falling just out of the top 10, Samantha Silver with a fast time at 2:54.246, and Antonio Abram. Abram showing only turned in a single flying lap, and so the time that he put in actually was his out lap with a 2:57.845. We have a number of drivers that did not even break the 3-minute mark, as again they were trying to find grip out there. So big variation in lap times here before we went to the black flag condition. And again, just a reminder to everybody, if you'd like to see the live timing and scoring, should be available to you both on the Race Hero app as well as the Race Monitor app. And if you're inclined to use a web browser, you certainly can. If you head over to the North Carolina Region's website, go to NCR-SCCA.com/live-timing. You can get that information there. And of course, we've got streaming audio on YouTube. If you go to YouTube and search for NCR space, then a space, SCCA, you should be able to bring up the audio for today's session. All right, so we're going to take a quick little break here, and as they do some cleanup, and we will be back here in just a few moments with race group number 2, our open wheel group, as they go out for their 15-minute qualifying session. Assuming they stay on track, it'll be 15 minutes. But yeah, let's make one final call to get them up to the grid. Attention in the pit and paddock. Attention in the pit and paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 2. That's our Wings, Open Wheel Group, and Prototype Cars, Club Ford, Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, Formula Enterprises and Enterprises 2, Formula S and Formula ST, Formula F and Formula V, Formula 500, Prototype 1 and Prototype 2. Please make your way to the grid. If you are in race group 2 and plan on going out for qualifying this morning, you should be on your way up to the grid, because we're going to be sending you on track here in just a few moments. And for the rest of you, again, we're going to take a quick little break, and we'll be back in just a few moments with qualifying group number 2, live from the VIRginia International Raceway for the North Carolina Region's March into Spring. We'll be right back. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Driver of the number 88 Spec Miata, that's Samantha Silver, driver of the number 88 Spec Miata. Please report to tech with your car and see the steward. Samantha Silver, driver of number 88 Spec Miata. Please report to tech and see the stewards. Attention in the pit and paddock. Attention in the pit and paddock with the drivers of the numbers 00 and 38 Spec Miatas. That's the 00 Spec Miata, the 38 Spec Miata. Please report to timing and scoring on the second floor of the North Tower. Again, 00 Spec Miata, 38 Spec Miata. Please report to timing and scoring on the second floor of the North Tower. All right, and we're back here at VIRginia International Raceway for the North Carolina Region's March into Spring. SARC races today and tomorrow morning, the South Atlantic Road Racing Championship, and then time trials, 3 time attack sessions tomorrow afternoon. And want to let everybody here at the facility at beautiful VIRginia International Raceway know that we will be holding charity laps during lunch. If you would like to bring your car up at lunchtime to get a few laps in that streetcar around the VIRginia International Raceway, VIRginia International Raceway road course. Proceeds will be going to the North Carolina Scholarship Program, which you can find out more about on the North Carolina Region's website, NCR-SCCA.com. And great program that that basically awards a scholarship to a worthy high school student, and in this case, starting this year, 2 high school students in the area that the North Carolina region of the SCCA serves. We want to thank lovely Patricia Deffenbaugh for donating the funds for a second scholarship this year on behalf of her husband and former race car driver here in the North Carolina region, Rex Deffenbaugh. And so we are thankfully, after a long period not being able to present information about our scholarship program to local area high schools due to COVID, that is now a thing of the past, and we are going to be heading to 6 different area schools here in the near future. And if you donate to the program, to the scholarship program, there are a number of different fundraisers that we're going to be giving away, raffling off a Max Pappas or MPI GT steering wheel, as well as hat. Once again, I think we have a slab of the old oak tree that is going to be given away, and lots of great prizes there to support the North Carolina Region SCCA scholarship program. If you go to the NCR-SCCA website and then go to the scholarship page, there is a nice big button there that you can click on, donate, and definitely want to do that. Again, goes to a very good cause. And so we've got drivers heading on course right now from our second race group. That's our open wheel group, and I've only seen about 5 or 6 cars head across. We'll check in on them in just 1 second. All right, so we've got, as I mentioned, we've got now 6 open wheel cars that have gone out on track, and it looks like they were all Formula Enterprises 2 drivers. We've got Owen McAllister out of Mooresville, North Carolina, Eric Cruz. We've got Kelton Jago out of Midland, Michigan, who is racing here with us this week. We've got Lee Rackley and Connor Roberts as well, and Colin Rackley as well. And I think that's the whole top 6. They're out on their out lap right now. So going to make a couple of announcements. We're going to be looking for our next run group, and also a couple stragglers from our Miata group. So let's make those announcements now. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Would the following drivers from race group 1 please report to the stewards on the second floor of the North Tower? Car number 88 and car number 18. Those are both Spec Miatas. Please report to the stewards on the second floor of the North Tower. And would the drivers of the numbers 00 and 38 Spec Miatas please report to timing on the second floor of the North Tower? Cars 00 and 38, please report to timing on the second floor of the North Tower. All right, so let's make a first call to the grid now for race group number 3. That's our improved touring group. So ITA, ITB, ITC, ITR, ITS, IT7, and IT7R, SM5, and Spec RX7. Please make your way to the grid. Again, race group number 3. ITA, BC, S and R, IT7 and IT7R, Spec RX7, and SM5. Please make your way to the grid. You're going to be going on track in just a few moments. This is your first call. All right, we've got our first Formula Enterprises 2 drivers crossing the line, completing what is their out lap. We've got times in for Lee Rackley and Owen McAllister. Rackley with a 238.278, McAllister to 245.422. I could swear I saw more than that cross the stripe. Let's see, Colin Rackley turns in a 255.716. Eric Cruz, a 309 and change. Connor Roberts, a 304 and change. And no time for Kelton Yago in the number 29 machine. So hopefully we'll have some times for them here in just a few moments. And as they are making their way out on their first flying lap, starting to see some light at the end of the tunnel. The clouds are starting to thin out a little bit. Starting to see some openings here, and maybe kind of cool. And the temperatures have dropped another 5 degrees since the last time I checked, down to 37 degrees here. But not so dark any longer, so hopefully we'll see the track dry out maybe a little bit. All right, got word that over by turn 8, probably not at turn 8, over at 17. That's Hog Pen. Kelton Yago, pardon me, in the number 29 machine. He went off, and we're looking to see if he is still somewhere over there, because I didn't see that car come by. But we'll check it out. And of course, drivers have to be a little, especially in the damp weather here, have to be a little bit more wary. We've had some new Armco erected drivers left coming out of Hog Pen all the way along the front straight, heading down all the way down to turn number 1. Makes it a lot more precarious if you leave the if you go and you leave the track surface here now. And of course, in the damp weather, certainly could be an issue. All right, so Owen McAllister and Lee Rackley, they cross the stripe and complete their second flying laps, or probably their first flying laps, as has now Colin Rackley. Let's take a look at the now at the order. Owen McAllister, fastest driver on track with a 2:22.748, about 2.7 seconds faster than Lee Rackley's 2:25.375, and then Colin Rackley at a 2:38. Eric Cruz in the number 86 Van Diemen, he just now crosses the stripe with a 2:44.454. Now Kelton Yago, who we mentioned had left the track over at Hog Pen over turn 17. He did manage to come down to the pit lane, and they are sending that car to impound. So not going to go directly back to the paddock for him. Just had the 46 machine cross the stripe. That is Connor Roberts. He turns a 3:09.596. And Craig Haltom turns in a 3:18. Getting word that Colin Rackley, driver of the number 80 machine, he is high centered on some curbing around the track. Calls gone out to have him moved. So that means, as I suspected, a black flag for this group. And we're going to bring all of our drivers down the pit lane as we have about 8 minutes remaining in this open wheel qualifying session. We'll see if we can get them back out on track for another lap or two. But in the meantime, let's make a call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the pit and paddock, attention in the pit and paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 3. ITA, ITB, ITC, ITR, and ITS. IT7 and IT7R, SM5, and Spec RX7. Please make your way to the grid. Race group number 3, our improved touring group. Please make your way to the grid. All right, and so again, we are under black flag conditions here for the second time this morning for our open wheel group. First drivers making their way onto the pit lane now. I think the first driver to head down the pit lane, Connor Roberts in the number 46 machine. And so we'll have the drivers line up, and hopefully, again, we can get them out on track for at least another few laps here in this qualifying session, as we have just about 6.5 minutes remaining here at a very damp VIRginia International Raceway. Again, these are 15-minute qualifying sessions, and a little bit later today, these drivers in the open wheel group number 2, they'll actually have 2 races today. First, they will have their 12-lap or 30-minute race. That's going to be just before lunch. And then they will round out the day's events with a 10-lap or 25-minute race, whichever comes first, to take us into the evening. All right, so let's take a look here now. Also, trying to get I'm going to get the timing for the social tonight, but wanted to let everybody know that tonight's social here for all of our volunteers, for our racers, for our crew, going to be upstairs in the pagoda this evening. And again, as soon as I get the start time on that, I will let you know. But kind of on a related note, just got word from the Oak Tree Tavern that the tavern is going to be closing at 8 p.m. this evening due to the inclement weather. The management there is definitely worried about the staff and what the conditions of the roads may be for them to be able to get home. So again, the Oak Tree Tavern going to be closing at 8 p.m. this evening. So go get your grub, go get your drink on. Kind of early tonight on site. I was there last night. Great food, great atmosphere at the Oak Tree Tavern, but only going to be open until 8 p.m. tonight. And getting word now that I've just seen that they've got snow down at Road Atlanta. So glad to be a little bit further north. I don't know about the drivers that are sitting out under black flag conditions on the pit lane, whether this is any consolation for them. But at least it's not snowing on their heads right now. But as I mentioned, it's now down below 40 degrees here at VIRginia International Raceway in Danville, or Alton, Virginia, to be more exact. And so a little chilly, as we still have about 2.5 minutes on the clock, and there is the word, the checkered flag now being displayed by the folks on the starter stand. And so looks like our qualifying session for our open wheel group has now completed. So Owen McAllister with one flying lap in the books. He is your pole sitter for this afternoon's race. Or probably this morning's race, sorry. This morning's race, the number 39 machine out of Mooresville, North Carolina, turns in a 2:22.748. Lee Rackley out of Clinton, North Carolina, turns in a 2:25.375. He should be starting on the outside of row one. Colin Rackley, a 2:38.52. Eric Cruz, a 2:44.45. That is row number two. Then Connor Roberts and Craig Haltom. And unfortunately, Kelton Yago did not set a time. He would be starting in seventh. All right, so the 5-minute warning has just been given on the grid. Let's make a final call for that next group. Final call to the grid for race group number 3, Improved Touring, ITA, ITB, ITC, ITS, and ITR. IT7 and IT7R, SM5 and Spec RX7. The 5-minute warning has just been given on the grid, so if you're not there, you need to make your way up to the grid. Again, race group number 3. This is your final call to the grid, and your 5-minute warning has been given. All right, so we're going to take another quick break here. I'm going to grab some water because I'm spending more time here, I think, working on these different run groups than our drivers are here as we do hopefully get ready for group number 3. And we'll be back with you from VIRginia International Raceway in just a few moments for the North Carolina Region's March into Spring. SARC races today, time trials tomorrow, and we'll be back in just a moment. All right, we're back here at VIRginia International Raceway for the March into Spring, and our next group, our improved touring group, is ready to make the ready to roll down from the grid onto the pit lane and start their 15-minute qualifying session. And again, as I mentioned, the weather, it's getting cold, but it's getting a little brighter out here in Danville at VIRginia International Raceway. And some of the puddles that I had seen on the track, I mean, make no doubt, the track is still very, very damp here. And obviously we've had drivers with issues over the first 2 run groups, but we'll see if things start to dry out a little bit. Obviously with the very cold temperatures here, that is going to be somewhat difficult. All right, and we have cars now rolling down, and they are on the pit lane coming down for their qualifying session. Again, this is our improved touring group, ITA, SBR, I'm sure ITC, possibly. Well, there are a couple of them. IT7 and IT7R, Spec RX-7s, and also SM5s. And we'll see how many drivers we have joining us here for this session in just a brief moment. Again, a reminder to everybody, if you would like to get the timing and scoring, it is available both on the Race Monitor and Race Hero apps. In addition to that, you can go to the North Carolina Region's website, the NCR-SCCA.com/live-timing. And for those of you here at the track, if you have friends or family who decide to stay inside, stay warm this weekend, can't say I blame them. We are streaming the audio of my dulcet tones on YouTube. You should have received an email last night outlining the link that your friends can go to in order to hear the stream of today's session. Of course, if you go to YouTube and search for NCR-SCCA, you should be able to pull that information up as well. All right, so as cars run down, let's see. We've got as opposed to the first two groups where seemingly every driver was in a singular class. We've got a pretty good mix here. We've got 6 different ITA cars. Notable that we have Stephen Clark, who I believe had just come off podium finish at Roebling Road a couple of weeks ago. We've got Steve Strickland driving what I believe is a BSpec Mazda 2, but he's driving it in ITB. We've got 4 ITS cars. Justin Deffenbaugh in his Acura Integra, which I believe has a new motor in it. We've got Chris Plucker. We've got Sydney Earp driving the Ford Mustang. That's Ron Earp's daughter. She just got her competition license at the Roebling Road Race School just a few weeks ago. Herman Ratchford as well, driving a Mazda Miata. In addition to that, we've got Donald Squarick in his SM5. We've got a single ITR BMW Z3, Mark Bradley. And then we have Robert Mitchell in a single IT7. All right, there we go. We've got first drivers crossing the stripe, starting their flying laps here. And it sounds like Charles Banks in the number 74 machine had a bit of a wild ride over by my friend Heather Clark over at turn 6. And crossing the stripe, Stephen Clark, Mark Anthony completing their first flying laps. Looks like the number 35 car, Christopher Dean, in his Nissan Sentra, crosses as well. So we had a number of ITA cars as the first drivers off the grid, and with the exception of the 74 car, and looks like John Pfeiffer, they have set times. Robert Mitchell turns in a 3:17. And don't have the name on it, but they've got a couple of, I think the 82 and the 68 machines. The 82 is, I believe, an Alpha. Should be an ITB car. Turns in a 3:22.656. Still waiting for some of our ITR cars and ITS cars to set times. Justin Deffenbaugh turns in a 3:19. Again, these are the out laps, so we'll wait for the drivers to come around and set a flying lap. In the meantime, let's make a call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the pit and paddock. Attention in the pit and paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 4. That is our big bore group, including the V8 Road Racing Series. So American Sedan, ASR, GT1, GT2, GTA and GTX, ITE, ITO, SPO, T1 and T2, and also Prototype X. Please make your way to the grid. Again, race group number 4, big bore, including the V8 Road Racing Series. Please make your way to the grid. Yeah, and there's the 74 machine coming down the pit lane. Looking a little worse for wear in that Mazda Miata. He's going to take that car, I'm sure, back to impound. Yeah, it sounds like we've got some cars having some issues out there today. All right, let's take a look here. And again, we should have our first ITA cars. There is Stephen Clark coming down onto the front straight, and then his white number 13 ITA Mazda Miata. That car also does double duty, I believe, in F-Prod. The 64 machine crossing the stripe as well. Let's take a look and see what we've got here. All right, Stephen Clark turning in a 244.959. Mark Anthony in the number 38 Mazda Miata out of Elmira, New York, a 251.658. Christopher Dean turns in a 246.279. Paul Spencer out of Raleigh, North Carolina, also in a Mazda Miata, turns in a 246.768. And we've got a drag race on the front straight here. Let's see. The number 32 ITS Nissan 280Z out of Lynchburg, Chris Plucker, turns in a 249.675. Justin Deffenbaugh a 257.294. So almost a 8-second spread after one flying lap in ITS, and still waiting for a few more cars. And by the way, I said the 82 Alpha was probably an ITB car. It is indeed an ITS car. So that is one of the dual overhead cam models. It turns in a 301.506. All right, so let's go. We'll make a second call to the grid for our next group, as we've got just about 8 minutes remaining here in our qualifying session. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 4, our big bore group, including the V8 Road Racing Series, American Sedan, ASR, GT1 and GT2, GTA and GTX, ITE and ITO, SPO, Touring 1 and Touring 2, and Prototype X. Race group number 4, big bore. Please make your way to the grid for your 15-minute qualifying session. All right, got word that the Ford Mustang of Sydney Earp might have gone around in the dampness here at VIRginia International Raceway, but I believe has continued. So let's go. We'll take a quick look here. Steve Trickland, again, our only ITB driver today, driving the 05 Mazda 2. And again, I believe that is also legal for BSpec. Turns in a 301.699. Don Squarick in his SM5. That's a 2011 Mazda MX-5. He's out of Peachtree Corners, Georgia. Turns in a fast time of a 241.673. Talk about Mr. Consistency there. He just crossed the stripe a little bit off that time at a 241.698. So only like 0.02 of a second separating those two lap times. All right, in ITA, Stephen Clark, your fastest driver. He's got 3.4 seconds on the rest of the field with a, now actually let's make it 2.6 seconds on the rest of the field. Clark has a 2:42.803. Paul Spencer in the 08 Mazda Miata, second fastest at a 2:45.486. Then Chris Dean, Mark Anthony, John Pfeiffer rounding out the top 5. And again, no time for Charles Banks in the 74 machine. He had that impact on his outlap. Mark Bradley, our sole ITR driver in a BMW Z3, he's turned in at 2:53.604. In ITS, Chris Plucker in his Nissan, or Datsun, pardon me, at 2:49.37. Justin Deffenbaugh at 2:53, 4.2 seconds off. Then Herman Ratchford, third fastest. In IT7, Robert Mitchell, your sole driver in the class, turns in a fast lap at 2:59.648. And then we'll piece together, looks like the 2:57 and change for the number 82 car, the number 8 car, which I'm still trying to track down what class he's in. That he puts in a 3:20, and the 68 machine a 2:46. And you are listening to the somewhat live action here at VIRginia International Raceway for the North Carolina Region's March into Spring. We've got South Atlantic Road Racing Championship races today and tomorrow morning, and then time attacks all afternoon tomorrow. So definitely stay with us here for all the action. All right, there you go. There's Sydney Earp. She got that car back underway. Not the time I'm sure she wanted here with her first flying lap, but she's got another chance to do it. So hopefully she can make her way up in the order. She's currently sitting 4th in ITS. And again, Sydney just received her competition license a couple weeks ago at the Roebling Road Driver School put on by the Buccaneer region of the SCCA. And I'm sure the damp weather here, not exactly what Sydney or any of our other rookies that may be racing this with us here this weekend were hoping for or expecting. But, you know, it builds character. All right, so let's take a look. We're still waiting for drivers to come by, and didn't see, actually, yes, he did go by. Stephen Clark lowers his lap time to a 2:42.709. And let's see if that is still best. Yeah, that's still 1.7 seconds faster than Paul Spencer in the 08 Miata, who just crossed the stripe. Paul bettered his previous lap time by about 1.5 seconds. So that gap to the rest of the field that Stephen Clark has in ITA, it is definitely shrinking, but still at 1.7 seconds, somewhat good. In ITS, the Datsun 280Z of Plucker crossed the stripe. He once again gets faster, turns in a 2:45.128. He now has over 8.5. Well, let's take a look here as Justin Deffenbaugh is going to cross the stripe, make that 3.3 seconds on the rest of the ITS field. Deffenbaugh, second fastest driver at a 2:48.412. Then Herman Ratchford, and still waiting on Sydney Earp to finish her second flying lap. We'll get her time and let you know where she fits into the mix here in just a few moments. All right, as we have just now a little bit under 2 minutes to go here in this qualifying session for our improved touring group, let's make another call to the grid, my last call to the grid, I believe, for race group number 4. All right, and as the checkered flag now comes out a little bit early on race group number 3, let's make a final call to the grid for race group number 4, Big Bore, including the V8 Road Racing Series. That's American Sedan, ASR, GT1 and GT2, GTA and GTX, ITE and ITO, SPO, Touring 1 and Touring 2, and Prototype X. Again, race group number 4, that's Big Bore, including the V8 Road Racing Series. This is your final call to the grid. You're going to be going on track in just a few moments, so time to make your way up there. All right, let's take a look now. Sydney Earp crosses the stripe. She turns in a respectable 3:21.319. That's going to set her 5th in ITS, although I believe we do still have some drivers on track on their last flying lap, so let's give them a couple seconds here to cross the stripe. All right, and here we go, because I think Stephen Clark has already brought his car into the pits. So let's take a look here. Stephen Clark turns in a 2:42.709. That's 1 second clear of the rest of the ITA field. Paul Spencer, your second fastest driver, to 2:43.788. Christine, in his Nissan Sentra SCR, turns in a 2:44.886. That's 2.1 seconds off of Clark's provisional pole time for ITA. Mark Anthony with a 2:48.9. Then John Pfeiffer, and again, no time for Charles Banks. In ITS, which is another large field, 6 cars, Ron Munnerlin turns in a 2:41.05. That is in his Mazda MX-5. Then Chris Plucker in his Datsun 280Z. He had been fastest almost all session long, but at the end, Munnerlin pips him, and so Plucker turns in a 1.1. Turns in a 2:42.237. That's 1.1 seconds off of Munnerlin. Justin Deffenbaugh, third fastest in his Acura Integra at a 2:48.19. Then Alan Mitchell at a 2:55.7. Herman Ratchford and Sydney Earp rounding out the 6 drivers in ITS. Mark Bradley, your sole ITR driver, to 2:47.65. Robert Mitchell, your sole IT7 driver, a 2:51.86. Good time for an IT7 out here in the wet. Steve Strickland in his Mazda 2, an ITB car, a 2:52.75. Good time for him. And Don Squarick in his SM5, a 2:37.678. All right, so we're going to take another quick break here in a moment, but as the 5-minute warning is just now being given to our Big Bore grid, they'll be going on track in just a few moments. A reminder to everybody here at the track that we have received word that the Oak Tree Tavern will be closing early tonight. They'll be closing at 8 p.m., so if you're going to head over and have dinner here at the facility, please make sure you get there nice and early so that the staff there can get home at a reasonable time before things start freezing up on them. All right, so let me take another quick little break. We'll be back in just a few moments with qualifying for race group number 4 of 6 total here in just a few moments from the VIRginia International Raceway and the North Carolina Region's March into Spring SARC races and time trials. And we'll be back in just a moment. All right, so we're going to break in here for just a moment. For those of you listening at home or listening to the stream, the 5-minute warning has actually just now been given to our big board group 4 after we'll call it a false start. So they'll be heading on track here in just a few moments. I do have a quick announcement for everybody here at the track. If you are looking to get printed copies of your qualifying times or race results for that matter, they are going to be on the upstairs of the pagoda. Second level of the pagoda has your printed results. Didn't want to leave our volunteers sitting in the middle of the paddock here underneath the canopy with the wind blowing around and the water and everything. So again, if you want your results printed, head to the second floor of the pagoda, and you should be able to pick them up there. And again, everybody, that is where our social will be. As soon as I get time on that, I will be happy to let you know, but it should be somewhat after our racing concludes at the end of the day. So again, next group up here, let's go and we'll go and switch it up. Next group up is going to be group number 4. That is our big bore group, including the V8 Road Racing Series, the Ground Pounders. As I look out the window here from the North Tower up towards the grid, I don't see many cars up there, as the 1-minute warning has just now been given to our drivers that may be up there. I don't see many of them, but we'll find out in just a few moments how many of our big bore drivers brought rain tires with them here this weekend, and it'll be interesting to see. As again, it looks like temperatures have held somewhat steady in the last hour here. All right, and it sounds like not cars on course, but possibly car on course. Yep, a single car going out for qualifying. The number 34 machine. We'll get the information on that driver here in just a moment. And I'm taking a look at the radar. Things are definitely starting to clear out here in Danville and around around VIRginia International Raceway, but again, it's still awfully damp. All right, there we go. We've got we'll have to see if it's running in GT2 or if it's running in SPO, but beautiful Chevy Camaro in matte black. That is David Ross out of Boonsville, Virginia, driving the 2010 Chevy Camaro, and it is registered in SPO this weekend, not GT2. And so Mr. Ross, he's got the track to himself. Talk about a private. This is about as close to a private test day as you can get. So we'll see how he does. He's going to go out for that out lap, and he's got 15 minutes at the moment to set a fast lap and see what he can do. Maybe do a little test and tune on that Chevy Camaro. And as we mentioned a little bit earlier, of course, we are going to be doing drive-arounds today during lunch. If you have a streetcar that you want to take out on these beautiful 3.27-mile 17-turn VIRginia International Raceway circuit, you can do that for a small donation to the North Carolina Region SCCA's Scholarship Fund. And also got great news from John Lindquist, who runs the scholarship program, that they have brought in enough funding to run this program now for the next 7 years. So thank you all for your donations and all the help that you have given. And of course, now with 2 separate scholarships given each year to worthy high school students who have shown an interest in motorsports. We want to thank you, all the volunteers. But, I say that the program is funded, but that doesn't mean you can stop giving donations, and you should not stop giving donations. If you go to the North Carolina Region's website, NCR-SCCA.com, you'll be able to find the scholarship program's website, and there's a big orange button there that you can click on to donate. And there are also a nice little button there to find out how you can get involved with the program as well. And if you know a worthy student, to how to submit their names also. So waiting for Mr. Ross to complete his outlap. Apparently he's taking his time. As we're now about 3 minutes into the qualifying session, so he should be coming down the roller coaster, down onto the front straight here in just a moment. I would suspect that that SPO machine has quite a bit of torque that he's got to be able to handle in these very damp conditions. I didn't see when he crossed the start-finish line whether or not he was running wet weather tires or not. I suspect, and I would hope that he was, although the track is definitely drying out and it has a bit of a sheen to it. There's a lot of standing water here on the track surface. Oh, and I can hear him coming now. Here he comes down the front straight, and yeah, he's definitely running some wet weather tires. And so Ross, with a 3:33, completes his outlap, and he is now on his first flying lap. And so with that, as David Ross's Chevy Camaro makes its way around on its first flying lap, let's make a call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the pit and paddock. Attention in the pit and paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 5. That's Spec Racer Ford and Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, STL and STU, Touring 3 and Touring 4. Race group number 5. This is your first call to the grid for qualifying. Spec Racer Ford and Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, STL, STU, T3 and T4. Please make your way to the grid. All right, so sorry for the pregnant pause there and the little bit of silence, but as you can imagine, with one car on course, not a lot of action to speak about. But tell you what, let's remind everybody what the schedule is going to be like, especially if you've just joined us here on our stream. And as I look, it looks like we've got around around 30 people listening at home. So if you're joining us via YouTube, thank you very much for coming on board. And let's take a quick look here at the schedule. So we're starting off this morning with qualifying, 15-minute qualifying sessions for each of our 6 different run groups. And then race groups number 1, which is a Spec Miata, and race group number 2, which is our open wheel group. They will have their 12-lap or 30-minute races just before we break for lunch. And then we've got our lunch, and we talked about the charity drive-arounds for the North Carolina Region Scholarship Program. And then once we come back from lunch, it is 12 laps or 30 minutes for race groups 3 through 6. And we're not done yet. Those first 2 groups of the day, groups 1 and 2, they will then have their shorter sprint races, 10 laps or 25 minutes, to round out the afternoon. And then if you come back and join us tomorrow morning, 8:30 a.m., our remaining groups 3, 4, 5, and 6, our improved touring, our big bore, our spec racer group, as well as our production racer group, they will have their 10-lap or 25-minute races. And then once they're done, and it's going to be starting right at around 11 a.m., we will then switch to time trials and time attack mode. Starting at 11 a.m., we'll have 3 groups of drivers. We're scheduled to have 3 groups of drivers. They will get a qualifying session and then 3 timed time attack sessions. So you definitely want to join us. It's going to be a slightly different stream for tomorrow's action. Again, we have provided that information to all of our drivers, and you'll be able to, again, go to the North Carolina Region NCR-SCCA on YouTube tomorrow. Same stream for both the road racing and the time trials. All right, so let's check back in with Mr. Ross, who has completed his, let's see, did he complete his second flying lap? I'm showing that he has a 3:02.8 in the books, and I thought that was his, first flying lap, but I haven't seen another time set yet. I'll check back in just a few moments here. But in the meantime, with just a bit under 7 minutes to go in this qualifying session, let's make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the pit and paddock, attention in the pit and paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 5. Spec Racer Ford and Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, STL and STU, T3, and T4, please make your way to the grid. Spec Racer Ford and Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, STL and STU, T3, and T4, please make your way to the grid. All right, here we go. I can hear that noise now. I can hear that V8 rumble. And crossing the stripe, David Ross puts another lap in the books. And he knocked a lot of time off that time around. Turns into 2:51.253. So knocked, almost 10 seconds, a little bit over 10 seconds off of his previous fast lap time. Again, it's a 2010 SPU Chevy Camaro. David is out of Boones Mill, Virginia. And sole driver on track in this group. So haven't heard any word from any of our quarter stations. He's keeping it between the white lines on either side of the track surface here at VIRginia International Raceway, something that a lot of previous drivers this morning have not been able to do. So good on you, David Ross. And we'll wait for him to come around once again as we have just a touch under 5 minutes remaining here in this big bore qualifying session. Hopefully, we'll see some more drivers in race group 4 come out for the 12 lap or 30-minute race after lunch today. Hopefully, the track will be dried out for that because it's going to be it's going to be an interesting race if we only have Mr. Ross out there taking the green and checkered flags. May not be the most compelling race call that you would ever hear me make, but we'll see how it plays out. And of course, I think, weather withstanding, we've had a pretty good turnout here this weekend at VIRginia International Raceway. Again, almost 30 Spec Miatas out here. And just a little bit to our south is the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour down at Michelin Raceway Road, Atlanta. Obviously, a lot of drivers are down there. But, I think especially when you look at as you look at the fields that we have here, a lot of, for our national classes that can run at the national championship runoffs. A lot of drivers have come this weekend to use as a test and tune because, of course, the national championship runoffs will be returning to VIRginia International Raceway. They were here in 2019. They will be here once again this fall for the 2022 edition and next fall as well in 2023. Good to see the drivers coming out, and look at that David Ross, and you can tell track is definitely drying out. David Ross drops now down to a 247.6. And so he continues to knock time off in pretty big chunks. Just gotten word from race control that next time Mr. Ross crosses the start-finish line, he will be seeing the checkered flag. So just with one lap to go, let's make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the pit and paddock. Attention in the pit and paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 5. Spec Racer Ford and Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. STL and STU. T3 and T4. Please make your way to the grid. Again, race group number 5. STL, STU, T3, T4, Spec Racer Ford and Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. You're up next. And so in preparation for the runoffs, we've had a lot of work done here at the facility. As I think I spoke about a little bit earlier, we've had some Armco, some guardrails put up drivers left that run all the way down the front straight, coming out of Hog Pen, turn 17, heading all the way down towards turn 1. And, could be problematic for drivers here in the damp weather if they find themselves off the track surface, but it also keeps you from, ending up in the woods here at VIR, or worse yet, in the Dan River. So good to see those changes. Also having a lot of changes here along the pit lane as well. My understanding is that we're going to be putting in many more garages here along the pit lane. So lots of upgrades here at the facility. And, of course, small downside to that is that, the PA system here in the North Paddock is not optimal this weekend. So I'm doing the best that I can here for you. And, again, if necessary, if you turn your FM radios to 89.9 on the FM dial, you'll be able to pick everything up in real time there. Again, 89.9 on the FM dial if you've got those old-fangled radio thingies. I know a couple people here still are into 8-track tapes, believe it or not, but no, we're actually using FM this weekend. All right, the 3-4 car, David Ross making his way down the start-finish straight here for the very last time. And let's see how he does. Does he improve? Turns in at 247.499, so knocked about another 10th off that time by. And the 5-minute warning has now been given on the grid for our next group: Spec Racer Ford and Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, STL and STU, and T3 and T4. And so with that, that, I'm going to take another quick little break. I'm going to have some water because, it's hard work here talking nonstop. Really, it is. Don't, I can hear the small little violins going right now. Don't cry, don't cry for me. I'm crying for myself. But I'm Greg Ginsburg. I'll be back here in just a few moments at VIRginia International Raceway for the North Carolina Region's March in the Spring regional races, the SARC, South Atlantic Road Racing Championship races. We'll be back here in just a few moments. All right, and we are back here at VIRginia International Raceway, and we now have group number 5, our touring car group, along with some Spec Racer Fords, heading out on track. So it is Spec Racer Ford and Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. It is T3 and T4, and then STL and STU. Of course, the Super Touring Light cars, 2 liters or under. A little bit larger for the STU cars, and of course the STU cars, they can be up to, I think, about 3.5 liters, but you can also have forced induction in STU, which you cannot have in STL. And then we've got the Touring 3 and Touring 4 cars, very similar to, again, production-based cars. Not a ton that you can do with the drivetrains in those cars. They do have specific shock and spring packages that they can run. And then, of course, the Spec Racer Fords, purpose-built race cars, tube frame, square tube frame, race cars with fiberglass bodies. The Gen 2 cars, and we'll see if we have any head out. We've had some of the Gen 3 cars. The Gen 2 cars are 1.9 liter motors based on the old Ford Escort motors, and then the Gen 3 cars, the new cars, 1.6 liter motors based on the Ford Fiesta. And heading out on track, let's take a look in STU. Mark Liller, who finished 3rd at the runoffs in Indianapolis back in 2017 in his Dodge Neon SRTs out of Bowie, Maryland. Rodney King in his BMW M3 out of Wake Forest, North Carolina, rounds out that STU field. In STL, we've got Ted Cahall in a Mazda Miata at Christiansburg, Virginia. Michael Sperber. I used to race against Michael in ITA back in the day. He's driving a Ford Focus ZX3. Have a couple of drivers that we saw in Spec Miata a little bit earlier. Not uncommon to see Spec Miata drivers double dipping in STL. So Rafa Abdullahi, who was your provisional pole sitter in Spec Miata, he's out there again. Let's see, I think John Jenkins is out there, David McPherson, as I think I also saw, I'll have to double check, but I think I also saw Yanis Sunis out there as well. In T4, 7 cars in the field. We've got Ed Keterakis, in a Mazda Miata. Lots of folks from the Washington, D.C. region came down, it looks like, for this. So we've got Ed Keterakis, Jeremy Butts, Jeff Liller. That's Jeff is Mark's father. Jeff is driving a 2006 Mazda MX-5. And we've got John McClendon, Matt Milford. Matt driving a 2009 Honda Civic, just coming off getting his road racing license at the Roebling Road School, hosted by the Buccaneer region. Matt has been doing time trials with the SCCA for a number of years in an Audi A4. So nice to see him move to road racing. Devin Anderson in his Toyota 86 out here as well. And in Spec Racer Ford 3, and it doesn't appear that we have any Gen 2 cars. In Spec Racer Ford 3, we've got Wade White and James Roos, Shane Doles, Connor Roberts, and I think we saw Connor a little bit earlier today in his FE2 machine, and we've also got Sam Schechter. All right. So let's go here as this group is now out on track and our first drivers are crossing the stripe, completing their out laps. Let's make a first call to the grid for our final qualifying group of the morning. Attention in the pit and paddock. Attention in the pit and paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 6. That's our production classes, EP, FP, and HP, GT Light, GT3, Legends Cars, SPU, and BSpec. Again, E production, F production, H production, GT Light, GT3, Legends Cars, and BSpec. Oh, and SPU too. Please start making your way to the grid. And while those drivers are going to be making their way to the grid, well, we are now under black flag conditions here at VIRginia International Raceway. We had a little bit of a pause in the action for a couple run groups here, but apparently this group having a little trouble keeping cars on course, and we do have a driver off course just after turn number 6, and they need to get that car out of the way. And I've gotten where I've been listening over the RaceNet. A number of cars have been spinning and sliding and having a good time here. So we'll check and see what the situation is. So let's take a look here. I've got only a few drivers that have turned in flying laps at this point. In STL, Michael Sperber in his Ford Focus, the only driver that has. In T4, Ed Kudarakis in his Mazda Miata out of Washington, D.C. with a 258.726. Actually, that was his outlap. Fastest of the bunch. Dan Dennehy, also a new road racer, with us here from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, in his Volkswagen Rabbit, a 5-cylinder Rabbit. That's a T4 car. Turns in a 307.407. Matt Milford, who we talked a few moments ago about in his Honda Civic, with a 322.849. Jeff Lillard, a 323.78. And yeah, I'm taking a look to see. There we go. There's Giannis Sunis showing up on timing and scoring, running in STL. Didn't see him earlier. In STL, only drivers I have that have turned in flying laps. Ted Cahall in his 99 Mazda Miata. He's out of Christiansburg, Virginia, representing the DC region, with a 252.373, about 7.5 seconds up on Michael Sperber's Ford Focus. And it looks like we've had a few drivers in Spec Racer Ford put in flying laps here. James Roos at a 309.107. He's out of Myrtle Beach. Then Shane Doles, Connor Roberts, Sam Schechter. Don't have a time yet for Wade White in the number 50 machine. But again, we are under black flag conditions here at VIRginia International Raceway, with Group 5 sitting on the pit lane right in front of me. Again, under somewhat damp conditions. I believe the wet weather has left us, but I said earlier that thought it might be clearing. Some of the clouds were starting to thin out. Not so much anymore. It is there's definitely an overcast here across a good portion of the facility. All right, and we do have about half of the session now complete. 7 minutes and 30 seconds remaining on the clock. So let's go. We're going to make another call to the grid for our final qualifying session of the morning. And remember, once we finish with qualifying, we'll have our first 2 races and then head to lunch. So let's make a call to the grid for group number 6. Attention in the pit and paddock. Attention in the pit and paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 6, BSpec. And then production, that's E production, F production, H production, GT Light, GT3, Legends cars, and SPU. Please start making your way to the grid. E production, F production, H production, GT Light and GT3, Legends cars, SPU, and BSpec. Please make your way to the grid. All right, and finally got a word on which car was off. Let's see, and I'm trying to track it down. I had word that it was the 24 machine, but I don't have a 24 in timing and scoring here. Hey, maybe they didn't have a transponder working either. But they're working on getting that situation cleaned up over by turn 6 right now. And hopefully we'll be able to send this group back out on track to complete their qualifying session, put in some flying laps. And again, for those of you that are here at the track, here at VIRginia International Raceway, again at lunch, after those first 2 races are complete, we are going to have drive-arounds for charity with your street cars, going to support the North Carolina region of the SCCA's scholarship program, helps get high school students involved with motorsports. And we have 2 different scholarships this year that we're going to be giving out. For years, it's been just a single award to a single student in the area that the North Carolina region serves. But thanks to Trish Deffenbaugh, in the name of her husband, Rex, longtime racer and official here with the North Carolina region of the SCCA, we now have 2 separate scholarships that are going to be given away. So great news there. And of course, anything that you can do if you want to take your car on track here, you can make that donation up on the grid, or of course, if you go to the scholarship page at the North Carolina region's website, NCR-SCCA.com, you can donate there as well. All right, well, there you go. Just got word from race control. They're not going to have things cleaned up in time. And the checkered flag is now being displayed by our folks at start finish, and all of our group 5 drivers, they are going to be heading back to the pit lane. So I don't know how they're going to work this out. Some of the drivers not getting in times, and I think only 2 flying laps or so. Looks like most of these drivers are going to be gridded up for their race after lunch today based on their out laps. So a bit of a challenge here with the weather. All right, and so the 5-minute warning now is being given to our drivers up on the grid for our last group. So let me make one final call here for those drivers. Attention in the pit and paddock, attention in the pit and paddock. Group 6 drivers, that's E production, F production, H production, BSpec, GT Light and GT3, Legends cars, and SPU. Please make your way to the grid. The 5-minute warning has been given, and you're going to be on track here in just a few moments. Again, race group number 6, E production, F production, H production, BSpec, GT Light and GT3, Legends cars, and SPU. Please make your way to the grid. All right, so we are going to take another quick break, and when we come back, our last 15-minute qualifying session of the morning, and after that, we go racing. All right, so you are listening to March into Spring here at VIRginia International Raceway, presented by the North Carolina region of the SCCA, and I'll be right back with you in just a few moments. All right, and we are back here at VIRginia International Raceway for our last qualifying session of the morning. And it is our small bore group, our production car classes, our smaller GT classes, as well as BSpec. And cars are heading down the pit lane right this very moment for their 15-minute qualifying session. Again, reminder to everybody that right after this qualifying session, we will have our first two races of the day. Group 1, our Spec Miatas, and then race number 2, which is our open wheel group. They will be going out for their first races of the weekend, 12 laps or 30 minutes, whichever comes first. All right, here, let's take a look. And yeah, we've got a couple B-Spec cars going. Looks like Mr. Strickland is doing double duty in his Mazda 2. We also have with us here this weekend in, I thought I saw a second B-Spec, a B-Spec Mini go by, and we'll try and pick that car up here in just a moment. Not sure, perhaps his transponder not functioning. But we've got Daryl Saylor out of Mount Juliet, Tennessee, in his 1984 Honda CRX. He was the first driver off the grid. I believe he is our sole H production driver. Of course, we mentioned Steve Strickland, and I'll try and get word on that B-Spec Mini that went down in E production. We've got Michael Carter. Michael, who in SCCA road racing certainly was known for Spec Miata driving. He is out of Savannah, Georgia. The past number of years, he has been racing in the Global MX-5 Cup, and he has that MX-5 Cup car with him. He's racing in E-Production this weekend. He's in the number 08 machine, so maybe a little test and tune for him to get ready for the runoffs this year, with Road Atlanta being his home track. I don't think he needs much more knowledge down there, so glad that Michael could join us here this weekend rather than driving in the snow at Road Atlanta. Let's see, we've got Robert Farr in his Datsun 510. He's out of Hickory, North Carolina. He's driving in GT Light. Fred Hutchison in his Mazda Miata is driving in SPU this weekend. Fred's out of Savannah, Georgia. And in F production, 4 drivers in F production. We've got Robert Heatwall in his 1967 Datsun 1600 Roadster. He's out of Fayetteville, North Carolina. Greg Siegert in his Mazda Miata. Stephen Layfield and Ben Gloka. Gloka was a little bit late to grid, rolled off about 30 seconds behind the rest of the field. But he is on his way. All right, getting word that Greg Siegert, driver of the number 48 F production Mazda Miata, had some problems over by Oak Tree, but he has managed to continue. Ben Gloka in his Acura Integra, as I mentioned, joined the field a little bit late, spun over by left hook, over by turn number 4, but he has managed to continue. And first driver to complete an outlap is Michael Carter. He crosses the stripe ahead of Greg Siegert in that F production Mazda Miata. So our drivers now, just now crossing the stripe, completing those outlaps. We will have first flying laps here in just a few moments. Thankfully, all of our incidents on track, at least on that outlap, have been self-cleaning. I don't want to jinx things, but hopefully, cross your fingers. Everybody repeat after me. No black flags, no black flags, no black flags. All right. So with this group out and with that with that outlap in the book, let's make a call to the grid for our first race of the day. Attention in the pit and paddock. Attention in the pit and paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 1. Spec Miata, SMSE, SMT, SMSET, and SSM. Please start making your way to the grid for your first race of the day. Race Group 1, Spec Miata, SMSE, SMT, SMSET, and SSM. Please make your way to the grid. This is your first call for your 12-lap or 30-minute race. All right, here as we wait for our first driver on track, lead driver on track, who I believe is Michael Carter at this point. And he should be coming by here in just a few moments. And I can hear the roar right now as Michael Carter comes onto the front straight in that Mazda MX-5. And his first flying lap today, let's see where he puts it. He puts it at a 2:30.597. And as best I can tell, I'll have to go back through the groups, but I think that's probably around 10 seconds faster than almost anybody else has run here so far this morning. Regardless of class and regardless of group, of course, again, the track now drying out quite a bit. A lot of those those large standing puddles I was talking about, even on the front straight, they are now gone. I'm sure this track, especially with setting a 2:30 in that MX-5, still a pretty damp track, but again, cars definitely speeding up here. All right, let's take a look here at a couple of our F production cars crossing the stripe. Bill Foster, driver of the number 39 MG Midget. He's out of Greensboro, North Carolina. He turns in a 2:57.8. That is almost 10 seconds clear of Greg Siegert in the number 48 Mazda Miata, and another 38 seconds clear of Stephen Layfield as we are now halfway through this qualifying session. Daryl Saylor in his Honda CRX, again, our sole H production entry, a 301.587. And there we go. There is our second BSpec car that just showed up. Don't have a time on him yet. I think he may be having some transponder issues that they're timing him manually. Steve Strickland turns in a 2:57.355 in his Mazda 2. Ryan Cautredy is your second BSpec driver. He is piloting the number 94 Mini Cooper out of Sanford, North Carolina. Now, we did have a car come down the pit lane here. That was the number 46 machine, Robert Farr, in his GT Light Datsun 510. We did have a report that that car had no tail light, or probably did not have working brake lights. And it looks like they were looking at that car on the pit lane. But we should, we'll take a look at that and see if that continues to be an issue. And I believe he's headed back out. Attention in the pit and paddock. Attention in the pit and paddock. Would the following folks associated with car number 68 from Group 5, Ford Munnerlyn and Ron Munnerlyn, please see the stewards in the second floor of the tower. Again, Ford Munnerlyn, Ron Munnerlyn, driver of car number 68 in Group 5. Please see the stewards, second floor of the tower. All right, as we track our drivers here in group number 6, Michael Carter, driving in E-Production this weekend, has dropped his time down to a 2:26.862. That is, well, over half a minute clear of his other E-Production competitor, John Mitchell. Let's see here in BSpec, Steve Strickland with a 2:57.35, and I talked about Ryan Clatcherty. We now have a time for him at a 3:15.419, so an 18-second differential between the Mazda 2 of Strickland and the Mini Cooper of Clatcherty. In F Production, Bill Foster with a 2:56.895 in his MG Midget. That is 6 seconds clear of Stephen Layfield's Mazda Miata. Ben Glocco, who had that early spin, he is another 4.7 seconds back. He is out of Greensboro, North Carolina, driving a second-gen Acura Integra. Then Greg Siegert in his Mazda Miata, fourth fastest. Robert Heatwall in his Datsun Roadster, fifth fastest. And if we take a look here, we've got 12 cars out in this group right now. Michael Carter, as I mentioned, currently fastest driver on track. He is now having put in a 2:26.862, 26 seconds clear of the rest of the field. All right, sounds like we've had a car go off down in the roller coaster. And getting word from the field that Glocco in that number 31 Acura Integra car is smoking quite a bit, and they're covering him with a white flag. The Datsun Roadster of Heatwall is on the pit lane right now. That is the number 23 car, and he's motioning. He is heading back into the paddock as we have now just a little bit over 4 minutes remaining in this session. So let's make a couple of announcements. Attention in the pit and paddock. Attention in the pit and paddock. Would the drivers of the people associated with car number 68 from Group 5, that's Ford Munnerlyn and Ron Munnerlyn, please see the stewards on the second floor of the tower. Ford Munnerlyn and Ron Munnerlyn, car number 68 from Group 5. Please see the stewards on the second floor of the tower. And now believe we're having the checkered flag displayed a little bit early here in this session. So we'll get word on that in just a moment, which means we need to make another call to the grid for race group number 1, Spec Miata, SMSE, SMT, SMSET, and SSM. Please make your way to the grid. You're going to be on track next for your first race of the weekend. Again, race group number 1, SM, SMSE, SMT, SMSET, and SSM. Please make your way to the grid. All right, and so the checkered flag will be displayed for cars coming by. Let's get those times from, let's see what those times are as we have drivers starting to make their way out of Oak Tree onto the front straight here. We've got the 173 CRX of Sailor. Let's see if he can best that 2:55.097. And no, indeed not. He's almost 5 seconds off. Steve Strickland crosses the stripe. He bests his previous BSpec time, turns in a 2:52.614. We've got a couple more cars coming down the pit lane here. It looks like the MG Midget, the number 39 machine of Bill Foster. He's not going to take a final flying lap. He's going to head back to the paddock. The 48 machine, Greg Siegert, who is running fourth in F Production. He crosses the stripe, but only turns in a 3:08 and change, not getting any faster. Stephen Layfield, in his number 71 Mazda Miata, he turns in a 2:54.9. That is, for the moment, good enough for provisional pole in F Production. 1.9 seconds clear of the rest of his class. Michael Carter, he's not going to put in a final flying lap. He is coming down the pit lane right now, going to take that car back to the paddock. But finishes the session fastest of all. Michael Carter's his fast lap time at 2:26.862. Again, almost 25 seconds up on the rest of the field. All right, and the last car on track right now, coming across the line. That is the 94 machine of Ryan Clotterty in his BSpec Mini Cooper out of Sanford, North Carolina. He turns a 3:12.783, gets faster, but still a number of seconds off of Steve Strickland's time. So if we take a look here, and again, since we have many different classes, Michael Carter should be your provisional pole sitter, or is your provisional pole sitter for the group with over a 25-second advantage over the rest of the field. Fred Hutchinson in his SPU Mazda Miata likely to start on the outside of row number 1. Steve Strickland in his BSpec Mini inside of row number 2 with Stephen Layfield's F Production Miata right next to him. Daryl Saylor, in his Honda CRX. It's an H-Prod car starting on the inside of row 3 with Bill Foster starting 6th. John Mitchell, Ben Gloka, if Gloka's car can be ready to go for his race after lunch today. Greg Siegert, Alan Heatwall, Ryan Clotterty, and Robert Farr. All right, so let's go. We're going to make a final call to the grid for race group number 1. They're going to be going on track in just a few moments for their first race of the weekend, a 12-lap or 30-minute race. Attention in the pit and paddock. Attention in the pit and paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 1. That's SM, Spec Miata, SMSE, SMT, SMSET, and SSM. Please make your way to the grid. Again, race group number 1, SMSE, SMT, SMSET, SSM, and of course, Spec Miata. Please make your way to the grid. All right, so I've just gotten word that we're going to have to send some vehicles out to retrieve some cars here from our last group. But when they're back in and we send group 1 out, our Spec Miatas out, they are going to have their first race of the weekend. We are going to be racing with Spec Miatas and then our open wheel cars. Again, 12 laps or 30 minutes, and then we'll break for lunch, and then we go racing once again. So you are listening to the March into Spring here at VIRginia International Raceway. SARC races today and tomorrow morning. Time trials all tomorrow afternoon here from beautiful VIRginia International Raceway in Danville, Virginia, and we'll be back in just a few moments for that first race of the morning. All right, and with a little bit less than 5 minutes to go before we release cars for our very first race of the day, if everybody here at the track, here at VIRginia International Raceway, could please stand, remove your hats, and face the flag for our national anthem. All right, there we go. Thank you very much. And with that, we are going to get ready for our first race of the day, and that is Spec Miata. And as we have our drivers now gridded up and ready to go, we're going to be sending them out here in just a moment for their pace lap. Let's run down the starting order. All right, starting 25th from Sawyersville, Pennsylvania, driving the number 00 Planet Miata, it's Mark Cephalo. Starting 24th today, driving the number 38 machine from Elmira, New York, it's Mark Anthony. And Mark is, I believe, our sole driver not running in Spec Miata. He is running in SMSE. Starting 23rd today, driving the number 89 Miata out of Towson, Maryland, it's Andrew Wagner. Starting 22nd, driving the number 125 machine, coming all the way from Loveland, Colorado, it's Connor Thomas. Starting 21st, driving the number 11 Mazda Miata from Carrollton, Georgia, Kyle Haney. Starting 20th, M. Yusuf Mohammed out of Alpharetta, Georgia. Starting 19th from Mountaintop, Pennsylvania, driving the number 82 Mazda Miata, it's Nicole Cooper Cephalo. Starting 18th today, driving the number 72 Mazda Miata out of Salem, Alabama, it's Michael Moore, with Matthew Sisson out of Pelham, New York, driving the number 43 machine. Starting right next to him, 17th. Ken Williams will start 16th today out of Wyoming, Pennsylvania, in the number 17 car. Starting 15th, the inside of row number 8, it's John Ayer, driving the number 19 Mazda Miata out of Mountaintop, Pennsylvania. Let's take a look at row number 7, where Spencer Patterson will start on the outside in the number 71 car from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And Caden Iyer from Mountaintop, Pennsylvania will start 13th. Then in row number 6, Antonio Abram will be starting 12th today in the number 31 machine out of Winston, Georgia, with Samantha Silver. Coming from St. Paul, Minnesota, looking for a little warmth. Hey, we gave her 36 degrees. What more could somebody from St. Paul ask for today? Samantha Silver is going to be starting in 12th. Starting in row number 5, Joseph Tobin in the number 18 machine from Hilton Head Island, South Carolina. Then we've got Kyle Greenhill starting 10th in the number 142 machine out of Mundelein, Illinois. Chris Rock, driving the number 57 machine out of Kerhonkson, New York, will start 9th, with Matt Fielding Russell driving the number 30 car out of Wake Forest, North Carolina, starting in 8th. Starting 7th today, Zach Barfield driving the number 107 Mazda Miata. He's hailing from Jacksonville, Florida. And right next to Zach, starting in 6th, actually, did I get the rows mixed up? You know, I actually did. So, Zach Barfield is going to be starting on the inside of row number 4. All right, so let's take a look now at row number 3. We're starting on the outside, starting 6th. The number 195 Mazda Miata from New York, New York, is John Jenkins, starting on the inside of that row. So row number 3, driving the number 144 machine from River Forest, Illinois, it's Brandon Collins. Starting on row 2, Jeremy Butts will be on the outside from Darnestown, Maryland, driving the number 169 machine, and Giannis Sunis from New York, driving the number 69 machine. He starts 3rd. And then your front row today, Rafe Abdulali from South Salem, New York, in the number 13 Mazda Miata. He'll be starting on the outside of row number 1, and your pole sitter, driving the number 178 Mazda Miata from Christiansburg, Virginia, it's Ted Cahall. So, and again, this is going to be a 12-lap or 30-minute race, whichever comes first. And you can get all the timing and scoring in 3 different places. Race Monitor app for your mobile devices, or you can get it on the web as well at race-monitor.com. The Race Hero app, which is racehere.io, or on your mobile devices, or you can just go to the North Carolina Region's website, NCR-SCCA.com/live timing. And we should have the pace car bringing the field down the roller coaster here in just a few moments for this race. Great to see Ted Cahall out there in the front of the field, out of the Washington, D.C. region, longtime runner. And I'm getting word from my eye in the sky that, as I mentioned in the last group, that some of the parts of the track, a lot of the big puddles had started to really dissipate and dry up. I am getting word that about half the field right now on dry weather tires on the Hoosier SM 7.5s, and half the field on the Hoosier H2O wet tires. And, of course, our sole SMSE driver, I'm not sure exactly what they're driving, but the field now coming down and through Hog Pen. Our pace car should be on the pit lane momentarily. And coming on to the front straight again, our front row, Ted Cahall, Rafe Abdulali. And we'll see how this plays out here for, again, 12 laps or 30 minutes on this beautiful 17-turn, 3.27-mile VIRginia International Raceway track for the March into Spring South Atlantic Road Racing Championship. And here we go. Cars are on the front straight waiting for the green flag. It is a fast run and getting an early start. It is the 13 car of Rafe Abdulali. As the green flag came out, I think he already had about a half a car length on the rest of the field. Giannis Sunis in the number 69 machine follows him down into turn 1. Then Brandon Collins and Jeremy Butts, your top 4, as they go hard under braking into that damp turn 1 for the very first time. And here we go. They didn't make it long in qualifying this morning, but I am getting word that we had the entire field, all 27 cars, make it. And actually, I think it was less than 27 cars. We have a couple drivers that did not take the green flag here. But all of our drivers made it clear through turn 1. And we'll have to listen in and see if my eyes in the sky hear any drivers going off. But it sounds like all of our drivers have made it through turn 3, made it through left hook, over at 4, that very tight left-hander, and heading over towards 5. They're going to be heading through Snake and up towards the S's here momentarily. And we'll see how things play out here on this opening lap. And I think, if the word is true, and we've got some drivers on wets, some on dries, obviously the big story here will be is what those tires will be like come the end of this race. But so far, it's awfully quiet on the race net. So we'll see here, but it was a great start from Abdulali and Sunis, and I have a feeling that Ted Cahall, maybe we'll have to see if he went out, but I think he may have actually started towards the tail end of the field. Got word that Ted Cahall actually started from the back of the pack. All right, so as our cars are coming down the front straight, Giannis Sunis, big lead, crosses the stripe and gap back to the next car there, almost 1.6 seconds. Rafa Abdullahi, who turned out to be our pole sitter, sitting in third. Brandon Collins sandwiched between them in the 144 car. Jeremy Butts, the 169, running in fourth. Zach Barfield, Chris Rock, John Jacobs, Ray Abram, and Silver. And there you go. There is the call. And that they're saying that Rafa Abdullahi, the 1-3 car, might have jumped the start. We saw it here from the announce booth, but that was called in from the start stand. So we'll see how that plays out and if that affects the start order for our second race of the day. All right, so we should see, and it's awfully quiet on the net here, which is a good thing. That means all of our drivers are still out on the racetrack, and we should see. Oh, and there I go, broke the monotony. Turns out we did have a driver go off over by Oak Tree, and that was the 00 Mark Cephalo. But that driver has now continued. So we should have our leaders. Here we go. And now side by side coming down the front straight, it's the 144 of Collins. It's the 69 of Sunis. Collins to the inside, drivers right, Sunis to the outside as they go down the front straight. And Collins was nose up on the 69 car. We'll have to see as they go hard braking down into turn one if they both make it through, again, with the damp conditions here. Abdullahi running in third in that white number 13 car, and then Butts and Barfield very close, running fourth and fifth. With Antonio Abram, he makes up two positions up from 8th to 6th. And then Chris Rock and Samantha Silver running 7th and 8th. Jenkins and Tobin rounding out the top 10. All right, so once again, a little quiet on the race net here as I'm on the front straight and don't have eyes on the back of the field. But again, it's as the track is drying out, sounds like things are still quite tight and good racing going on as the track is starting to dry out. So I guess the question will be whether or not Collins and Sunis there at the front end of the field have wet weather tires on, whether they have dry weather tires on, and whether or not they are both running the same types of tires. Maybe one is on wet and one is on dries. Who knows? But here we are now just 6.5 minutes into, again, what is going to be a 12-lap or 30-minute race. And now, not all by his lonesome, but certainly not side by side any longer. It's the 144 machine of Brandon Collins. He has broken free of Yanasunis, and now a 1.6 second advantage for the 144 car. It is then about, I'd say, about another 5 or 6 seconds back to third and fourth as Jeremy Butts in the number 169 machine. He has made up a lot of ground on Rafe Abdullahi. Now only about 3/10 separating them, about I'd say about 4 car lengths separating fourth from third. And again, Abdullahi probably going to have to answer to the stewards for that start. Antonio Abram, I'd say about another 15 car lengths back from there with Zach Barfield right on his tail. Samantha Silver then about another 20 car lengths back from there. So we're seeing nice little packs here in Spec Miata with usually 2x2 with a bit of drafting there. And again, if you can stay in the draft of the car ahead of you, that is certainly going to be advantageous. Great little battle going on a little bit further back in the field as we look at, I believe that was the number 4 machine of Yusuf Mohammed along with Mark Anthony. Mark Anthony in the number 38 machine. That is the battle for 23rd. Now, we talked a little bit earlier about Mark Cephalo. He started at the back of the pack. Cephalo did not have his transponder working at the in qualifying this morning, and so he started at the tail end of this 27-car field. And then we heard that he had gone off by Oak Tree on the opening lap. He is now up to 15th, so definitely making his way up through the field. And again, given the length of this race, and if he keeps up that kind of pace, he may be in a position to challenge for the lead. His last time by turned in a 2:26 and changed. The majority of the drivers, at least up before you get to the top 10, all running about 3 seconds a lap off of Cephalo's pace, but once you get into that top 10, they're all running in the 25s and 26s, so it might get things a little bit, make things a little bit more difficult for him to advance once he, or if he can dispatch 10th through 14th place. All right, let's take a look here as we've got now coming onto the front straight. I believe that is the 144 machine, and indeed it is. Brandon Collins continues to stretch out his lead, and now the gap between he and Yanasunis, 3 full seconds. That last time by, Collins got all the way down to a 2:24.280, whereas Sunis was almost 1.4 seconds off that. But a great battle now in the battle for third as Jeremy Butts gets around Rafe Abdullahi, but not only that, Antonio Abram, who last time we saw him was in 8th position. Antonio Abram now up into 4th, and Butts and Abram were practically nose to tail. Zach Barfield has joined that battle as well. Barfield sitting back in 6th, right behind Abdullahi. And then you've got a while before you get to Kyle Haney and Samantha Silver. We do have word that a car has gone off on track. As soon as I get more information on that, I will let you know. Looks like the number 57 car making its way down the pit lane right in front of me here. So his race now likely done. And that is Chris Rock. And Chris out of Kerhonkson, New York. It looks like his day is now done. All right, another car making its way down the pit lane. And that is the number 90 machine. And the number 90 car piloted by Caden Iyer. And that car now heading back to the Paddock, Caden, out of Mountaintop, Pennsylvania. All right, as we're just about 12 minutes into this race, let's make a call to the grid for our next race and final race before lunch. Attention in the pit and paddock. Attention in the pit and paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 2, Club Ford, Formula Atlantic, and Formula Continental. Formula Enterprises and Enterprises 2. Formula S, Formula FST, or pardon me, that's FST. Formula F, Formula V, Formula X, Formula 500, Prototype 1, and Prototype 2. Race group number 2, open wheel and prototype cars. Please make your way to the grid. Group 2, this is your first call to the grid. All right, and it looks like we've got a car that's off over by Hog Pen. We've got a standing yellow over there. And it is the 39 car that is now off. And we'll see if that car can continue. I'm having a little trouble picking out the 39 car. And we'll see if it's the 39 or the 89 as things go on. Looks like that car is going to be there for a while. But Brandon Collins continues to stretch out his lead over Giannis Sunis. That last time by stretched things out to 3.8 seconds over our second place runner. Jeremy Butts still cannot break free of Antonio Abram, the 169 car to Darnestown, Maryland, running in third, with Antonio Abram out of Winston, Georgia, currently running in fourth. I know Abram was down at Roebling Road just a few weeks ago and did quite well. I think he came away with at least a podium in Spec Miata, and I'll check on that maybe during lunch. Zach Barfield currently running in fifth. Rafa Abdullahi now finds himself back in sixth position. But take a look at this, and this might be a sign for those drivers that are on the dry weather tires, not on the wet tires. Matt Sisson, driver of the number 43 machine out of Pelham, New York. He's currently running ninth, but he put in a 2:22.875. That is about a second and a half faster than our current leader. And Mark Cefalo, as I mentioned, he was starting to pick up the pace, getting the last time we checked in with him, he was in 15th position. He is now in 11th, and with a 2:25 and change. Again, running similar pace to a lot of the drivers that are in the top 10. Brandon Collins now, as he crosses the stripe, increases his advantage over Sunis. Let's take a look now in that battle for third with Butts and Abram. And as they came down the front straight, Abram was about 2.5 car lengths back from Jeremy Butts. So not making up a lot of ground, but not losing a lot either. That last time by, he did pick up a couple of tenths, picked up about 0.6 of a second over Butts. So, pardon me, about 0.6 of a second. So he is closing things down just a little bit, but both Butts and Abrams starting to stretch things now out over Zach Barfield. 2 laps ago, Barfield was right up with our third and fourth place runners. He is now almost 5 seconds back. Kyle Haney, though, currently running sixth in the number 11 machine out of Carrollton, Georgia. He is now making up some ground on Barfield. And and Samantha Silver now finds herself up in seventh. But well, I'm getting word now that Samantha Silver's march may be over. She has gone off track, impacted a tire wall. Car is okay, but looks like seventh may be as high in the order as she will go. All right, the 142 machine now coming down the pit lane. And that is Kyle Greenhill. Looks like his race is now done, as Greenhill heads back into the pits. And I'll tell you, Collins, for the first time, did not run a faster lap than the previous one, but he was still almost 0.3 of a second faster than Giannis Sunis. So he now stretches things out to a little bit over, to actually just about 4.1 seconds. As we are currently working lap number 7, we have 6 laps remaining in this 12-lap race, or 13 minutes, whichever comes first. So it's going to be pretty darn close whether we finish, and most likely we will be finishing this on time, not on laps. All right, and that last time by, Jeremy Butts now separating himself out just a little bit from Antonio Abram. Margin now is 0.7 of a second that last time by, and as they ran there. So Butts still trying to hold off the 31 car. It's got good pace as Butts ran a 2:22.96 to Abram with a 2:23.4. So about a half a second faster for Butts. And taking over seventh position from Samantha Silver, our new seventh place runner, is Matt Sisson in the number 43 car, about 2 seconds back from Zach Barfield's number 107, who is in sixth. Rafael Abdelali, who again started at the front of the field, the number 13 machine, and again he may get a wrist slap in here for his start. He is now fallen back to eighth position, most likely out there in wet weather tires, and finding that he's burning them up. All right, we have another driver, Kyle Haney. He was running fifth, and looks like he has gone off course, and it looks like there's going to be a need to get that driver moved very soon. So as we have drivers now starting to pick up their pace, trying to push the limits a little bit more, they are finding the limits of adhesion, shall we say, as I'm getting more reports of cars going off. Now, I talked about the 142 machine of Kyle Greenhill going back to the paddock. Apparently got that wrong. He was having his car looked at. He has joined the fray. However, he has just completed his very first lap, so he is running 6 laps down. All right, and we are going to be going to a checkered flag. Race is going to be checkered early with 4 laps to go or 10.5 minutes. Your winner will be Brandon Collins. And I think the stewards figured that it was probably going to take longer to get some of these cars moved than we had left on the clock. So Brandon Collins, he is your winner from race number 1. Giannis Sunis will finish second. Antonio Abram, he finishes on the last step of the podium in third, with Zach Barfield finishing in fourth. Matt Sisson, Rafael Abdelali, Mark Cefalo works his way all the way up to seventh, and John Jenkins, Joe Tobin. And we're waiting to see here. I think Jeremy Butts, man, indeed, Jeremy Butts in the number 169 machine. He had been running in third place. He was one of those drivers who did go off, and he is dropping through the order. So again, it's Collins, Sunis, Abram. They are your top 3. Sisson, Abdelali, Cefalo, Jenkins, Tobin, are your top 10. Then Ted Cahall works his way up from the back of the field all the way to 12th. Ken Williams, 13th. Matt Fielding Russell, 13th. Spencer Patterson. Well, now it's a question of who was still on track. And I think we're going to see Kyle. Let's see here. No, Michael Moore will finish 15th. Nicole Cooper-Cefalo 16th. It looks like Butts, Haney both off track, and I think Mark Anthony, well, we'll see here, the next driver come across the stripe is going to be, looks like the 69 car. Or actually, that's the 169 car of Jeremy Butts, so he manages to get that car recovered, but he falls all the way from third to 17th. All right, so that's going to wrap things up for race one. Let's make a call to the grid quickly for race number 2, and then we're going to take a small break. Attention in the pit and paddock. Attention in the pit and paddock. Race group number 2, open wheel, that's Club Ford, Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, Formula Enterprises and Enterprises 2, Formula S and Formula ST, Formula F and Formula V, Formula X, Formula 500, Prototype 1 and Prototype 2. Again, race group number 2, this is your second call to the grid. Race group number 2, please make your way to the grid. All right, and with that, we're going to take another quick break here from VIRginia International Raceway, and when we come back, you heard it, going to have our first race of the day for our open wheel and prototype group. It's going to be a 12-lap or 30-minute run to the checker. You are listening to the March in the Spring here at VIRginia International Raceway, presented by the North Carolina Region of the SCCA, and we'll be right back. All right, everybody. Well, just got word that based on the amount of cleanup that we need after that Spec Miata race, we are going to be going to lunch a little bit early. We're going to be going to lunch now, and so that race number 2 will be held directly after lunch. We should be back from lunch at 12:15 Eastern Time today. Again, we'll be back from lunch at 12:15 with race number 2. And so that means, again, during lunch today, we are going to have our lunchtime drive-arounds for charity for our North Carolina Region Scholarship Fund. And so if you bring your cars up to the grid, and we'll send you out on track here in just a little while, just a few minutes, with a donation, you can bring your car on track and get some laps in a street car around damp VIRginia International Raceway. So again, we're going to be running race group number 2 through 6 directly after lunch today, and we'll be back from lunch at 12:15. And a reminder to everybody that tonight, about 30 minutes after our last race of the day, we'll have our evening social. That will be upstairs in the Pagoda, so above the Pagoda Grill. We would love to have you join us, whether you're a volunteer, whether you are a racer, whether you are a crew, family, what have you. Come and join us for our Saturday night social. Going to be on the 2nd floor of the Pagoda. All right, so we'll be back here in, again, a little bit less than an hour to get ready for race group number 2 for their first race of the day, a 12-lap or 30-minute race to the checkered flag here from VIRginia International Raceway. I'm Greg Ginsburg, bringing you the March into Spring South Atlantic Road Racing Championship races, and tomorrow afternoon, time attack sessions. So we'll be back in just a little bit. Enjoy the music. Attention in the pit and paddock. Attention in the pit and paddock. Would the driver of the number 125 Spec Miata, Connor Thomas, please report to the second floor of the tower to see the stewards. Connor Thomas, driver of number 125 Spec Miata, please report to the second floor of the tower to see the stewards. All right, and just a reminder, everybody, we are doing drive-arounds for charity for the North Carolina Region the North Carolina Region Scholarship Program. And if you'd like to bring your car out on track, we're going to be sending cars out in just a few moments. But bring your car on up to the grid, and have a donation in hand for the scholarship program, and enjoy your time on beautiful VIRginia International Raceway. Again, those charity laps, they will be starting in just a few moments. Attention in the pit and paddock. Attention in the pit and paddock. Would Connor Thomas, driver of the number 125 Spec Miata, please come to the second floor of the tower to see the stewards? Connor Thomas, driver of the number 125 Spec Miata, please come to the second floor of the tower to see the stewards. Attention in the pit and paddock. Attention in the pit and paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 2, our formula cars and prototype cars. Please start making your way to the grid. You're going to be rolling off for your first race of the day, approximately 12:20 today. So again, race group number 2, formula cars and prototype cars. Please make your way to the grid. Attention in the pit and paddock. Attention in the pit and paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 2. Open wheel drivers and prototype drivers, please make your way to the grid. Formula car, open wheel drivers, and prototype drivers, this is your second call to the grid. You should be rolling off for your race this afternoon at 12:20 p.m. So just about 15 minutes from now. Again, race group number 2, open wheel and prototype, please make your way to the grid. Attention in the pit and paddock, attention in the pit and paddock. Third call to the grid for race group number 2. Our open wheel and prototype cars are going to be going on track in just a few moments for your first race of the day. Race group number 2, open wheel and prototype racers, please make your way up to the grid. You're scheduled to roll off at 12:20, just about 8 minutes from now. Race group 2 to the grid, please. All right, and we are back from lunch here at Virginia International Raceway for the March into Spring presented by the North Carolina Region of the SCCA. SARC races today and tomorrow morning, time trials tomorrow afternoon. And our next group up is going to be our open wheel and prototype cars. They are going out for their 12-lap or 30-minute race, whichever may come first. And let's make a final call to the grid for that group. Attention in the pit and paddock, attention in the pit and paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 2, open wheel and prototype cars. Please make your way to the grid. Open wheel and prototype drivers. This is your final call to the grid. You're going to be going on track in just a few moments. But in the meantime, and before those drivers head out on track, we are going to have a memorial lap here at Virginia International Raceway for some very important people that we have lost in the last year. From the North Carolina region of the SCCA, we over the Christmas holiday lost Terry Witt, a prominent flagger here with the North Carolina region, and he is survived by his wife Rhonda and daughter Shelly Jean. And in addition to Terry's passing, we have also had a number of folks from the Virginia International Raceway security staff also that we have lost this past year. In particular, Willie Fitz, 14 years with Virginia International Raceway's security team, and was also a paddock marshal here. We've also lost Jim Hazelwood with Virginia International Raceway security team for 12 years, Wayne Kreider for 7.5 years, David Bullens for 17 years with Virginia International Raceway security team as well. We will have the Virginia International Raceway security truck doing this lap of honor for all of their staff. In the truck today will be Walter Bryant, Willie Fitz's wife Claudia, as well as Willie's daughter Wendy and grandson Joseph, and that will be starting here momentarily. And we'll have all of our flaggers trackside for this memorial lap, and once that concludes, we'll then head to race number 2. So if y'all can, we'll take a moment of silence here in the booth as this memorial lap happens around 3.27 miles of Virginia International Raceway. And we now have the security team's representatives on the front straight, the volunteers trackside, giving their salutes with flags and other methods there as we honor Terry Witt from the North Carolina region of the SCCA, Willie Fitz, Jim Hazelwood, Wayne Kreider, and David Bullens from VIRginia International Raceway. May they all rest in peace. All right, and I've just gotten word that the memorial has just passed the Oak Tree Station, and the five-minute warning has now been given on the grid for our open wheel and prototype classes. And again, those classes, if we had the full complement, would be Club Ford, Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, Formula Enterprises, and Enterprises 2, Formula S, Formula ST, Formula F, Formula V, and Formula X, Formula 500, Prototype 1, and Prototype 2. For our qualifying this morning, and it was still incredibly damp this morning, we only had 7 cars go out. One had an issue right out of the gate. They were all Formula Enterprise 2 machines. So we'll see if we have any new drivers joining us for this this afternoon's 12-lap or 30-minute race. The track has dried out considerably. There are definitely still some damp spots here out on the track surface, but many places are very, very dry now. Still no sun shining through, but it has brightened up a bit here, and it's probably helped that we've had a decent amount of wind here at VIRginia International Raceway as well, as we're sitting at about 36, 37 degrees. And if I hold my finger up in the air here in the announce booth, well, there's no wind. But I can tell you from being outside just a little while ago, probably somewhere in the 25-mile-per-hour range. And as I look out, I can see the American flag standing at attention with a very good breeze. So, yeah, again, probably around 20, 25 miles per hour. All right, so we are under 5 minutes now as the memorial lap for those who have left us in this past year concludes, and we will go back to racing here. So not only our open wheel group, but we're going to have a lot of racing this afternoon. We'll have groups 2 through 6 with those 12-lap or 30-minute races, and then scheduled groups 1 and 2. So this open wheel group we're going to see again, as well as our Spec Miatas. They are going to have their second race of the weekend. Those are 10 laps or 25 minutes, so slightly shorter in length. They'll race this afternoon, and then we'll have more racing tomorrow morning as groups 3 through 6 complete their second races as well. And I've gotten word now that we do have the 1 minute warning on grid, and cars now starting to roll onto the pit lane as they will take their pace lap of 3.27 mile, 17 turn VIRginia International Raceway. And then we will once again go SARC, South Atlantic Road Racing Championship racing here at VIR. I'm Greg Ginsberg, and I'll be with you for the rest of the afternoon. For those of you that want to see the live timing, you can see it on either the Race Monitor or the Race Hero apps, or you can go to the North Carolina Region website, NCR-SCCA.com/live-timing. And in addition to that, we are streaming the audio here. You can hear us on 89.9 on your FM dial here at the track, or if you go to YouTube and search for the NCR-SCCA channel, you'll be able to see our live, or hear our live stream as well, obviously in a slight delay from real time. But also, if you do go and catch us on YouTube, I highly recommend that you give us a thumbs up. And if you haven't done so already, and I see we've picked up a few, go ahead and subscribe to the North Carolina Region's YouTube channel, NCR-SCCA. Go ahead and click on that subscribe button, and then go ahead and click on that notification bell so you can find out all the times when we go live, like tomorrow morning, starting just before 8:30 a.m. All right, so we've got the field out on track. And as they are now taking their pace lap, let's go and take a quick look at the field. All right, so your pole sitter, Owen McAllister, with a fast time of 2:22.748. Lee Rackley on the outside of the front row, fast time 2:25.375. Colin Rackley starts on the inside of row number 2 with a 2:38.522. He'll start right next to the number 86 machine of Eric Cruz, who had a 2:44.454. Row number 3, Connor Roberts driving the number 46 machine with Craig Haltom starting next to him in the number 43 machine. He will start in 6th. Then we've got Kelton Yago in the number 29 machine. Now all 7 of these cars are FE2s, Formula Enterprise 2 machines. We don't know if Kelton Yago will be out. He had some issues in qualifying, but we also have a Formula 500 machine that has joined the action, and that is Gerald Martin. Gerald driving the number 121 here in, that is a Phantom Mark 1, a Formula 500 machine. And so we should have, haven't gotten word yet, but the pace car should be bringing the field down the roller coaster here in just a few moments. Those pace laps going maybe a little bit more slowly than normal, given the damp track here. And by the way, everybody, I am getting word that we are having some issues with the FM transmitter here at the track, 89.9 FM. And I'll see what I can do to help rectify that if I can. All right, lights are out on the pace car. And getting word that the pack is very well formed up, with the exception of our single Formula 500 machine that's Gerald Martin trying to catch up. He was a little late to the grid, so we'll see how things play out here. All right. And our pole sitter now, Owen McAllister, with the rest of the field, brings everybody through 17, through Hogpen. The pace car is now on pit lane, and as our flagger said, field looks nicely lined up, but again, that Formula 500 kind of straggling behind as we wait for the green flag. Cars are right in front of me, no flag yet, and we are green, and racing is underway. And yes, that 121 machine, a little bit, I'd say probably around 35 car lengths back from the rest of the field, but jumping to the front, Colin Rackley with Eric Cruz. And taking a look here, I'm starting to wonder whether or not Owen McAllister and Lee Rackley actually made the field. So we'll check this out as they come around this next time by. But it's starting to be, I think, is with the track drying out and everything, starting to look very, I don't want to say good here. You know, it's an overcast day. It is a cold day now, 36 degrees here in Danville. You know, I don't know if I would want to be in an open wheel car. But there you are. And just got word from our race chair that if you get a trophy today, if you finish on the podium in your class and you're expecting to get a trophy, trophies will be available upstairs, second floor of the pagoda. And unfortunately, based on how cold it is out here today and the weather, not going to have the formal trophy presentation. So if you want to head up to the upstairs at the pagoda, you can pick up your trophy after today's race. All right, we're waiting now to see. We should have our field coming down out, and here they go onto the front straight. It is the number 79 machine. He is currently your leader. That is Lee Rackley. And then we had Owen McAllister and Colin Rackley side by side as they crossed the stripe to complete lap number 1. And actually, I take that back. It was Colin Rackley and Connor Roberts. Roberts, who started 5th, has moved his way up into 3rd. Eric Cruz holds position in 4th, a couple seconds back from there, about 3 seconds back. And then Kelton Yago, he did come out today. He is currently running in 5th. Craig Haltom did not cross the stripe. Owen McAllister, who was to be our pole sitter today, did not come out for today's race, as best I can tell. And I think we're still waiting for Gerald Martin in his Formula 500 to come and cross the stripe. But for the moment, your leader, Lee Rackley. All right, now running down the front straight, it is the 43 machine, actually, of Craig Haltom. He did make the field. He spun coming out of Oak Tree. He has continued. He is now running in 6th. And Gerald Martin in the Formula 500, the number 121 machine. He just now crosses the stripe, of course, and only ran a fast lap time of a 3:26.651 on his first flying lap, so a bit off the pace there. But again, our only driver in Formula 500. All right, coming down the front straight now, ready to complete lap number 2. It is the 79 of Lee Rackley. And now let's see where our 2nd and 3rd place runners are. Now, again, they were running side by side to end lap number 1. But Colin Rackley, he is going to cross the stripe all by himself. Next closest driver is going to be the 86 of Eric Cruz. Cruz gets around Connor Roberts. Kelton Yago now moves up into 4th, also around Roberts. And I think we have Connor Roberts off trying to get, and I'm getting word that the 46 car has exited the track surface. And as soon as I get a little bit more information, I will let you know. All right, and it sounds like Roberts has a broken wing, front wing on his car, and they are going to they're going to let him sit out there and stew until the end of the session, then go pick him up. But no reason to go full course caution based on where he currently is. And now, well, let's take a look here. Yep, so 1 lap down, Connor Roberts, and still waiting for Gerald Martin to cross the stripe to complete his 2nd lap. Again, this is a 12-lap or 30-minute race. And we are now just a touch over 6 minutes in, with 2 laps complete by our pole sitter, Lee Rackley. And there you go, the number 79 car. He's going to cross the stripe once again. Turns in slightly off his pace from his previous lap. Turns in a 209.374, about 9/10 off his previous lap. The number 80 of Colin Rackley now crossing the stripe 12 seconds in arrears. So the 79 car, your leader. The 80 car running in 2nd, and Eric Cruz in the, I love the livery of Cruz's machine. Looks like an early 2000s Ferrari with the, which would have the Mercedes logo or not Mercedes, pardon me, the Marlboro logo on the airbox there. I've always admired the paint scheme that he has there. He's running in third right now. He is running about 10 seconds off of Colin Rackley. We did just have Gerald Martin in his Formula 500 cross the stripe. Again, considerably off the pace of our other drivers. Ran a 3:32 in comparison. Now, again, he is the only Formula 500 out there compared to the rest of the field, which are all in FE2s. But as long as he keeps his eyes on what's going on around him and has good awareness, I think we'll be just fine. As our FE2s are lapping almost a minute faster per lap. All right, there goes the 43, Craig Haltom. He just now crossed the stripe. He is running in 5th position, and looks like he had perhaps a small issue as he turned that time by a 2:12.863, which is his fastest lap. But unfortunately, now he is almost a full minute back from Kelton Yago, who's running in 4th. All right, and now that we're about 9 minutes into this 30-minute race, let's go and make a call to the grid for our next group, they'll be racing next. Attention in the pit and paddock. Attention in the pit and paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 3. That's our improved touring group: ITA, ITB, and ITC, ITS and ITR, IT7 and IT7R, SM5, and Spec RX7. Please start making your way to the grid. Again, race group number 3, improved touring. This is your first call to the grid. All right, well, let's check back in with our FE2 racers and see where we stand. Lee Rackley currently working his 5th lap here. And he comes down the front straight in that number 79 car, moves the car a little bit to the inside to get that little kink on the drivers right on the front straight, and he turns in a 2:10.365. So he's I think starting to dial it back just a little bit, given the advantage that he has on the rest of the field. As Colin Rackley now comes down the straight towards me, and Colin turns in a 2:13.2. So just about about 3.2 seconds off of Lee's times, but the margin now between first and second, 19 seconds. But things are definitely tightening up here in the battle for third. Eric Cruz, driver of the number 86 machine, he just crossed the stripe with Kelton Yago in the number 29, closing things down. Margin, I'd say, probably around 5 car lengths. Comes out to a little bit over 0.6 of a second. But again, Yago, who turned a 2:12.979, was almost 0.7 of a second faster than the 86 car that last time by. And we're still waiting here for Craig Halton and Gerald Martin to make their way around. All right, and as the 43 car of Haltom goes by, and Haltom carrying good pace. That last time by ran his fastest lap of the session, ran a 2:10.758. All right, and once again, Lee Rackley, he makes his way out of Hog Pen, and he again running it now. I think a very consistent pace, ran a 2:10.859. So very, very similar to his previous lap. But again, I think he's in kind of locked in right now. Just needs to make sure that he can keep that car on track and bring it home to the checkered flag. All right, got word that Eric Cruz just put the car around at 14 at the top of the roller coaster, and so he is now going to drop into fourth place as Kelton Yago gets around the number 29 car, now running in third. And as our drivers are circulating their way around VIRginia International Raceway, they now have a little extra weather to contend with as we have snow flurries here at the track starting to come down. Now I think it's because of the way the wind is blowing, at least when they're on the front straight, the snow is going with them. I would suspect though that when they're on the back straight, they're going to be coming up on it crosswise. Actually, as I'm looking around now, the wind seems to be swirling around here on the front straight. But yeah, there you go. Something I didn't expect to say or see here at VIR in March, even though it's still fairly early in March. You know, we've got snow. All right, and the 43 car, that is Craig Haltom, now finding his way onto the pit lane, pulling into the pit box. And now the 86 car, not the 40s. Eric Cruz puts his car around once again. So Eric Cruz, last couple of laps, not having the best of times. I am getting word, at least up at the top of the roller coaster, up by 14. It's not just snow flurries, but it's actually somewhat like sleet coming down, and the wind really is starting to pick up here at VIR, making things quite difficult for these open-wheel drivers. All right, and coming up to South Bend, just got word that Gerald Martin put his car around, but he has continued, and things are starting to get awfully interesting out there for these Formula Car drivers, as we have just about 5 laps or 15 minutes remaining. So let's make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the pit and paddock. Attention in the pit and paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 3. ITA, ITB, ITC, ITS, and ITR. IT7 and IT7R. SM5 and Spec RX7. That's our improved touring group, race group number 3. This is your second call to the grid. Oh, and here is a big story now in Formula Enterprises 2 is Colin Rackley, who had been running second to Lee Rackley, is pulled over by turn 8. So heading over towards South Bend and trying to get that car recycled. But we may see Kelton Yago move up into second position here soon enough. All right, so waiting to see what Lee Rackley will do, but we can tell here how much the weather has affected things. Even with just this little bit of what looks like just very minor snow flurries, not really coming down hard, but it's really affected the lap times here. As last time by, Lee Rackley ran a 2:32.923, almost 22 seconds off of his fast time from the session. Now, Kelton Yago, as we mentioned, the number 29 machine, he does cross the stripe. He now moves up into second place. He turned a 2:37.85. So again, off the pace of the leader, but he is now second. Colin Rackley, he does manage to get that car restarted. He crosses the stripe in third. Lap time 3:01.53, almost 45 seconds off his previous best. Eric Cruz, who's had his share of issues this race, he is only about 3 car lengths back from Kelton Yago, so that is the battle right now. Or probably not behind Yago, but behind Colin Rackley. So good battle now shaping up for third in FE2. And it looks like Craig Haltom, who we saw come down the pit lane a little bit earlier, looks like his day is now done. He has brought that car back to the pits and is no longer circulating on track. Connor Roberts in the 46 machine, as we mentioned, he had an off early on in the race, and they are going to be bringing him back after the session is over. As our leader, Lee Rackley now in the green, white, and red Formula Enterprises 2 machine crosses the stripe, and that last time by a 2:32 and change. So again, the change in the weather here definitely affecting the lap times for these open wheel cars, these drivers that no doubt did go out on dry weather tires, and we'll see how that affects our next group, our improved timing group. And so we've got about 3 minutes, or probably not 3 minutes, 3 laps to go, or 9 more minutes. So things are definitely starting to wind down here. So let's make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the pit and paddock. Attention in the pit and paddock. Third call to the grid for race group number 3, our improved touring group. Race group number 3, please start making your way to the grid. And yeah, I think we're going to probably see those lap times start to drop a little bit. They're getting word of some accumulation up at the top of the roller coaster. All right, and Colin Rackley's problems continue, getting word that he is now off track, not immovable, but not moving. Of course, he had dropped from second down to third, and that will likely move Eric Cruz back up into fourth. They're going to retrieve him at the end as we have just 2 laps remaining. All right, and so next time Lee Rackley in the number 79 Formula Enterprises 2 machine, next time he crosses the stripe, he will get the white flag and he will be on his way from North Carolina Region representing Castrol Edge. And let's see, that is now Kelton Yago. He crosses the stripe again, now firmly in second position. As again, the weather, the snow or sleet or whatever it may be, it doesn't look like it's coming down all that hard. But certainly, especially for these open wheel cars that have race slicks on them with no way to evacuate any dampness or what have you, it could certainly create a problem. The number 86 machine of Eric Cruz indeed he crosses the stripe. He is now running in third ahead of Colin Rackley, and then Gerald Martin, our sole Formula 500 driver, currently sitting 5th overall. All right, and it sounds like we might have a car off at turn 1. Oh, and it's sounding like they said a red, white, and blue car. I think that's Kelton Yago, the number 29 machine, that has gone off over by turn number 1. So it doesn't look like anybody wants to come in second here in Formula F, or probably in FE2, but there you go. 1 to go has just been given to Lee Rackley. That time by turns in a 2:46. So you can see, again, how much the weather really is affecting things. He turns in a 2:46 versus his fastest lap, which he turned on the second lap, a 2:08. So, over a half a minute off of that pace. And so for the moment, it is Lee Rackley, our leader. It is Kelton Yago second. Eric Cruz running in third. And then Gerald Martin, who is currently running 5th overall. He is your leader and your sole car in Formula 500. All right, so in just a few moments here, we should hear and see Lee Rackley as he comes around and will hopefully take the checkered flag, but whoever is next around, they're going to get it. Again, it's Lee Rackley, Kelton Yago, Eric Cruz, Colin Rackley, and Gerald Martin, your top 5 drivers, and 5 drivers remaining on course.
All road.
And there we go, getting word now coming down the roller coaster. Kelton Yago, I'm sorry, not Kelton Yago, Lee Rackley in the 79 machine. Wow, all by himself. And he comes through hog pen successfully onto the front straight. And here he goes. There's that Castrol oil machine, the 79 of Lee Rackley. He has got his right hand in the air, waving to the folks on the starter stand. And Kelton Yago is now coming onto the front straight, comes out of hog pen. And we'll see here the number 29 machine. Is it him? Did he get that car underway? No, actually, it's not Kelton Yago. It is Gerald Martin, driver of the number 121 Formula 500 machine. He is coming across the street. That's right, because Kelton Yago, he is down at turn 1, currently indisposed, we shall say. So Rackley. Oh, and this is turning into... This is turning into a bit of a disaster here. As Rackley crossed the stripe, he takes the win. Gerald Martin, our Formula 500 racer, he crosses the stripe to complete his race. We know that Kelton Yago is down at turn 1 and not moving. Eric Cruz got to the top of the roller coaster, started to make his way down the roller coaster and slid off track, and apparently slid a long way, but is now in the grass and looks like he is not going to make it to the checkered flag. Colin Rackley, driver of the number 80 machine, his car is stationary as it has been for quite some time, as is Connor Roberts in the 46 machine, who has been out since lap number 1. Craig Haltom retired on lap number 5. So it looks like we're only going to have 2 drivers to take the checkered flag. Lee Rackley, your winner in Formula Enterprises 2. And I think based on crossing the stripe, it looks like Kelton Yago will end up finishing second in FE2, 2 laps down. Eric Cruz will take the last step on the FE2 podium as he finishes in 3rd. Then Gerald Martin will take the win in Formula 500. All right, so let's make a final call to the grid, as we've got a lot of cleanup here to do at the end of this open wheel group. Let's make a final call to the grid for our next group, race group number 3. Attention in the pit and paddock. Attention in the pit and paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 3. Improved touring. That's ITA, ITB, ITC, ITS, and ITR, IT7 and IT7R. SM5 and Spec RX7, please make your way to the grid. Again, race group number 3, ITA, ITB, ITC, ITR, ITS, IT7 and IT7R, SM5 and Spec RX7. Please make your way to the grid. We're going to be sending you on track for your first race of the weekend in just a few moments. So there you go. That was our Group 2 race. We're going to take a quick break. Going to let some of that cleanup happen. I'm going to take some cough drops, I think, here. We'll be back in just a few moments with our 3rd race of the day, our 3rd South Atlantic Road Racing Championship race, again, for improved touring here from VIRginia International Raceway as part of the North Carolina Region's march into spring. We'll be right back in just a few moments. All right, everybody. So I've just gotten word that the 5-minute warning has been given on the grid to race group number 3. They will be heading out on track here in just a few minutes. So hold tight, everybody. And we'll go racing here in just a few minutes. So again, thanks for hanging with us. And for those of you that are here in the paddock, I'm trying to do a little bit of work on our FM radio here at 89.9 on your FM dial. So you know, if you can tell and if you hear anything, if you listen and you don't hear me, it might not be a bad idea to let me know on the tower or in the tower, but we're trying to get that worked out to make things a little bit easier for you here if you are at the track. But again, you can always listen to us. We're streaming on YouTube. If you go to the North Carolina Region's YouTube channel, it's NCR-SCCA. And yeah, there's about a 20 to 25 second delay, of course, as we're streaming there. But yeah, I think you can get the gist and know when you need to report up to the grid. So just hang with us, and we'll have race number 3 underway here from VIRginia International Raceway in just a few moments. Check 1 2. Check, 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 check. All right, everybody, and we are back, with race group number 3, our improved touring group, and they are now starting their pace lap here at VIRginia International Raceway. 17 cars went out for qualifying. Let's go and run down the starting order. Starting 17th today, so that would be what would that be? That would be the only car on row number 9. It's Charles Banks driving an ITA Mazda Miata from Burlington, North Carolina. Starting on row number 8, starting 16th, John Pfeiffer from Macon, North Carolina. That is an ITA Mazda Miata. He will be starting right next to Sidney Earp. Earp driving the number 88 ITS Ford Mustang from Cary, North Carolina, starting in 15th. Starting 14th today, driving the number 43 ITS Mazda Miata from Bessemer, North Carolina, it's Herman Ratchford Jr. Starting 13th today, driving the number 8 IT7R Mazda RX-7, it's Stan Hines. Starting 12th today, In the number 82, ITS Alfa Romeo GTV6, it's Alan Mitchell. Starting in 11th, driving the 05 ITB Mazda 2, it's Steve Strickland from Marion, Virginia. From Durham, North Carolina, we've got Robert Mitchell, who's driving an IT7. He starts in 10th. Starting 9th today, driving the number 38, Mazda Miata from Elmira, New York, representing the Glen region. It's Mark Anthony. Starting 8th in the ITS Acura Integra from Durham, North Carolina, it's Justin Deffenbaugh. Starting 7th in the number 98 ITR BMW Z3, we've got Mark Bradley in the outside of row number 3. We've got Christopher Dean. Chris is driving the number 35 Nissan Sentra SER. Starting 5th today in the 08 ITA Mazda Miata from Raleigh, North Carolina, representing Outrun Motorsports, it's Paul Spencer. Starting on the outside of row number 2, he's your pole sitter in ITA, driving the number 13 Mazda Miata from Salem, Virginia, it's Stephen Clark. Starting 3rd, driving the number 32 ITS Datsun 280Z from Lynchburg, Virginia, Chris Plucker. And your front row today, driving the number 68 ITS Mazda Miata, we've got Ron Bennerlin. Let's try that again. Ron Munnerlin. And your pole sitter today, driving the number 64 SM5 from Peachtree, Village, Georgia, it's Don Squirick. That is your starting grid for race group number 3. All right, and just got word that the pace car is going to stay out for another lap, as we're not ready to go green. And it's looking like a winter wonderland here in Danville. Maybe instead of that ethereal music I've been playing underneath me all day long, maybe it's time to start playing Christmas music. We'll have to see. All right, now the decision is made for the pace car to come in and not run another lap. So we'll be going green flag racing this next time by. All right, and the pace car now has the field coming down through the roller coaster through turn 16. And so we will have to then see how this plays out. Again, our sole SM5 driver is our pole sitter, Don Squirick, but we've got ITS cars second and third overall, and then we've got all those ITA cars gridded up together. Stephen Clark, Paul Spencer, Christine, Mark Bradley in his ITR car sitting right in between all the ITA cars. Should make for some great action as we now have a green flag, and we are racing Don Squirick in his SM5. He takes the point from he was on pole. Ron Munnerlin, he should be able to out drag race him down to the front, down to turn 1. And as our racers are now all heading down into turn number 1. And I think that'll be the question, is now that it's dry, and remember this group did go out when things were starting to dry up just a little bit in qualifying, that we may find the ITS and ITR cars start to work their way clear of some of the Mazda Miatas that are running in ITA, for example, and get word that the entire field has made its way cleanly through turn 1 and 2. And 3 for that matter. So we are on our way. And it looks like a little bit off the pace there. One of our Ford Mustangs, I believe that was Sydney Earp in the number 88 machine, as she just now crosses the stripe. So I think was a little late to grid and back underway, as is the number 28 IT7 of Robert Mitchell. So they are underway, but they are going to be down towards the tail end of the field. A couple drivers, actually a lot of drivers that were not in qualifying this morning that I believe had gone out on track. We actually have 21 cars shown to have taken the green flag here. Let's try and add some of these other drivers in. For example, we have Stan Hines in his IT7R. Oh, actually, Stan was out there for qualifying. Let's correct that. Let's take a look. Justin Barbary in his number 12 Mazda Protege. That's an ITA car. He had not gone out earlier. I think Nathan Pring in his ITS Ford Mustang, the 81 car, he had not gone out earlier. And actually, now that I look at it, I think that was Nathan Pring that we just saw go by here a few moments ago. Nathan out of Pittsburgh, North Carolina, driving again the number 81 car. Let's see who else. John Pfeiffer, I believe. No, John was out for qualifying. Mark Anthony, Mark was out there for qualifying also. Funny, everybody I run into was actually out there for qualifying this morning, but I'm showing 21 cars having gone out for this session here. And as our leaders now should be coming down and out of hog pen onto the front straight, our leader is the SM5 machine, the number 64 of Don Squirick. In that SM5, that is, of course, an NC Miata, third generation Miata, and he has cleared the rest of the field. Running second right now overall. First in ITS, Chris Plucker, who started in third position. Justin Deffenbaugh is only about 2 car lengths in arrears in his ITS Acura Integra. So great battle going on right now in ITS. Then we've got that battle in ITA, Stephen Clark and Paul Spencer. They were only about 3 car lengths apart. And Ron Mutterlin, who started off on the outside of front row, he has dropped all the way down to 5th. And getting a lot of, and I'm trying to get word of this coming over race control, but apparently the pace lap in this group was a little, shall we say, exciting as drivers were having challenges keeping cars on track while trying to scrub in tires. All right, I'm getting word that one of our Mustangs is off track over by turn 6. And might have small track blockage there. It's the 86 car. And we are going to a full course caution. And the 86, the word over the race net was that it was a green and yellow Mustang. And I believe that is the 88 car of Sidney Earp. The 86 car is Justin Deffenbaugh's Acura Integra, and I'll know for sure in just a moment here if he is one involved. And no, Deffenbaugh is actually now running up in second position. He has gotten around the 32 Datsun of Chris Plucker, and we are now under full course condition. But getting word now that that car that had been off by turn 6 may have continued. So quite the auspicious start for our improved touring race. Problems on the pace lap, problems in the first couple laps. But in the meantime, as we are now just about 7 minutes in, actually a little bit over 6 minutes in to this 12-lap race, we're going to make our first call to the grid for race group number 4. Attention in the pit and paddock. Attention in the pit and paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 4. That is our big bore group, including the V8 Road Racing Series, American Sedan, ASR, GT1 and GT2, GTA and GTX, ITE, ITO, SPO, T1, T2, and PX. Please make your way to the grid. Again, big bore group number 4, including the V8 Road Racing Series. That is American Sedan, ASR, GT1, GT2, GTA, GTX, ITE, ITO, SPO, T1, T2, and PX. Please make your way to the grid. E-I-E-I-O. Did you hear that? It was, they're like spinning off track, scrubbing in tire. God. A past B, Z past Y. Jesus. All right, so we are, and you guys probably all heard that. So we are, remind me to edit that out after this is over, but we are still under full course caution. All right, and our leader now making his way out of turn 17. He has picked up the majority of the field, actually, and our pole sitter now is right behind the 88 car. And the 88 car is that car that had issues over at turn number 6, but we are now back to green flag racing here at VIRginia International Raceway. We did not deploy the safety car, and we are back now. Of course, that number 88 car is sitting right in front of our leaders, and we'll see how that rookie, again, I believe the 88 car that is Sydney Earp, daughter of Ron Earp. She just got her license at the Roebling Road Race School just a few weeks ago, and she's going to get bum rushed by the front end of this field here, and we'll see. Now we'll have to also see, because it sounds like the SM5 machine of Don Squirick, who had been our leader, might have had some issues getting on that restart. That when the green flag came out, I think Justin Deffenbaugh just got a great jump on the SM5 machine. You know, again, the SM5 was kind of bottled up behind that 88 machine, so we'll see what goes on here. But great run here now, of course, coming off of that full course caution. Stephen Clark now under attack by Christopher Dean in the number 35 ITA Nissan, and a little bit further back in the field, watching with Jay Miller in his Datsun 280Z, the number 85 machine, under attack from Nathan Pring. Pring in the burgundy number 81 Mustang, who had that late start. So we'll see how this plays out now, as we are 1/3 of the way on time, as we have 10 minutes elapsed in this 30-minute or 12-lap race, whichever comes first, and we have 9 laps to go. And I would suspect that based on that full course caution, that may be this may be a race that finishes on time. And once again, although it for a few moments it looked like the snow and sleet and everything nice out here had started to subside, it has picked up again. And there you go, back into the lead. It is the SM5 of Don Squirick with Ron Munnerlin now in the 68 Mazda MX-5 running in second. We'll have to see what happened to Justin Deffenbaugh in the 86 machine. The 86 machine has now dropped all the way down to 8th place. Must have had an off. He did cross start finish here though, but great battle going on right now in the tie, or probably in the battle for the lead in ITA. Stephen Clark in the number 13 Mazda Miata, Paul Spencer in his Mazda Miata, Clark from Salem, Virginia, Spencer from Raleigh, North Carolina. They were side by side as they crossed the stripe to start lap number 5. Difference between them 34 thousandths of a second, as we are going back to full course caution here at VIRginia International Raceway. That we do have a car off. And as soon as I get some information on which car that is, I will let you know. Yeah, indeed, we are back to full course caution here at VIR with about 17 and a half minutes or 8 laps remaining. All right, and we have safety vehicles responding on track right now to that off car. And we have a couple of cars off apparently. We've got Stan Hines in the number 8 IT7R who's off over by turn 1, and I believe we've got the 60. Got a couple more cars as well. 3 cars over by turn 1, so hopefully we'll get things cleaned off here soon enough. The safety car has picked up our leader. That is Don Squirick in the number 64 NC Mazda, the SM5 machine. He's out of Peachtree Corners, Georgia. All right, and I think we've just gotten the the story on Justin Deffenbaugh dropping from second down to 8th. He spun the car, driver's left, coming into turn 14, the top of the roller coaster. Did manage to gather it up, of course, and he has, of course, rejoined, but he finds himself now in 8th position. As the safety car has picked up our leader, Don Squirick, as I mentioned, and the field now getting nice and bunched up here. All right, so as the field is bunching up here at VIRginia International Raceway, and looks like we've got some stragglers working to catch the rest of the field here at the moment. Let's make another call to the grid for our next group, as we're just about halfway on time, about 15 minutes into this 30-minute race, or 12 laps, whichever comes first. We have 7 laps remaining. Attention in the pit and paddock. Attention in the pit and paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 4. That's our big bore group, including the V8 Road Racing Series, American Sedan, ASR, GT1, GT2, GTA, GTX, ITE, ITO, SPO, T1, T2, and PX. Please make your way to the grid. Race group number 4, big bore. Please make your way to the grid. All right, so the other cars that were involved all had the number 8 in them. Of course, we knew about the number 8 car. That was Stan Hines. Stan was able to continue pretty quickly after the emergency services team came up to him. Then we had John Pfeiffer, driver of the number 87 Mazda Miata ITA car. He has now managed to continue on after being dragged out of the wet grass, as has Jay Miller, driver of the number 85 Datsun 280Z. That driver has now continued on as well. Pfeiffer and Miller running 20th and 21st, respectively. And it looks like one of the cars that was involved, that was the number 8 car. As I just mentioned, Stan Hines has brought the car onto the pit lane, perhaps to have the crew take a look at it. All right, so the pace car, or pardon me, the safety car has our leader, Don Squirick, on the back straight now, about 3/4 of the way up, heading towards the roller coaster. All right, got word from race control that the pace car, safety car, pardon me, is going to be coming into the pits this time by. The lights are out now on the safety car as it's coming down the roller coaster, and we will be going back to green flag racing here at VIRginia International Raceway in just a moment. Want to remind everybody, as we're waiting for this race to get back underway, that if you earn yourself a trophy here this weekend, that you can go pick up that trophy on the second floor of the Pagoda this weekend. Unfortunately, at least today, because of the weather conditions, not going to be holding trophy ceremony. So again, if you want to pick up your trophy, head on up to the second floor of the Pagoda. Also, in that same very place is tonight's social here, hosted by the North Carolina region of the SCCA. It will again be on the second floor of the Pagoda, and we should have some good grub for you about 30 minutes after the track goes cold tonight. And the green flag is now back out in the air, and it is Don Squirick with Ron Munnerlin very close behind as they go down the front straight down into turn 1, and that battle now continues on between Stephen Clark and the number 13 ITA Mazda Miata and Paul Spencer in the 08 Mazda Miata. Christine a little bit further back, two cars back from Spencer, and got some word from had a word from one of the spectators out there that they thought there might have been a pass under yellow, but we'll let the stewards work that one out. All right, so let's track and see where we are now as we are more than 2/3 of the way through this 30-minute or 12-lap race. We've got just about a little bit less than 8.5 minutes remaining on the clock. 6 laps remaining. So whichever one comes first. And it is still Don Squirick, your current leader. Ron Munnerlyn was running second. Munnerlyn is your leader in ITS, and he's got a good advantage on the rest of the ITS field. The last time we saw, he had both Stephen Clark and Paul Spencer between he and the next ITS driver, Chris Plucker. Plucker in his Datsun 280Z. And we'll see if that is still the case the next time they come by. The snow flurry is starting to pick up again here. Kind of fluffy. It doesn't appear to be sticking, at least on this side of the track here down on the front straight, not sticking to the grass or anything like that. No, you're not going to have any snowmen standing in for those award winners today. All right, here comes our leader out of Hog Pen onto the front straight, and it is, once again, Don Squirick. He really managed to separate himself out from the black and blue number 68 of Ron Munnerlyn. But we've got some big changes in ITA as Paul Spencer is your new ITA leader, and Stephen Clark dropping through the order. I think Stephen might have either had some problems with the car, might have gone off, but Spencer is your new leader. Justin Barbary driving the purple number 12 Mazda Protege is now up to second in ITA. He's going to have to get around Chris Plucker's ITS Datsun to get up to Spencer, but there you go. And getting word that Herman Ratchford, the number 43 Miata, had some issues over at Hog Pen. Spun the car there, but did manage to continue. And saw him come across the stripe here. And we were talking just a moment ago about Stephen Clark. That's the number 13 machine. He had been your leader in ITA. He is on the pit lane now. He's going to be heading down. It looks back into the pits. And so Stephen Clark's day is now over. All right, got a couple quick announcements to make. First, let's make another call to the grid for our next race group. That is race group number 4, Big Bore with the V8 Road Racing Series, American Sedan, ASR, GT1, GT2, GTA, GTX, ITE, ITO, SPO, Touring 1 and Touring 2, and Prototype X. Please start making your way to the grid. Your race is next. And then we've got a quick announcement for race group number 5. Race group 5, we are going to hold a split start for your group. Okay? And it's going to be STL, STU, T3, and T4 in the front group. It's going to be Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 in the rear group, and each group will have their own pace car. So it will be a true split start, again, with the Super Touring and Touring cars in the front pack and the Spec Racer Fords in the rear. As our leader, the 64 of Squirick, makes his way across the stripe, he completes lap number 8. We have 4 laps remaining. He continues to stretch things out over Ron Munnerlyn, but here we go. In ITA, what had been such a close battle between Paul Spencer and the 13 machine of oh my gosh, I'm sorry. I'm having a little brain fart here. Stephen Clark, the number 13 car. And, of course, Stephen Clark pulling his car into the pits. Spencer now has almost a 10-second advantage right now over Justin Barbary. All right, and I am getting word now that based on time, Don Squirick in the number 64 machine, when he comes across when he comes up towards the start-finish line this next time by, he will be getting that one to go. Get that white flag, let him know that there is only one more lap in this race. Oh, another one of our ITA cars has retired. This is the number 35 machine of Christopher Dean, the Nissan Sentra. He is now heading back into the paddock, so his day is now done. All right, and it looks like the number 28 Mazda RX-7 has just retired early, as our leader, Don Squirick, has now passed the start-finish line. He is now on his very last lap. That number 28 machine heading back to the paddock, that was Robert Mitchell. So as we enter our final lap, your leader is Don Squirick in ITS. Your leader and running second overall right now is Ron Munnerlin in the number 68. Chris Plucker in his Datsun currently running about 10 seconds back in second. Then we've got Nathan Pring in his Ford Mustang currently running third in ITS. He is about 3 seconds back from Plucker. Then Justin Deffenbaugh, who had been leading ITS for a while, he is now running in fourth. Alan Mitchell fifth. If we go and take a look at ITA, Paul Spencer is your leader. He's got about a 10-second advantage over Justin Barbary. Another 18 seconds back to the Mazda Miata of Mark Anthony. That's the number 38 car. Then Vance James and Charles Banks rounding out the top five. Stan Hines is your sole driver in IT7R. Mark Bradley in his BMW Z3, your sole ITR driver. We just talked about Robert Mitchell retiring to the paddock, your sole IT7 driver. Steve Strickland still turning in laps in ITB as your sole driver in that class in his Mazda 2. All right, Herman Ratchford getting the one to go in his ITS Mazda Miata out of Bessemer City, North Carolina. He's currently running 13th overall. And 6th in ITS. All right, as we see the number 74 of Charles Banks going across the stripe now to start his final lap, getting word now that Don Squirick, our leader in this race, is coming down the roller coaster now, going into Hog Pen. We should see him coming onto the front straight here for the very last time. And here he comes, the NC Miata of Don Squirick coming in. We'll see if Squirick is going to pass a slower car. He does. The 64 machine takes the checkered flag, gets by the 87 of John Pfeiffer on the front straight. So Pfeiffer is going to finish 2 laps down, I believe. And we're waiting for the rest of the field now. Ron Munnerlin, he is going to come across the stripe in second. Paul Spencer in the 08 Mazda Miata is going to take the win in ITA. He's going to finish third overall, only about 3 car lengths back from Munnerlin's ITS machine. A couple cars still having some problems here on the front straight. Let's take a look as we then have Chris Plucker in his Datsun 280Z. He's going to finish second in ITS. Nathan Pring will finish third in ITS. Steffenbaugh will finish in fourth. Here, let's actually tell you what. Let's run down the order here. And in ITA, again, Paul Spencer is your winner. Justin Barbary in his protege finishes second. Mark Anthony will finish in third. Vance James, Charles Banks rounds out the top 5. And I believe the remainder of the cars in ITA no longer running. Christopher Dean, John Pfeiffer, and Stephen Clark. Stephen Clark. In ITR, Mark Bradley, your only driver, as was Robert Mitchell in IT7, Steve Strickland in ITB. And your winner in ITS, as we mentioned, Ron Munnerlin in his 2014 Mazda MX-5 out of Bennettsville, South Carolina. Chris Plucker will finish second. Nathan Pring third. Justin Deffenbaugh fourth. Alan Mitchell rounds out the top 5. All right, so let's make a final call to the grid for race group number 4. Attention in the pit and paddock. Attention in the pit and paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 4. Our big bore group. V8 Road Racing Series included American Sedan, ASR, GT1, 2, GTA, GTX, ITE, and ITO, SPO, T1, T2, and Prototype X. Again, race group number 4. Please make your way to the grid. All right. I'm going to take another quick break here, and when we come back, we'll have the aforementioned ground pounders as they go out for their 30-minute or 12-lap race, whichever comes first, hopefully. Hope against hope. We have more than just the one car that came out for qualifying here in just a few moments. You are listening to the North Carolina Region's March in the Spring. SARC races all day today and tomorrow morning. Time trials all tomorrow afternoon here at VIRginia International Raceway. And we'll be back with you in just a few moments. All right, and we are back here at VIRginia International Raceway, and thank the Lord it's not going to be a one-car race for 30 minutes or 12 laps. So the only qualifier that we had this morning heading on track was David Ross in the number 34 SPO Chevy Camaro. He turned in a fast lap of 2:47.499, and well, we've got a few more cars that have gone out for the pace lap here. Not many more, however. I count 4 cars, including Mr. Ross. So let's go. We'll run down the order here. And I believe David Ross actually decided to start from the back of the pack. So let's take a look. David Sanders was your first car out on track. He is driving the T2 or a T2 Chevy Corvette, a 2003 Corvette. He's from Malvern, Pennsylvania. He, I believe, will be your pole sitter. And starting beside him, Randy Walker, driver of the number 78 GTA Chevy Monte Carlo out of Lexington, Kentucky. And then row number 2. Starting on the inside, starting third, Charlie Abel, driver of the number 39 T2 Chevy Camaro from Middletown, Maryland. And then the aforementioned David Ross, driver of the number 34 SPO Chevy Camaro out of let's try that one more time. Boones Mill, Virginia. That is your starting order. I'll try not to get all 4 cars mixed up over the course of this race. But they should be making their way. And, you know, the snow is still coming down here at VIRginia International Raceway. Again, it's very puffy, very fluffy. It's not sticking, but it's certainly enough to make the track more damp. And as it's now down to 34 degrees, just above freezing here at VIR, you know, it could make things very challenging for drivers in cars that have a ton of torque. You know, throttle management and judicious use of that right pedal is going to be very important, vitally important here for this afternoon's race. Okay, just a reminder that we have besides this race now, and here, let's switch things up, let you know which race we are going to be watching. We are going to be watching group number 4, Big Bore. Let's switch it up there on our YouTube channel. We have 3 more of these longer races, these 12-lap or 30-minute races. Groups 4, Big Bore out on track right now. Group 5, which is our next group, which is our touring group and spec racers, and then our production group, small bore group, which will be group number 6. And then we are scheduled to have groups 1 and 2 race again, and those will be 10 laps or 25 minutes in length. All right, the lights are out on the pace car as it is now at the top of the roller coaster, bringing this tremendous 4-car field down through the roller coaster, and we are set to take the green here in just a few moments. I'm getting word that the pack is very well formed. No stragglers. Because I'd hate to see this start waved off because the pack couldn't form up. But I've seen stranger things. And remember, for those of you that are here at the track, you can hear us, and I think we've got things fixed up. We know that there are some problems with the PA system. You can hear us on 89.9 on your FM dial, and of course, we are streaming the audio out online to YouTube this weekend as well. And we do have a green flag, and we are underway here at VIRginia International Raceway for our Big Bore race as they make their way down towards turn 1. And I would refer to the start as rather gingerly making their way down towards turn 1. You didn't hear these drivers start to cue those motors up and really get on it once there was a green flag. As a matter of fact, I didn't see the field actually start increasing speed at all once the green flag came out. So we'll see what happens. I mean, at this point, if you start at 4th, I mean, you don't have many cars to pass. We do have 2 T2 cars in the field. We've got David Sanders in his Corvette and Charlie Abel in his. And then the other 2 drivers, again, an SPO driver, David Ross, and then Randy Walker, who's racing in GTA. And there you go. We have 1 car that's gone off at turn 4. And it is the 34 car. That is David Ross, our only driver that went out for qualifying this morning. He has spun that car, and I believe he has rejoined, but that's going to drop him down into 4th overall. Again, Ross, our only SPO car here in today's outing. All right, and as we wait for our 4 big bore drivers to come back to the front straight, and there you go, our leader right now, David Sanders. Didn't even hear him coming. When was the last time that happened in a big bore race? But David Sanders, driver of the number 73 T2 Chevy Corvette, he is your leader. Charlie Abel, about 25, maybe 30 car lengths in arrears. Abel currently running second in T2 to Sanders. Still waiting for our third and fourth place runners here, David Ross and Randy Walker. And coming up out of Hogpen onto the front straight, it's Randy Walker, driver of the number 78 Chevy Monte Carlo, a GTA machine. And I'd say he's probably doing about 35% throttle, it sounds like, as he passes under the starter stand and makes his way down to turn one. David Ross, who had that early spin, he is starting to make up a little bit of ground. So, as I mentioned a little bit earlier, if you've got family, if you've got friends sitting, they don't have to be at home, they could be on the go. We are streaming the audio from today's and tomorrow's events, both the road racing and time trials, via YouTube. No video, but just the audio, and it's very clear, and there's not much of a delay from real time. But if you search out the North Carolina Region's YouTube channel, and you can do that by typing in NCR, then a space, SCCA in the search bar for YouTube, that will bring up the channel, and it will also bring up at least today's event that is currently being streamed, and so you could listen to that again either on a mobile phone or on a laptop or a PC, you name it. Again, it's YouTube, easy to reach, but we are going to be doing that again tomorrow as well. So again, just search out NCR space SCCA and go ahead and subscribe to the channel and click on that notification bell, and that way you'll be able to find out very easily exactly where the stream is and how to get to it and how to listen to all the action here at VIRginia International Raceway. And I presume that when we do other time trial events, for example, when the region holds time trials at NCR, at the North Carolina Center for Automotive Research, we'll be streaming those as well. And, hopefully we'll be able to bring along some video as well. Certainly, as it's been snowing here, didn't really want to put out any cameras. And I should mention, it looks like the flurries are starting to slow down just a little bit here, at least on the front straight. So we'll see if our big board drivers start to pick up the pace. In the meantime, let's make a call to the grid for our next group as David Sanders crosses the stripe to start lap number 3. Attention in the pit and paddock, attention in the pit and paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 5. That's our touring group and Spec Racer Ford, STL, STU, T3, and T4. And Spec Racer Ford and Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. And as I mentioned, we are going to be having a split start for this group. Our touring cars will be in the first group behind a pace car, and then our Spec Racer Ford and Spec Racer Ford Gen 3s. They will be in a second group, also behind their own pace car for today's race. So again, split start, hopefully to keep the two groups a little bit separated here. And that is group number 5. They're going to be our next race up, and if they haven't started to do so already, they should think about making their way up to the grid. All right, and as David Ross, driver of the number 34 Chevy Monte Carlo, our SPO entrant, crosses the start-finish line, he appears to be stepping up the pace just a little bit. That last time by, he ran a 3:04.48. Randy Walker ran a 3:26.08. He has just now crossed the stripe as well. He's running about 15 seconds, actually about 14 seconds off of David Ross. But we'll see this next time by if things are starting to tighten up in T2, as Sanders, our leader, actually ran about a second faster than Charlie Abel, but now that the flurries have more or less stopped, and it seems like our drivers are maybe letting their right foot do the talking a little bit more. Maybe we'll see a little fight there from Charlie Abel. He might be able to do something with David Sanders, who the last time by had about an 8.5 second advantage. All right, and not that I normally take requests, but I've got a very good one here. Just got pinged by Stephen Clark. Remember, Stephen was out in that last race group driving his ITA Miata, and he and the folks at Windsor Customs, they are looking for a welder Windsor is located directly across the pond in the North Paddock in a big red semi-trailer. So again, if you're on site and you got a welder that the folks at Windsor Customs could use, I'm sure they would definitely appreciate it. Head on over. Again, big red semi on the North Paddock, closest to the pond. So again, tell them that Greg sent you. And hopefully we can get Stefan back up and running to have his car ready to go tomorrow for tomorrow's races. All right, let's check back in with our group here. David Sanders, he is still your leader, the number 73 T2 Chevy Corvette out of Malvern, Pennsylvania. Charlie Abel does not make up that much or any ground on Sanders. Both drivers dropped into the 242s this time by, but Sanders just about 0.3 faster than Charlie Abel that last time by. Sanders with a 242.1 and a we'll call it a 242.15, and Charlie Abel to 242.5. So actually closer to a little bit over 0.3 of a second difference here that last time. And as we watch now here, the 34 David Ross. Last time he ran a 3:04.4. Let's see if he gets a little faster. And yeah, he knocks almost 7 seconds off of his fastest lap coming to now. David Ross turns in a 2:57.68. So knocking a lot of time off here as the track definitely appears to be drying out just a little bit. And as I say that, Randy Walker in the number 78 GTA machine is coming up to start finish. Let's see if he can improve. And yeah, he's dropping a lot of time too. His last lap had been as fast as a 3:20 and change. Randy Walker just now turns a 3:09.846. So, knocking more than 10 seconds off of his previous best. And remember, everybody, about a half hour after the track goes cold tonight, North Carolina Region will be holding its social on the second floor of the Pagoda. So come on up and join us for some drinks, for some hors d'oeuvres and grub. It'll be a good time. Get to socialize with your frozen compatriots here at VIR. And if you pick up a trophy during today's races, that is the exact same place that you would pick your trophy up, second floor of the Pagoda. And want to remind everybody also that the action is not over today. We go back to road racing tomorrow morning at 8:30 a.m. We will conclude our road racing with 4 races. Groups 3 through 6 will have their 10-lap or 25-minute races. And then right around 11 o'clock, we're going to be switching over to our North Carolina Region Time Trials program, where we will have first practice and qualifying, and then 3 time attack sessions for 3 distinct groups. So definitely stick with us, and we'll be streaming that as well as the road racing. They will actually be in the exact same YouTube feed as the road racing, so you can't miss it. Might want to just hang on with us and hang out for the entire day. I mean, after all, Formula One doesn't start for another week, right? So, you could listen to this, you can listen to me, or you could watch Drive to Survive, your choice. All right, and we're waiting for our leader, David Sanders, to come back around. And actually, because it happened so fast, I might have missed it, but David Ross just now comes through, turns in a 2:52. So again, dropping a few more seconds off of his previous best. And let's see, Randy Walker, does he pick up? Yeah, and Randy Walker just knocked another 7 seconds off of his previous best time. He turns in a 3:02.837. So he's almost at that 3-minute mark. Again, it's got to be tough out there today with these track conditions. Track just staying damp enough that you just don't have the grip in the dry weather tires, and certainly now no standing water to make running wets useful. As David Sanders now comes across the stripe, and he lowers his fastest lap by about a half a second, turns in a 2:38.4. Let's try that again. A 2:38.846. Charlie Abel now at a 2:40.519. So Abel, who turned in now his fastest lap, but unfortunately not making any headway in that battle with David Sanders for the win in T2. All right, it looks like David Ross continuing to find more speed. Goes from a 2:52 to a 2:46, knocks another 6 seconds off of his previous best time. Currently running third overall, and of course our only driver in SPO. All right, and Randy Walker now in his Chevy Monte Carlo, the number 78 GTA machine. He now, for the first time, breaks under 3 minutes, brings his car down to a 2:59.492. And I'll tell you, getting pretty close, though. About ready to lap Randy Walker is our overall leader, David Sanders, driver of the number 73 Chevy Corvette. Sanders turns in now a 2:37.759 to set fastest lap of the race of any car. Charlie Abel, our only other T2 car in the field, he turns in a 2:38.180. So just about 4/10 off of Sanders' times. The margin now between those two drivers battling for the win in T2 is 12, basically 12 3/4 seconds. So as we have now only about 13 minutes remaining, or 6 laps, whichever comes first, Charlie Abel's got a long way to go. All right, let's make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the pit and paddock, attention in the pit and paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 5. STL, STU, T3, T4, and our Spec Racer Ford drivers. Please start making your way to the grid. Again, race group number 5, STL, STU, T3, and T4. Please make your way to the grid. You're going to be going on track in just a few moments. And again, we're going to be giving you a split start today where STL and STU, T3 and T4 will be in our first group. And then separated by another pace car will be our Spec Racer Fords. All right, and crossing the stripe now, leaving us with 5 laps to go. David Sanders, our leader, just knocked another 3 seconds off of his personal best, puts in a 2:34.474, and he has now lapped Randy Walker's GTA car. Charlie Abel, who is running second overall, is getting pretty darn close to lapping Walker as well. Abel just now turns in a 2:36.9. So still about 2.5 seconds off of Sanders' best times, and the margin now, the differential has grown to 15.2 seconds.
Shit that I love, pray to the man that's above, keeping it coming, I keep giving trust back to the people that with me in every city, they holding it down, that's all I need. I got a whole lot of people to feed, depending on me. How does it feel when you living it? I'm making the money and giving it. I can't do this all alone. The people who with me, the reason I grown. Back to the grind, I'm working. No days off, I'm good, I'm certain. Let it all out, even if I'm hurting. That's my life, ain't no curtain. I can't hide, feel like a servant, man of the people. That's my work.
Oh, and I hear that V8 wail coming down the front straight, and it is David Ross who crosses the stripe, and he, Ross is starting to get into that zone as he drops his lap times down once again, turns in a 2:41.885. He's starting to get into that same general zip code as our two T2 drivers, and we'll see. Maybe Ross can get his times down to something comparable by the end of this race. As we see our overall leader, David Sanders, come across the stripe. Ooh, and Saunders now gets down into the 230s, a 2:30.08, as we now have 4 laps remaining, or 8.5 minutes, whichever comes first. So it looks like this will probably end on time, I presume, but we will see here. Charlie Abel now, he improves, but not nearly to the extent that Sanders does. Abel, in that number 39 Chevy Corvette, out of Middletown, Maryland, turns in a 2:34.578. So he loses a little bit more time to Sanders. Margin now between first and second, 19.7 seconds. So just a reminder is, again, we only have four big bore cars here this weekend, and 2 of the 4, David Ross's SPO machine, Randy Walker's GTA machine, they are regional class only cars, not legal for national competition. Although at least on the door of David Ross's car, I think it's marked as both SPO as well as GT2. Let's take a look as he's coming across right now, and indeed, Ross's car is marked as a GT2 car as well. But there is the Super Tour down at Michelin Raceway Road, Atlanta this weekend, and no doubt has funneled away some drivers that perhaps could use a lot of empty track here at VIR, some suitable test and tune time to get ready for the runoffs. And of course, a lot of them will be here in just a few weeks, whereas in mid-April, we do have the Hoosier Super Tour here from VIR. All right, David Sanders, he just now crosses the stripe. We've got 3 laps or 6 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. Sanders turns in a 2:28.415, so already down into the 28s here. Charlie Abel, who crosses the stripe, he now turns in, look at this, a 2:26.814, 2 seconds, almost 2 full seconds faster than David Sanders. So he drops that gap down to 18.1, but again, not a lot of time left, as Charlie Abel has now just learned how to turn on the afterburners in that Corvette of his. Randy Walker is just now put in a 2:48, so he's definitely finding some additional speed out here. And I believe the next driver to cross the stripe likely will be David Ross. Ross, who was into the 2:36s, high 2:36s last time by. We'll see if he can knock a few more ticks off that clock, as he's now coming onto the front straight, I believe. Thought I heard him. Maybe not. Here we go. Here comes that black Chevy Camaro, and he's definitely picking up some speed. Let's see what the 34 car does. As he crosses the stripe, he turns in a 2:34.468, so knocked another 2 seconds or so off of his times. Actually, about second and a half off of his previous best. And the next question will be what David Sanders can do. Can he respond to Charlie Abel's 2:26? And as Sanders crosses the stripe, and we now show 2 laps or 3 minutes and 48 seconds remaining, Sanders turns in a 2:23.679. There we go, and there is the word. When David Sanders comes around the next time by, he will get the white flag, signaling 1 lap remaining here at Virginia International Raceway. If anything, I think this has been a great little test and tune session for the T2 drivers, Sanders and Abel, in case they are going to come back and race on the Super Tour, and particularly for the National Championship runoffs. I don't imagine it will be nearly this cold come late September, early October for the runoffs. I mean, when we had the runoffs here in 2019, it was 70 in the 70s and 80 degree range, and certainly not 34 degrees as it is right now. David Ross crosses the stripe again. He drops down into the 2:34 range. All right, and David Sanders, our leader now, he's making his way out of hog pen onto the front straight. Not all that far behind David Ross's number 34 machine. I don't think Sanders is going to be quite close enough to attempt to put Ross a lap down, but Sanders as he's done every single lap this race, puts in his fastest lap of the race. He puts in a 2:21.432. That is, to date, his fastest lap in the session, as he does receive the white flag. 1 to go here at VIRginia International Raceway, as Charlie Abel goes and likewise gets that white flag. Abel just turning in a 2:22.674. It is now a 20.8 second separation between our second and third place runners. All right, so let's go, and we're going to make a final call to the grid. I figure I've got about 2 minutes to do it. Let's make a final call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the pit and paddock. Attention in the pit and paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 5. Super Touring Light, Super Touring Under, T3 and T4, as well as Spec Racer Ford and Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Race group number 5, STL, STU, T3, T4, and then our Spec Racer Fords. Please make your way to the grid. And David Sanders is making his way down the roller coaster for the very last time today. I'm sure we'll see him again tomorrow. But now coming out onto the front straight from Malvern, Pennsylvania, driving the number 73, T2 Chevy Corvette, David Sanders. And as he crosses the stripe, he crosses right behind David Ross. So Ross should be getting his final lap right now. Sanders on his last lap, a 2:19.851. Charlie Abel coming across the stripe now in the number 39 machine, and once again 3 seconds faster, 3.5 seconds faster than Sanders, drops that gap down to 17 seconds. And at the very end, as the track started drying out, you could see how much faster Abel was. Although admittedly, David Sanders didn't have that much to play for with such a large margin back to Abel. David Ross, he is on his very last lap, and in a few moments we should see Randy Walker making his way here to take the checkered flag, as I am getting word that the 5-minute warning has been given on the grid for race group number 5. So again, if you're in race group 5 and you haven't done so already, you need to make your way up to the grid. We're going to be sending you on track here in less than 5 minutes. All right, and as we expect, Ross and Walker, and here comes Randy Walker, driver of the number 78 GTA Monte Carlo, coming across the stripe, and he's going to get his time. He knocked another 4 seconds off on the last lap, gets down to a 2:33.116, waiting for David Ross, who is our very last driver to come across the stripe. We are going to take a quick break and get ready for our 5th race of the day for group number 5, our touring cars and Spec Racer Fords, and we'll be back with you here in just a few moments for that race as part of the North Carolina Region's March in the Spring. Our South Atlantic Road Racing Championship races today and early tomorrow, and then time trials tomorrow afternoon. We'll be back in just a few moments. All right, everybody, and we are back here at VIRginia International Raceway for the March into Spring SARC races, and our next group out on track, our Touring and Super Touring and Spec Racer Fords, and this is going to be a split start. We're going to have our Touring and Super Touring racers in the first group, and then behind a separate pace car in our second group are going to be the Spec Racer Ford. So let's go. We'll run down the order. Let's start off with those Touring and Super Touring racers. Starting off in the number 28 STU BMW 3 Series, it's Bob Ross starting 22nd. In the number in the number 11 T4 Toyota 86, it is Devin Anderson starting 21st. In the number 137 BMW E46, it is Woody Richard starting 20th. In the number 29 T4 Mazda MX-5, it is John McClendon starting 19th. In the number 14 BMW, that's an E36 BMW, Rodney King, that's an STU car, starting 18th. In the number 143 STL Mazda MX-5, it's Matthew Sisson starting starting 17th. In the 195 STL Mazda from New York, representing Classic Car Club, it's John Jenkins starting 16th. The number 197 T4 Subaru, it's Josh Cadenow starting 15th. The number 91 STL Mazda from Hunting Creek, Virginia, it's David McPherson starting 14th. In the number 28 T3 Mazda, it's another Subaru, the Tech Sport Racing Subaru BRZ, it's Shoei Che starting 13th. In the STL, trying to get the, I'm sorry, let's try this again. In a STL Mazda, it's a 2008 machine, also representing Advanced Autosport, it is Josh Hansen starting 12th. In the STL Mazda, it's Alex Bertinoli representing the Chicago region, starting 11th, driving the number 19 Dodge Neon, it's Mark Liller, starting 10th. In the number 13 STL Mazda, it's Rafe Abdullahi, starting 9th. In the number 169 T4 Mazda, Jeremy Butts, starting 8th. In the number 69 STL Mazda, it's Giannis Sunis, starting 7th. In the number 127 T4 Mazda, it's Jeff Liller, starting 6th. In the 131 T4 Honda Civic, it's Matt Milford, and this is where we see all the front-wheel drive cars that were going through the rain earlier. Starting 5th. In the number 21 T4 Volkswagen Rabbit, Dan Dennehy, starting 4th. In the number 68 T4 Mazda MX-5, it's Ford Munnerlyn, starting 3rd. In the number 27 STL Ford Focus, it's Michael Sperber. And your front row for this first group, on the outside, it's the number 88 T4 Mazda of Ed Keterakis, and your pole sitter in Group 1, the 182 STL Mazda of Ted Cahall. So let's now take a look at the Spec Racer Fords, where starting 5th in the number 50 machine, representing Panic Motorsports, is Wade White. Starting 4th in the number 62 machine, representing Windsor Customs, it's Sam Schechter. Starting 3rd, driving the number 46 Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, representing the Atlanta region, it's Connor Roberts. And your pole sitter in Spec Racer Ford 3, I forgot our second place runner. That's Shane Doles, driving the number 97 machine. And Shane is out of Gray, Georgia, where our pole sitter, got to get to him eventually, James Rouse. James is driving the number 15 machine, and he is out of Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. That is your starting order for today's 2 separate groups for touring cars and super touring in the front, Spec Racer Fords in the rear. And we'll be going green flag racing here in just a moment as the lights are out on the pace car for our touring and super touring groups. All right, and we have a number of drivers that apparently did not go out for qualifying. Joseph Petkes in the number 77 Porsche Boxster. Steve Burtock, actually from Paddock Motorsports, in a Mazda MX-5, a T4 machine. As we have our first group making their way over to the starter stand, green flag is in the air, and the 182 of Ted Cahall and Ed Karatakis, Katarakis, in his T4 Mazda side by side. Cahall should have the advantage with a little bit more power in that first car. And we will see as they head down into turn one, waiting to hear if there's any urgy-bargy going on over there as we wait for our Spec Racer Fords behind their second pace car to come through Hog Pen, and word is out that the lights are out on that second pace car. They are now onto the front straight, and we can see them gridded up rather nicely. Again, a nice small group as they are now making their way down the front straight, and they will get the green flag, I presume, here, given our first group is already underway, and the starter is waiting. Gonna get a fairly late green flag, but they are underway, and we only have 4 Spec Racer Fords that have made it out. Looks like James Roos did not make the green. It was Connor Roberts, Shane Doles, Wade White, and Sam Schechter here as we wait for our first group to make it down. They should be coming down the roller coaster fairly soon here. Big split between the two different groups. Really got them out on different parts of the track here to make sure that they don't come in, they don't get hooked up with one another early on in this 30-minute or 12-lap race, whichever comes first. All right, sounds like our 4 Spec Racer Fords have made it through the first couple turns cleanly, and didn't hear any calls come in, at least initially, from the touring car group. But typically we would have that first group holding radio silence, knowing that that second start was ready to get underway. All right, I hear those revving motors, and as they come down the front straight, your leader right now is the 88 of Kudarakis, then Ford Munnerland, then Josh Hansen. Munnerland running second overall and second in T4. Josh Hansen in the 44 machine is your STL leader with Giannis Sunis and Michael Sperber, who's dropped a couple positions, running second and third in class than Alex Bertinoli. But our pole sitter, Ted Cahall, the 182 machine, he's dropped back considerably. He is now running 6th in STL, has fallen to 9th overall. So we'll take a look here and we'll break things down by class for you, as our first Spec Racer Fords are starting to come across here. And let's actually take a look at that real quick. In Spec Racer Ford, Connor Roberts is your leader with Sam Schechter about 15 car lengths back, and then Shane Doles. I have not seen Wade White come around, however, in the number 50 machine. All right, getting word now that Josh Cade now, who dropped back considerably, dropped into 10th in T4, and is running 26th overall. Got tapped in the rear going into a left hook on that first lap. Still trying to get trying to figure out exactly what car might have gotten into him. But if we take a look here, and we'll give a quick rundown here by class with 1 lap complete as our group here, the number 44 machine just now coming across the stripe as we've got some more changes here at the front of the field. Josh Hansen is your new leader with Giannis Sunis running in second. We've got Kudarakis has dropped all the way back into fourth, with Ford Mutterland falling back into fifth. The STL machines having gotten around. So Hansen, your new leader. Sunis running in second. Alex Bertinoli running in third, all in Mazdas. Hansen and Sunis in Mazda Miatas. Bertinoli in a Mazda MX-5. And those 3 drivers have separated themselves out from Michael Sperber, who's running fourth in STL. Sperber now sitting sixth overall. He's got Kurtarakis and Munnerlin between he and those 3 Mazdas at the front of the field. Now making some big leaps and moves. Steve Bertok driving the number 29 Mazda MX-5. Apparently the previous driver in that car, and let's see here, the number 29 machine. Let me see if I can get the driver of that, if it had gone out for qualifying, was John McClendon. McClendon apparently after qualifying fell ill. And so Bertok jumped in the car, had to start from the very tail end of the group, but he is now, just after 2 flying laps in the books, has worked his way up to 8th in that number 29 machine. So let's go. We'll break things down by class right now. We talked about STL, where we've got Hansen, Sunis, Bertinoli, Sperber. Your top 4, Rafe Abdullahi is currently running in 5th. In T4, Kudarakis, who after lap 1 had been your overall leader. He's fallen back, but he is still your leader in T4. Ford Mutterland in number 68 Mazda running second. Devin Anderson in his Toyota 86 running in third. And Steve Bertok, as we mentioned, he is running fourth right now, with Jeremy Butts running in fifth. Let's take a look over at STU, where Bob Ross is your leader in his E36 BMW, with Rodney King last time by only 1 second in arrears than Mark Liller, having some issues with his Dodge Neon this weekend, running 16 seconds back from the 2 BMWs leading the STU field. In T3, Shoei Che in his Subaru BRZ up on Woody Richard and Josef Petkes. And then finally, let's jump over and take a look at Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, Connor Roberts. He's your leader with Sam Schechter and Shane Doles, and they have really stretched out here. Connor Roberts now with over 7.5 seconds on Sam Schechter, but last time they went by, Shane Doles not very far back, only about 3 car lengths back from Schechter. Let's take a look as Roberts now just crossed the stripe, and as our second and third place runners in Spec Racer Ford go by me, margin now at about 8 car lengths, 1.4 seconds separating those 2 drivers. All right, so now that we're about 8 minutes into this race, I'm going to make a call to the grid. We're going to bring our final 12-lap race up to the grid. They're going to be going out after this race, and then we start all over again with race groups 1 and 2. So let's make that call to the grid. Attention in the pit and paddock. Attention in the pit and paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 6, BSpec, E production, F production, H production, GT Light, GT3, Legends Cars, and SPU. Race group number 6, that's small bore, BSpec, E production, F production, H production, GT Light, GT3, Legends Cars, and SPU. Please make your way to the grid. You're up next for your race today. All right, so Josh Hansen now, your leader, with Alex Bertinoli running in second. Those are both STL cars. As they cross the stripe this last time by, only about a car length and a half separating those two Mazdas. They have both been able to drop Giannis Sunis. Sunis had been running second overall. He has now fallen back into fourth position, and Devin Anderson, our T4 Toyota 86 driver, has moved up into third overall, separating out the STL drivers, but also giving himself an advantage over Ed Kudarakis. Kudarakis, having started on the front row today, now finds himself fifth overall, second in T4, with another STL car separating he and Jeremy Butts, who's running fourth in that class. All right, and we have a car on the pit lane. This is the number 91 machine, and he is signaling that he is going to be heading back into the paddock. That is David McPherson out of Ravenel, South Carolina. His day is now done. All right, it sounds like we have a car off track heading over towards Oak Tree. Well, let's check in again. Here, STU, Rodney King is your leader. He has gotten around Bob Ross as King just now crosses the stripe with about a 2-second advantage over Bob Ross. Mark Liller in his Neon still quite a distance back, about 13 seconds back. In T3, Shoei Che in his Subaru BRZ, currently your leader with Woody Richard running second, Joseph Petcase running in third. Things have not changed in Spec Racer Ford as Connor Roberts is still your leader, and he has a 7-second advantage over Sam Schechter. But whereas Shane Doles, for the first couple of laps, he's kind of keeping up with Schechter. Doles has now fallen a bit off the pace. He's almost 5 seconds in arrears. Actually, let's check that. Not 5 seconds, but I think about 3.5 seconds. We'll know in just a second here as Doles is coming across the stripe. Doles actually did not have the best of laps that time by. He now is 10 seconds off of Sam Schechter in the battle for second. T4, Devin Anderson, currently your leader. Jeremy Butts running second. Ed Kudarakis now falls back to third position. Ford Munnerlyn fourth. Steve Burtock sitting now up in fifth. And hearing a little traffic over the race net, it looks like we may possibly be going to a full course caution, and there it is, full course caution, as we do have that car that is off up by Oak Tree, and we should I think we'll be sending some emergency services teams to go and respond, but safety car now will be picking up our leader here in just a few moments. And we did see Bertinoli, our leader, in the number 172 Mazda MX-5, had his hand in the air pretty much to signify to the folks on the starter stand that he saw that there was a full course caution. So the field's going to start bunching up. This could definitely change things quite a bit as we have just about 16 minutes remaining, or 6 laps, whichever comes first.
Shout out the fans, you made it all happen, you don't understand. You holding me down whenever I'm falling away from the plan. You said that my songs will help you, but really you all help me too. We in this together forever, we keeping it going till we gonna break through.
All right, we're getting word now that the car that may have gone off track, that is the 44 machine, Josh Hansen, who for a time had been leading this race, had been sitting right up at the top of the leaderboard, and looks like his day is now done. As his car is currently, it sounds like he was trying to get that car off the tire wall and get somebody get it back up and rolling, but we do have some of the emergency services teams responding. All right, and getting word now that, and I've seen him dropping down through the order, Ed Kudarakis, the number 88 machine. We've seen that he has fallen now all the way down to turn 80 to 25th position overall, and it sounds like he may have had an issue and might have, again, impacted a wall as he fell back. Kudarakis has now dropped back to 10th in T4. That is at the tail end of that field. So let's go, and we're going to reset the field here real quick. We'll start off at the top end with Alex Bertinoli. He is currently your leader in the number 172 STL machine. Devin Anderson in his T4 Toyota 86. Currently running second. Michael Sperber in his STL Ford Focus, running third overall, second in class. Giannis Sunis running fourth overall, third in class in his Mazda Miata. Jeremy Butts, he sits now second in T4, fifth overall, with Ford Munnerlyn in the number 68 Mazda running next, running third in T4, sixth overall. Rodney King is your STU leader with Bob Ross running in second, and they are running seventh and eighth overall. Shoei Che, he is your leader in T3. He's running ninth overall. Then we've got Rafe Abdulali. He's running 10th overall. He's running in an STL Miata. Why don't we go and we'll break these things down by class as we have the safety car leading the field right now as they come down the front straight here. We'll start off with STL, where it's Bertinoli, Sperber, Sunis, Abdulali, Ted Cahall in the 182 machine, who started off on the pole, has worked his way back up to fifth. John Jenkins, Matt Sisson, Brian Hooper, Josh Hansen, and David McPherson rounds out that 10-car field. Let's take a look at STU, where Rodney King is your leader, Bob Ross, then Mark Liller running third. In T3, Shoei Che, your leader, with Woody Richards second, Joseph Petkus third. In T4, Devin Anderson, Jeremy Butts, Ford Munnerlyn, Steve Burtock, Neil Harrison rounding out the top five in that class. In Spec Racer 4 Gen 3, Connor Roberts, Sam Schechter, Shane Doles. All right, so why don't we make another call to the grid, as we have now just 10 minutes remaining, or 5 laps, whichever comes first, and we are under full course caution here at VIR for this Touring and Spec Racer Ford race. Let's make that call for our next group. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 6. That's BSpec, E Production, F Production, H Production, GT Light, GT3, Legends Cars, and SPU. Please make your way to the grid. Race group number 6, BSpec, E Production, F Production, H Production, GT Light, GT3, Legends Cars, and SPU. Please make your way to the grid. All All right, and we have a car coming down the pit lane right now. Is checked in here. Let's take a look. It is the 127 machine on the pit road. And that is Jeff Liller out of Thurmont, Maryland. And he's checking with some of our folks here on the pit lane. All right, everybody, just a reminder that we are under full course caution here at Virginia International Raceway. Our Group 5 race, and I don't know why I have it listed as Group 6, but this is our Group 5 race. There we go. Let's get that changed up. STL, STU, T3, T4, Spec Racer Ford, and Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Sorry about that. I'll do better next time. But we are now at 7.5 minutes remaining, or 5 laps, whichever comes first. And so as we're still under full course caution, this is definitely a race that would end under time. All right, and as we suspected, they're still doing some work out there, trying to get things cleaned up, and so the word has been given to the starter stand to display the checkered flag the next time the safety car brings the field by. So that is going to wrap things up. That is going to wrap things up for this group, and so let's go and we'll run down the order here. Again, top 10: Alex Bertinoli, driver of the STL number 172 Mazda out of Lakewood, Illinois. He's your overall winner. Devin Anderson in his T4 Toyota out of Mooresville, North Carolina. He'll finish second. Michael Sperber from Asheboro, North Carolina, in an STL Ford Focus. He will finish third as the safety car comes by me with the front of the field, and our drivers all now taking the checkered flag. After Giannis Sunis finishing fourth in his STL Mazda Miata out of New York, we've got Jeremy Butts in the 169 Mazda. That's an MX-5 out of Darnestown, Maryland. He'll finish fifth. Ford Mutterland in T4 will finish sixth. Rodney King, your STU winner, will finish seventh. And Bob Ross, driving an STU BMW. Shoei Che, your T3 winner, will finish ninth. Rafael Abdullahi will finish 10th in his STL Mazda Miata. Mark Liller in the number 19 STU Neon will finish 11th. Ted Cahall will finish 12th in the number 182 Mazda Miata. Remember, Ted started off on pole today. It sounded like he might have gotten tapped around on the very first lap. John Jenkins in the number 195 STL Mazda will finish 13th. Steve Burtock in his Mazda MX-5 out of Lexington, South Carolina will finish in 14th position. Then we've got Neil Harrison finishing 15th in his T4 Mazda RX-8. Matt Sisson in his STL Mazda finished 16th. Josh Cadenow, who got spun on the first lap, he finishes 17th in his T4 Subaru. Then Connor Roberts is your Spec Racer Ford winner, finishes ahead of Dan Dennehy and Sam Schechter, rounding out the top 10. Schechter finished second in Spec Racer Ford. If we take a look at it by class, and I'm just going to give you the podium finishers here. In STU, Rodney King is your winner. Bob Ross finishing second. Mark Liller finishing third. In T3, Shoei Che will take the win. Woody Richard finishing second. Joseph Petke's will finish in third. In Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, Connor Roberts, your winner, with Sam Schechter second. Shane Doles finishes in third, and it looks like Wade White did make it out for a single lap. He finishes 7 laps down. In T4, Devin Anderson in his Toyota 86 will take the win. Jeremy Butts will finish second. Ford Munnerlin will finish third. Steve Burtuck fourth. And Neil Harrison rounds out the top 5. And I told you I'd only read you the podium. So there you go. Gave you 2 extras. You can pay me later. And in STL, Alex Bertinoli, your overall winner, takes the win. Michael Sperber second. Giannis Sunis finishes in third. Rafa Abdullahi will finish fourth. Ted Cahall fifth. John Jenkins sixth. Matt Sisson seventh. Brian Hooper, Josh Hansen, and David McPherson rounding out the STL field there. All right, so we're going to take another quick break, but before we do, let's make a final call to the grid for group number 6. We're going to have their 12-lap or 30-minute race, and then we roll over and we start anew. We're going to have groups 1 and 2 with their shorter 10-lap or 25-minute races to round out the day. So let's make that call to the grid for group 6. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 6. That's BSpec, E Production, F Production, H Production, GT Light, GT3, Legends Cars, and SPU. Again, race group number 6, our small bore group, BSpec, E Production, F Production, H Production, GT Light, GT3, SPU, and Legends Cars. Please make your way to the grid. We're going to send you on track here as soon as cleanup gets done for your 30-minute race. All right, so let's take a quick break. We'll be back in just a few moments here from VIRginia International Raceway and the March into Spring, presented by the North Carolina Region of the SCCA. And the 5-minute warning has just been given on the grid for our 6th race of the day, our small bore group BSpec, E Production, F Production, H Production, GT Light, GT3, Legends Cars, and SPU. They'll be heading on track here in just a few moments at VIRginia International Raceway for the March into Spring. And I'll be right back with you to run down that starting grid as we get closer to go time. All right, and we are back here at VIRginia International Raceway for the last of our first cycle of races. But before I run down the starting grid, and they're out on the track now starting their pace lap, before we go and run down the starting grid, I want to make a quick announcement or a quick request. Attention in the pit and paddock. Attention in the pit and paddock. Would the driver of the number 68 machine, that's Ford Munnerlyn, I believe you were just out in group number 5. If you could please report to impound. Ford Munnerlyn, driver of the number 68 car in group 5, please report to impound. All right, so let's go and we'll run down the starting grid for our final, well, I don't want to say our final race of the day. It's the final 12-lap or 30-minute race. And we'll start off. We had 12 drivers go out for qualifying, and looks like we may have picked up one or two in the interim. Starting in 12th position, driving the number 46 Datsun Roadster. It is, and actually not Datsun Roadster, pardon me, Datsun 510. It's a GT light car. It's Robert Farr. Starting 11th, driving the number 94 BSpec Mini Cooper. It's Robert Clotterty. Starting 10th in the number 23 F Production Datsun 1600 Roadster out of Fayetteville, North Carolina. It's Robert Heatwall. Starting in 9th position, driving the number 48 F Production Mazda Miata. It's Greg Siegert. Starting.
Something went wrong. Please try again.
I've got some of my equipment talking to me. That's actually pretty cool. All right, starting now in 9th position, driving the number 31 F Production Acura Integra, and we'll have to see if he gets that car out there. He had some issues with it a little bit earlier. It's Ben Gloka. Starting in 7th position, it's John Mitchell driving the number 82 Alfa Romeo GT V6. It's an E-production car. Then starting in 6th position, we've got Bill Foster. He's driving the number, and actually, you know what? I see what the problem is. Dan Sheehy in a BSpec Mini Cooper. We're showing him at the top of the order. He needs to come and get shuffled down to the end. So let's redo this. Robert Farr, starting 13th in his Datsun 510. Starting 12th. Ryan Clotterty, starting 12th in his Mini Cooper. That's a B-Spec car. Robert Heatwall in his Datsun 1600. He's starting 11th. Greg Siegert, starting 10th today in an F Production Mazda Miata. Ben Gloka, starting 8th in the F Production Acura Integra. Starting 7th, John Mitchell in his E Production Alpha, the number 82 car. Bill Foster, starting 6th in the number 39 MG Midget. That's an F Production car, as the lights are now out on the pace car. Starting in 5th, Daryl Saylor in his 1984 Honda CRX. That is an H Production car. Stephen Layfield starting 4th in his F Production Mazda Miata. Steve Strickland starting 3rd in the B-Spec Mazda 2. Then Fred Hutchison starting on the outside of the front row in an SPU Mazda Miata. That's the 148 car. And then Michael Carter running in his Global MX-5 Cup car in E-Production this weekend. He is starting on the pole. And then Dan Sheehy, as I mentioned, a latecomer. He will be starting 13th at the tail end of the field. He's out of Spring, Texas in his 2009 Mini Cooper. All right, and now the safety car, the pace car, has the field, and they are coming through Hog Pen right now. Pace car is on the pit lane. Hopefully I didn't confuse you too terribly much there with that starting grid, but we will definitely start to work things out here as they make their way down the front straight. Starter looking over the field. They look very well formed as they come by me, and the green flag is in the air, and Michael Carter in the 08 Mazda MX-5, that ND Mazda, is now making his way down towards turn number 1. Got a great jump on Fred Hutchison in the number 148 Mazda Miata, and NA Mazda Miata running in SPU. So my guess is it probably has a bigger motor than a 1.6 in there, but we'll see how that plays out. Steve Strickland in his B-Spec Mazda 2, which he was very, very quick this morning in the wet. We'll see how well he can hold off much more powerful field in the dry here at VIR. And just a reminder, after this race, we are going to have 2 more races today. We're going to have Group 1 and Group 2 going out for their second and final races of the weekend. Groups 1 and 2, they will have a 10-lap or 25-minute race, whichever comes first. And then the remaining groups 3, 4, 5, and 6, they will have their shorter races tomorrow morning. All right, and we should have our leaders coming through here momentarily. Again, Michael Carter, who had a considerable advantage on the rest of the field in qualifying this morning. He had a fast lap, and again, a very damp track, a 2:26.862, almost 25 seconds clear of Fred Hutchison. Both drivers out of Savannah, Georgia, both representing the Buccaneer region, we'll see how things play out here, and whether or not Michael Carter, who has a number of Global MX5 Cup races and wins to his name, he comes onto the front straight here, and I'm still waiting for the rest of the field to come out of Hog Pen. And now Michael Carter, he got a start in SCCA racing back in 2017, was his very first season, and got his very first win on the Super Tour in 2018, and he has grown quite a bit since then, as the rest of the field now starting to filter through, come down the front straight. Fred Hutchison is the second driver to cross the start-finish line and complete lap number 1. Hutchison is your sole driver in SPU. Then let's take a look, because 3rd, 4th, and 5th, Steve Layfield in his F Production Mazda. Robert Farr running 4th in his GTL Datsun 510. Bill Foster in his MG Midget is currently running 2nd in F Production. And then Steve Strickland holding his own right now. Strickland currently running 6th overall in the Mazda 2. And things are pretty close right there. I'll tell you that they all came across the line pretty close. Behind Hutchison. Layfield ran a 2:39.4. Farr ran a 38.4, almost a second faster. Bill Foster a 2:41 flat. Strickland a 2:42.3. So really very, very close here, as this field is, most of these drivers are not running the DOT approved tires like many of the cars in our previous group were. It does take a little bit longer for most of them to get heat into the tires, to get up to speed, to get the grip levels that they're looking for. So I would suspect that we're going to see on this very dry track now the lap times probably after the second lap really start to come down. And all by his lonesome. And, I'm just going to pretend as though Michael Carter doesn't exist. I know that doesn't sound right, but Michael Carter, he crosses the stripe to complete lap number 2. And once again, we're waiting for the rest of the field to come on by. That time, Michael Carter runs a 2:09.971. And, so again, about... just short of 20 seconds faster than his qualifying time in the damp. So very, very quick. And just now coming out of Hog Pen, coming onto the front straight, is our second place car. And this is the orange number 148 Mazda Miata of Fred Hutchison. Hutchison running a 2:34.47. So differential per lap here about 20 seconds. As the 71 machine of Layfield, our F Production leader, crosses the stripe. And now side by side, it's Layfield and Foster. And Foster and Layfield both have gotten around Robert Farr's GT Light machine. So move Layfield now, move Foster up into 4th. Or move Robert Farr to 5th, and then Ben Gloka running in 6th. Foster and Layfield are running top 2 in F Production. Gloka now up to 3rd in F Production. Greg Siegert running in 7th, and getting word of maybe a little car-to-car contact. Sounds like Steve Strickland might have been involved. Strickland was involved and has now fallen back into 8th position. And it sounds like he got involved with Daryl Saylor, driver of the number 173 H Production Honda CRX. As we're waiting for confirmation on that. We know for sure the one car, but the thought is that it might be the CRX is the other car involved, as Michael Carter crosses the stripe, and he is nothing if not consistent. He turns in a 209.959. That is 6 thousandths of a second. That is 11 thousandths of a second faster than his previous lap. So very, very consistent lap times there for Michael Carter. All right, getting word, and I did this in qualifying, but it sounds like Ben Gloca spun his Acura Integra, the number 31 machine. He has managed to continue. We'll see if he can hold on to that third position, third place in F production, sixth place overall, or whether or not Greg Siegert in the number 48 Mazda Miata, also an F production car, is able to get around. And perhaps this is channeling things to come for later today and tomorrow. But as I finally had a chance to really look closely out the window here, and my friend Heather Clark's going to be happy to know that on the front straight here, we've got nice big white puffy clouds and blue sky, that things are actually getting very, very clear here and very nice on the front straight. Haven't been able to look back towards turn 6, but I suspect it's going to be that way as well. All right, so let's take a look. And indeed, with Ben Gloca spinning, Greg Siegert has managed to get around. Actually, a number of drivers have managed to leapfrog Ben Gloca. Gloca now falls back to 12th position. So it sounded like he may have gotten the car back underway, but has not crossed the stripe yet. But that is going to move Greg Siegert up into third place in F production. I know Michael Carter, who just crossed the stripe to complete lap number 4, falling off the pace, only turns a 2:10.105. His previous best at 2:09.959. So a couple thousandths there. Yeah, and it does look like Gloca now has that 31 Integra back underway, but unfortunately falls all the way back to 12th position. It does appear as though one driver did not make the grid today. That was Ryan Clotterty in the number 94 Mini Cooper out of Sanford, North Carolina. All right, and as we have now about 20 minutes remaining in this race, let's go and make our first call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the pit and paddock. Attention in the pit and paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 1. That's Spec Miata, SMSE, SMT, SMSET, and SSM. Please make your way to the grid for your final race of the weekend. Again, race group number 1, Spec Miata, SMSE, SMT, SMSET, and SSM. Please make your way to the grid. All right, and things are starting to close down here, it looks like, in F production, as Stephen Layfield crosses the stripe. About 2 seconds back is Greg Siegert, who now makes his way up into third, up into second in F production. Bill Foster in the MG Midget starting to fall off the pace a little bit. He's fallen to 6th overall. That's allowed John Mitchell, our E production leader in his Alfa Romeo GTV6, to leapfrog the Midget on track. So move Mitchell up to 5th, move Foster back into 6th, but more importantly, both Layfield and Siegert starting to separate themselves out from Bill Foster. Now, Dan Sheehy is your leader in BSpec. He started from the back of the field. Sheehy in his 2009 Mini Cooper out of Spring, Texas. But looks as though Steve Strickland, who might have a little bit of damage on the rear of that car, might be closing things down just a little bit on the Mini Cooper. And again, Strickland had that little coming together with another car on course. We'll see if he can get the Mazda 2 together. And by the way, if you're looking for a great car to purchase, Steve and his son Drew, I believe, are selling an early Honda Fit that has been spec'd for BSpec. As Steve exclaimed, he's Mazda through and through. And so they're going to be unloading that Honda. So if you want, reach out to him in the paddock. I know he's got it advertised on Facebook, and he seems quite willing to make a deal. And if he sells it this weekend, maybe I'll get a commission. All right, let's take a look here. Is Michael Carter still out on track circulating? I think he is. I'm sure he'll be coming around in less than 2 minutes. That last time by Carter, I think finally starting to let out of the go pedal just a little bit. Ran a 2:11.166 last time by. And so tell you what, why don't we go, we'll break things down here by class real quick. Let's see. We'll start off with BSpec, where Dan Sheehy is your leader. He's currently got about a 3.8 second advantage over Steve Strickland. In F production, Stephen Layfield is your leader over Greg Siegert. Bill Foster running in second, with Al Heatwall running in third. Separation right now, 2 seconds between Layfield and Siegert. Another 7.3 back to Bill Foster. In H production, we have just Daryl Saylor, our driver in the Honda CRX and E production. And here we go, Michael Carter in the 08 machine. He is now on the pit lane. And I think he's talking to some folks. He's talking to his crew here that are taking they're taking a look underneath the car right now. So don't know if maybe there's a diff issue or something else they want to take a look at, but they do have a flashlight and they're going underneath it. So Michael Carter's run here, at least for the lead, now over, and we'll have to see John Mitchell, who I believe was still on the lead lap in his Alfa Romeo GTV6, should be able to take the lead in E production. Robert Farr currently leading GT Light. He's your only driver out there, and Fred Hutchison, your leader in SPU. All right, and they've finished taking a look at the car, and Michael Carter is heading back out on track as he heads down towards turn 1. And so now moving, and let's see here, I'm still showing Carter as your leader in E production, that he may have been able to pit, have his crew take a look at the car, and hold on to the lead in class. Here that he had built up enough of a lead, but we'll see here as our drivers filter around the next time by. And indeed, I think Michael Carter had built up enough of a lead here as Fred Hutchison comes across the start-finish line with John Mitchell very close behind. Mitchell in the Alpha here, but Michael Carter had opened up enough of a gap that he still has over a half-a-minute advantage on the rest of the field there, and is your E-production leader. Fred Hutchison, our sole SPU driver, running second overall. John Mitchell now moving up into third overall, having leapfrogged our F production drivers, Stephen Layfield in the Mazda Miata, Greg Siegert also in a Mazda Miata. Dan Sheehy currently running sixth in his BSpec Mini Cooper. All right, and as we are now beyond halfway, we've got about 13 and a half minutes remaining in this 30-minute or 12-lap race. It's actually 13 and a half minutes or 6 laps, whichever comes first. Let's go and make another call to the grid for our next race group. Attention in the pit and paddock. Attention in the pit and paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 1. That's Spec Miata, SMSE, SMT, SMSET, and SSM. Please make your way to the grid. Race group number 1. Please make your way to the grid. You're going to be going on track for your final race of the weekend in just a few moments. All right, so now we are at just about 11 minutes remaining, and still your lead driver, and he a little bit off the pace. Only ran a 2:15 that last time out, but still stretched things out over Hutchison. Michael Carter, your overall leader, and Carter is just coming up, getting ready to lap Daryl Saylor in the H Production CRX. As Michael Carter, well, he's back down to a 2:09, and whatever his crew did underneath that car, it has certainly made him quicker. He just turns in his fastest lap of the race at 2:09.871. All right, so let's go. We'll run things down here. Again, we'll look at it by class. Again, Michael Carter, still your overall leader. John Mitchell running second in class in the number 82 Alfa Romeo. And Mitchell just now crossing the stripe. Margin of lead right now for Carter in class, 1 minute, 11 seconds. All right, let's take a look here in F production where Stephen Layfield is still your leader. And actually, no, crossing the stripe right in front of me as I was saying that, Stephen Layfield falls behind Greg Siegert. Greg Siegert in the number 48 Mazda Miata, white with the big blue star on the door. He's your new leader. Stephen Layfield in the number 71 machine, following very closely behind Bill Foster in his MG Midget, currently running in third, with Heatwall and Gloca running fourth and fifth respectively. In BSpec, it is still Dan Sheehy, your leader. He's now opened up at about an 11-second advantage over Steve Strickland. We'll see if that compresses down any the next time they come by. And of course, Saylor who got lapped by our leader, Michael Carter, last time by. He is your sole runner in H production. Robert Farr, sole driver in GT Light. Fred Hutchison, who is running second overall, sole driver in SPU. All right, as we have now just 7 minutes remaining, let's make another call to the grid for our next group. That's race group number 1. Attention in the pit and paddock. Attention in the pit and paddock. Third call to the grid for race group number 1. That's Spec Miata, SMSE, SMT, SMSET, and SSM. I see a lot of you up there already, but if you haven't started making your way to the grid, please do so now. We're going to send you on track in just a few moments. Again, Spec Miata, SMSE, SMT, SMSET, and SSM, please make your way to the grid. All right, and getting word that Michael Carter, the next time by, he should be getting the white flag signifying 1 to go. As we're a little quiet here on the front straight. All right, and Michael Carter, he is now on the front straight. He's coming up on the back of some other traffic, coming up on the back of the BSpec machine, the BSpec Mini of Dan Sheehy. But Michael Carter now with just 1 lap remaining here at VIRginia International Raceway for today's race. And we'll catch up with the overall order here in just a few moments. I will say that Bill Foster and Robert Hewall have just run their fastest laps of the race. They're running third and fourth in F production as Foster in his MG Midget ran a 2:32.5. Heatwall 2:38.6 in his Datsun 1600 Roadster. Both of those cars manufactured in 1967, 2 years before I was born. And my gosh, I hope I'm still racing when I'm 55. All right, and Michael Carter now coming out of Hog Pen for the very last time today. He will be able to repeat this tomorrow if he so wishes. But here comes Michael Carter all by himself. And as he comes down the front straight, he's going to come underneath the start-finish stand. Does not put in a fast lap, but he takes home the overall win and the win in E-Production. And here's a great little battle watching here on track. We've got Dan Sheehy in the number 9 Mini Cooper. He has been drafting Stephen Layfield's F Production Mazda Miata for the last 3 laps and has just been tucked right under the rear bumper of that car. Both of them painted black with gold numbers, and it looks like they belong together. All right, as we have the rest of the field coming across the stripe now and waiting for our second and third place cars overall. It is Michael Carter, your overall winner in the 08 Global MX-5 Cup car. John Mitchell will finish second in his GTV 6 Alfa Romeo. He is going to finish second in E-Production. Fred Hutchison in his 1990 Mazda Miata, the 148 machine, who had been running in second place for so long, he is going to come home in third. He's our sole SPU runner. Let's see here as we drop down. Greg Siegert finishing fourth. Your leader and your winner in F Production, Stephen Layfield, will come home second in F Production, finishing just behind in fifth. Dan Sheehy, as we mentioned, he is your winner in BSpec. Steve Strickland will finish second. Robert Farr, finishing ninth overall, is your sole driver in GT Light, as Daryl Saylor in his Honda CRX, your sole driver in H Production. They finished ninth and 10th, respectively. All right, so that is going to wrap things up for race group number 6. And so let's make a final call to the grid for race group number 1, as they are going to be, along with group number 2, our final 2 races of the day. Attention in the pit and paddock. Attention in the pit and paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 1. That's Spec Miata, SMSE, SMT, SMSET, and SSM. Please make your way to the grid. Race group 1, Spec Miata, SMSE, SMT, SMSET, and SSM. Please make your way to the grid. We're going to be putting you on track here in just a few minutes. All right, so with that, I'm going to take another quick break. I'm going to grab some water, grab some cough drops, and we'll be back with our last 2 races of the afternoon here from VIRginia International Raceway for the North Carolina region of the SCCA's March into Spring SARC races here at VIR. We'll be right back.
before I stumbled in the dark. Won't you throw me a bone while I'm lost and alone? I don't wanna walk this road on my own, shouting out, screaming out. I don't need too much. I'm falling for you now. And how long is enough? I'll keep on falling down. What if we could just pretend I'm about to reach the end, but then again, it can't be over yet. I'm in control of my own fate. Tend to underestimate how easy, yeah, it's easy to forget. Moving along and I'll try to be strong, but I don't wanna walk this road on my own, shouting out, screaming out. I don't need too much. I'm falling for you now. And how long is enough? I'll keep on falling down. Stuck in the wake of the mess that I made, and I haven't a clue where to go, so I'm asking you, throw me a bone while I'm lost and alone. I don't wanna walk this road on my own, shouting out, screaming out. I don't need too much. I'm falling for you now. And how long is enough? I'll keep on falling
right, and we are back here at VIRginia International Raceway for the March into Spring presented by the North Carolina Region of the SCCA, and we have our final two SARC races of the afternoon. These are going to be 10 lap or 25 minutes, whichever come first. And this first group up are our Spec Miatas and similar cars. We had 27 cars set times for today's grid. Grid for this race based on the fastest lap from either qualifying this morning or the 12-lap race earlier today. And so we're going to run this down here as our cars are out on the pace lap. And of the 27 cars out there, 25 of them are Spec Miatas. We do have a single SSM car and a single SMSE car. So starting 27th on the grid, 25th in Spec Miata, driving the number 142 machine out of Mundelein, Illinois, it's Kyle Greenhill. Starting 26th today, our sole SSM driver from Schenectady, New York, it's Ed Zemek. Starting 25th, that's 24th in Spec Miata, driving the 125 machine, it's Connor Thomas out of Loveland, Colorado. Starting 24th, 23rd in Spec Miata, it's M. Yusuf Mohammed out of Alpharetta, Georgia. Starting 23rd today, our sole driver in SMSE from Elmira, New York, it's Mark Anthony. Starting 22nd, and by the way, all these remaining cars are all Spec Miatas. Starting 22nd in the number 82 machine from Mountaintop, Pennsylvania, it's Nicole Cooper Cephalo. Starting 21st in the number 57 Mazda Miata from Kerhonkson, New York, it's Chris Rock. Starting 20th in the number 89 machine out of Towson, Maryland, it's Andrew Wagner. Starting 19th, driving the number 90 machine out of Mountaintop, Pennsylvania, it's Caden Iron. We'll have to see if he makes it out. No, he had some trouble earlier this afternoon in his car. Starting 18th in the number 72 machine from Salem, Alabama, it's Michael Moore. Starting 17th, driving the number 71 Mazda from from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, it's Spencer Patterson. Starting 16th, driving the number 17 car out of Wyoming, Pennsylvania, it's Ken Williams. And starting 15th, driving the number 178 machine from Christiansburg, Virginia, it's Ted Cahall. Starting on the outside of row number 7, driving the 13 machine, it's Rafael Abdullali with John Iyer. Starting 13th, driving the number 9 car from Mountaintop, Pennsylvania. Starting 12th today in the number 30 machine from Wake Forest, North Carolina, it's Matt Fielding Russell with Joseph Tobin driving the number 18 machine out of Hilton Head Island, South Carolina. Your 5th row, Zach Barfield starting 9th with Giannis Sunis, starting 10th. Row number 4, starting in 8th position, it's Brandon Collins with John Jenkins starting 7th. Collins in the 144 machine, Jenkins in the 195. Starting 5th today is Mark Cephalo out of Sawyersville, Pennsylvania, in the 00 Planet Miata car. Samantha Silver starting 6th today in the number 88 machine. She's down here all the way from St. Paul, Minnesota. And now for our top 2 rows. Starting 4th in the number 169 machine out of Darnestown, Maryland, it's Jeremy Butts. Starting to the inside of row number 2, it'll be Matt Sisson driving the number 43 machine out of Pelham, New York. And your front row, starting on the outside pole, driving the number 11 machine from Carrollton, Georgia, it's Kyle Haney. And your pole sitter today, driving the number 31 Mazda Miata from Winston, Georgia, it's Antonio Abram. And that is your starting grid in Spec Miata. And getting word now that the lights are out on the pace car. And we should have hopefully a green flag here in just a few moments as our drivers now starting to make their way down the roller coaster here at VIRginia International Raceway. As it's, like I said, starting to see some blue skies out here. No more snow, mercifully. Actually got a couple photos. Some of our flaggers building some rather tiny little snowmen earlier today. That it was that cold, and I guess snow didn't seem to be sticking to the ground. But I guess if you're if you put in the time, you can build your own Frosty the Snowman here in Danville. All right, pace car is on the pit lane. And I think we may have a few other drivers that did not go out for qualifying times, like Eric Gerchak out of Statesville, North Carolina. Last time I saw Eric drive was at the CMP last year. Very, very quick drive with a lot of round experience, but he's going to be starting from the back of the field. And we are green here at VIRginia International Raceway. A little jockeying, third row back. Looked like Samantha Silver gave a little poke to the inside and got back right into the middle of the track. So a swarm of bees of Spec Miatas now all heading down into turn one, under braking. We'll see if they all come out in one piece. They did during their first race of the day, but this is going to be a little bit shorter race. Strategy is going to be a little bit different. It's only going to be 10 laps versus 12 or 25 minutes. And we have one car that has gone off at turn one. We'll get some info on that in just a few moments. But other than that, one car going off at turn one. Sounds like the next couple turns were in good shape. And we knew it couldn't last for long. Looks like over coming out of turn 5, heading in the snake. Might have had a few cars getting together. We'll get hopefully get some word on that. But just a reminder, everybody, if you haven't done so already, of course, we've got the live timing and scoring both on Race Hero as well as Race Monitor. And, you know, especially for those of you in groups 1 and 2, if you're not going to be here tomorrow, we did send you a link so you can listen to the live stream of all the action here from VIR on YouTube tomorrow. All right, and we got word on that car that went off at turn number 1. It is the 88 car. That was Samantha Silver. She started, Samantha started 6th, had already made up a position by the start of the race. But we are getting word now that we are standing up the pace car and we are going to a full course caution as our leader. To complete lap number 1 is Mark Cephalo. Mark Cephalo, who started 5th, worked his way up into the lead. He now has the field behind the safety car. Kyle Haney, who started 2nd, he is still running in 2nd behind Mark Cephalo. Jeremy Butts moves from 4th up to 3rd. Antonio Abram, who was your pole sitter, he falls back into 4th position. Brandon Collins moves up to 5th. Matt Sisson, John Iyer, John Jacobs, Rafa Abdullahi, and Ted Cahall rounding out the top 10. So big move there by Mark Cephalo, the Planet Miata 00 car. As the green flag flew, it looked like he had gotten a real good jump, had moved down to the inside and obviously made up a position there. But again, Samantha Silver, she's had some we'll just call it poor luck today in our first and second races. Has put in very good lap times. Again, her qualifying position, as with almost every racer here, had their qualifying times and starting position for this race based on their fastest lap time from their race 1 session, not from qualifying, which was admittedly very, very wet this morning. But again, that is the 88 car, and she was, you know, that's the downside here at VIRginia International Raceway when it gets damp, especially off of turn 1, where the grass kind of drops away and starts to head down towards the Dan River. If you get into that grass and it's damp enough, it is going to be very, very difficult to get your car up that rise and back onto the track. And apparently, besides Samantha Silver, we have another car that had gone off, and that was Zach Barfield, driver of the 107 car. And kind of the same deal. You go off on the outside of turn 5. It kind of drops away, drops down towards the tire wall over there, and Barfield having a little trouble getting his car back up the rise, back out on track. So we'll have to see about getting that car pulled back up onto the track. And safety car now has Mark Cefalo. They are completing lap number 2. Mark Cefalo, your leader. Kyle Haney, Jeremy Butts, Antonio Abram, Brandon Collins, your top 5. All right, and so we are under full course caution here at VIRginia International Raceway for our second to last race of the afternoon. Again, this is a 25-minute or 10-lap race, whichever comes first. We have 2 laps in the books, and 7.5, but a little bit over 7 minutes have elapsed so far. So let's do this. Let's make a call to the grid, first call to the grid for our final race of the day. Attention in the pit and paddock. Attention in the pit and paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 2. That's our open wheel and prototype group. This is your first call to the grid, race group number 2, open wheel and prototypes. Please start making your way to the grid for your final race this afternoon. Race group 2 to the grid, please. All right, and getting word now that the 107 car, before we actually got somebody out to help him out, that's Zach Barfield. He has managed to get away from the scene of the crime. Zach Barfield now back underway. He's going to be a couple laps down, however. He still has not completed his first lap. But he is now back underway as the safety car now bringing the field up to the top of the roller coaster. And we'll see if we're going to go back to green flag racing. All right, we've got all of our emergency services teams clear of the track. So let's find out where the safety car is now, and if we're going to be going back to green flag racing this time, or if we have at least one more lap under caution. All right, and safety car is on the front straight now with Cephalo, our leader, the number 11 machine of Haney running second, Butts third, Abram fourth, Brandon Collins fifth, Matt Sisson, John Iyer, John Jenkins, Raf Abdullahi, Ted Cahall, Joe Tobin, your top 10. All right, and there you go, getting word that the safety car will be coming in this next time by. They've still got almost an entire circuit of 3.27 mile VIRginia International Raceway, but they've also been asked to pick up the speed a little bit to get things underway a little bit more quickly here, as we now have 3 full laps in the books. We have 7 to go, or 13 and a half minutes, whichever comes first. And based on the time, this one is likely to end on, well, I don't know. We may still be able to get in all 10 laps. We'll see how this plays out. But again, we will be going back to green flag racing this next time by. We'll see if Mark Cephalo can continue to hold off the field after having that great start here this afternoon. But with now just about 13 minutes to go, again, everybody, thanks for listening in today. We do have one more race this afternoon. That's going to be our open wheel and prototype race. And hopefully we'll have a number of drivers now that it is nice and dry and it's not going to be, hopefully, not sleeting, which caused them a few issues during their first race of the day. But hopefully we'll have some great green flag racing in our open wheel and prototype group coming up. And that will be our last race of the day. And the lights are out on the pace car, making its way down through the roller coaster now. So just a few moments, and we'll be going back to green flag racing here at VIR with Mark Cephalo, your leader. When he crosses the stripe, he will complete lap number 4. All right, and the safety car now bringing the field through hog pen. It'll make that roll, just a little run up, then cut over to the right onto the pit lane, and Mark Cephalo will then have the field for a single file restart. And there you go. And Cephalo now already, he's on his way coming out of hog pen. He had about a 10 car length advantage over Kyle Haney, Jeremy Butts, Antonio Abram, Brandon Collins, as he came over the rise and had the start-finish line in view. So little disjointed there, but that's Cephalo's right there. He's supposed to hold the safety car speed until the green flag comes out, but I think he caught the rest of the field kind of sleeping there. Haney just didn't bother keeping up with him and might have bottled the rest of the field up behind. So there you go, as they are now working lap number 5. And we are just now we've got 10 minutes remaining in this 25-minute race. So let's go. We'll make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the pit and paddock. Attention in the pit and paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 2, our open wheel and prototype racers. Please start making your way to the grid. Race group number 2, prototype cars, open wheel cars. Please make your way to the grid. You are next up, and our last race of the day. All right, and things are awfully quiet on the race net right now. Hopefully not going to jinx things, but sounds as though everybody's keeping the cars on course. And now coming onto the front straight out of Hog Pen is Mark Cephalo. He had that great start, or great restart, and he is going to cross the stripe in the lead ahead of the number 144 car of Brandon Collins. Collins has gotten around Haney, so move Collins now up into second, the driver out of River Forest, Illinois. Kyle Haney, drop him down. The number 11 car down to third. Jeremy Butts running in fourth. Matt Sisson running in fifth. And John Iyer and Rafi Abdulali. Only 35 hundredths of a second separating Haney and Collins in that battle for second. Jeremy Butts about a second and a half off from there. And then Matt Sisson, another full second back from Jeremy Butts. But once you get past there, it starts to really close down. And we have a car off at turn 3. And we have a car off at turn 3 and a waving yellow. And it sounds like Joe Tobin in the number 18 machine. He's out of Hilton Head, South Carolina. He is off track. And we are going back to full course caution here in Spec Miata. So Joe Tobin off at turn 3. And safety car is being asked to stand back up as the field is coming down the back straight out of Oak Tree. And so now with 6.5 minutes remaining on the clock, I'm going to change my prediction. I think this race is going to finish on time, not on laps, as we go to our second full course caution. Our leader, the 0-0 car of Mark Cephalo, coming onto the front straight here, coming out of Oak Tree. And we've got the safety car stood up on the front straight. And looks like Cephalo's done a very good job in getting the field under control himself before being picked up by the safety car. Has things down to about 35, 40 miles per hour, and the field already starting to bunch up. So let's go. We'll run down the order here as well. A little bit further back from the top 10, maybe not so, a little bit further back. Looks like we're on 13th and 14th. Maybe just didn't get the word that it's a full course caution. Still going almost full speed trying to catch up to the field. But Mark Cephalo, he is your leader out of Soriesville, Pennsylvania, the 0-0 machine. Brandon Collins running in second, the 144 car, having gotten around Kyle Haney last time by. Haney third. Jeremy Butts in the 169 machine running fourth. Matt Sisson running in fifth. Rafi Abdulali running in sixth. John Iyer seventh. Antonio Abram eighth. John Jenkins ninth. Ted Cahall works his way up into 10th. Giannis Sunis, who started off in 10th position, hasn't made any ground up really, and actually he's dropped a position. He's now in 11th. Chris Rock 12th. Matt Fielding Russell 13th. Kyle Greenhill 14th. Ken Williams, Nicole Cooper, Cephalo, Caden Iyer, who did get that car out today after his problems earlier today. 17th. Spencer Patterson 18th. Eric Gerchak 19th, Mark Anthony 20th, and I am getting word now that the safety car who has the field will bring everybody under the start-finish stand where they will receive the checkered flag. So this race now effectively over. Again, Cephalo, your winner. Brandon Collins second. Haney, Butts, Sisson rounding out the top 5. So let's make a final call to the grid for our final race of the afternoon. Attention in the pit and paddock. Attention in the pit and paddock. Final call to the grid. For race group number 2, our open wheel and prototype racers, please make your way to the grid. Open wheel and prototype racers, please make your way to the grid for your 10-lap or 25-minute race, our last race of the afternoon. All right, so we should have the safety car bringing Mark Cephalo and the rest of the field onto the front straight here momentarily. And again, when they come up to the start-finish line, they're going to see the checkered flag. They're going to get an early checker here. Not that early, however, but is for the second full course caution period of this race. And just unfortunately, race control didn't feel as though they could get everything cleaned up in time to give a race to the checkered flag for our racers. And so hence the early checker. And here we go. Pace car is probably safety car, lights a flashing on the front straight. Lined up behind is Mark Cephalo. He is going to be your winner in Spec Miata. Brandon Collins will finish second. Kyle Haney will finish third. Jeremy Butts just off the podium in fourth. Matt Sisson, Rafael Abdullahi, John Iyer, Antonio Abram, John Jenkins, and Ted Cahall round out the top 10. Also of note, Edward Zemek, our sole SSM driver, he did not make the grid today. And our sole SMSE driver, let's see where he is, SMSE, that was Mark Anthony in the number 38 machine. He finished 20th overall today in a machine that does not have nearly the horsepower as a Spec Miata. But that will wrap things up now for our second to last race of the day. We're going to take a little bit of a break as we get that cleanup done. And when we come back, we will have our open wheel and prototype race, 10 laps or 25 minutes, whichever comes first to round out the day. But before we go, I want to remind everybody about 30 minutes after that last race, join us for our social on the top floor of the Pagoda, just across from the Tech Building, just across from the Pagoda Grill. That top floor, we'll have some drinks, we'll have some hors d'oeuvres. It should be a good time, and that will be about 30 minutes after our last race of the day concludes. Don't want to miss it. All right, so we're going to take another quick break. We'll be back in just a few moments here from VIR with our last race of the day of March into spring. We'll be right back. All right, everybody, just a quick update here from VIRginia International Raceway. We are in the process of doing some track repair, and when we are done, we'll have one more race this afternoon. It's going to be our open wheel formula cars and prototype cars, and when they head out on track, that will be for a 10-lap or 25-minute run to the checker. It will be our last race of the day, and once we're done there, again, if you're here at the track here at VIR, about 30 minutes after checkered flag, we're going to have our social tonight on the upper floor of the Pagoda. You're welcome to join us. Volunteers, drivers, crew, family, you name it, come on over and enjoy that. And then we'll start up again tomorrow, 8:30 a.m. We will have four races. They are going to be 10 laps or 20 minutes, whichever come first for race groups 3 through 6. And once we're done with that, we're going to be changing things up just a little bit. We're going to be going from road racing mode to time trials mode, where we are going to have multiple time attack sessions for the North Carolina region of the SCCA's time trials program. You don't want to miss that either. So, again, stay with us here this afternoon. One more race to go, and then lots more racing tomorrow morning from VIRginia International Raceway for the North Carolina region of the SCCA's March into Spring SARC races. That's a South Atlantic Road Racing Championship and time trials. So I'll be back with you in just a few moments. We'll keep you updated on those track repairs and when we get ready to go racing once again this afternoon. All right, everybody, and we are still under a slight delay here to get things repaired, we'll say. We've got tire wall and a fencing that needs some repair here at Virginia International Raceway. Once we get that done, we will get back underway. We'll go back to racing. We'll have our final race of the day for Group 2. That is our open wheel and prototype cars. So hang tight with us. We'll be back in just a few moments. Attention in the pit and paddock. Attention in the pit and paddock. Would Edward Zemek, driver of the number 138 SSM car, please report to tech immediately? Again, Edward Zemek, driver of the number 138 SSM car. That's from race group 1, just got off track. Please report to impound and tech. Edward Zemek, driver of the number 138 SSM car, please report to tech. All right, everybody, I've got some good news for you. The 5-minute warning has just been given on the grid for race group number 2, our Formula and prototype cars for the very last race of the afternoon. So they'll be rolling off here in just a few moments. We'll get to see if we picked up some new cars, hopefully, for this group, because our first race of the day for this group, we only had 2 cars take the checkered flag out of 8 total. So hopefully. And I know we had a couple cars dealing with some bent equipment. So we'll see how many we have go out. Again, this will be for a 25-minute or 10-lap race, whichever comes first. And we'll be back with you in just a few moments to run down the starting grid and the start for you. And we're back here at Virginia International Raceway for our very last race of the afternoon. It is our open wheel race. And I think I foreshadowed what might happen because this is the second and final race of the weekend for this group earlier today, and it was quite damp when they went out and raced, and it had started sleeting and snowing when they went out to race earlier today. We only had 2 drivers take the checkered flag, and well, out of 8 qualifiers this weekend, we have 3 drivers that have started out on the pace lap here in this group. So let's go. We'll run down the starting order, and then I'll tell you who's out here. All right, here are the drivers that were scheduled to appear. Starting 8th, Gerald Martin in the number 121. Phantom Mark 1, that's a Formula 500 car. He was scheduled to start 8th. Owen McAllister in the number 39 Formula Enterprises 2 machine out of Mooresville, North Carolina. He was scheduled to start 7th. Connor Roberts in the number 46 FE2, and actually all of these remaining cars are FE2 entries. Connor Roberts out of LaGrange, Georgia, scheduled to start 6th. Colin Rackley in the number 80 machine out of Clinton, North Carolina, scheduled to start 5th. Kelton Yago in the number 29 entry from Midland, Michigan, scheduled to start 4th, with Eric Cruz in the 86 car out of Barhamsville, Virginia. That number 86 car is scheduled to start 3rd. And then your front row, Craig Haltom in the number 43 machine out of Blunteville, Tennessee, starting on the outside of row 1, with Lee Rackley, your pole sitter. Our winner from the early race today out of Clinton, North Carolina. And so now if we take a look at the 3 drivers who will be starting today's race on the inside of row number 2, it's going to be Connor Roberts out of LaGrange, Georgia, driving the number 46 machine. Starting on the outside of row number 1, it's going to be Colin Rackley in the number 80 machine out of Clinton, North Carolina, and your pole sitter, our winner from race 1, Lee Rackley, driver of the number 79 machine, also out of Clinton, North Carolina. And so the safety car now has our 3-car field up at the top of the roller coaster, turn 14. They're going to start making their way down the hill, and we will hopefully have a green flag here soon enough. Again, this is our final race of the day, and we're going to be going back racing tomorrow morning, starting at 8:30 a.m. You don't want to miss it. We're going to have groups 3 through 6. We're going to have improved touring, big bore, super touring, and spec racer Fords, and small bore. They will have 10-lap or 20-minute races, whichever come first, starting at 8:30 tomorrow morning. And then we go to our time trials program with 3 time attack sessions. We now have our field led by Lee Rackley coming down the front straight, and an early green flag as our 3 FE2 drivers get underway and head down the front straight. Out of my view, we'll see how this turns out. But Lee Rackley, our winner from race 1, he had a pretty substantial margin over the rest of the field. Colin Rackley had some issues, had some mechanical issues. That car stopped on track around turn 8 earlier, and again, we'll have to see how things play out. And Connor Roberts in the number 46 machine, I believe, also had his car off into the tire wall on lap 1, on the very first lap of our race earlier today. But it was very, very different. It was very wet. It was very cold. Now it is just very cold as the temperatures have dropped down to 33 degrees here at Virginia International Raceway. All right, and momentarily we should have our 3-car field coming down through the roller coaster and onto the front straight. Again, our fastest qualifying this morning was a 2:08.432, and that was set during race 1. But again, the weather was awfully miserable. So I would suspect that we're going to see quite a bit faster times here from these drivers. And coming onto the front straight all by himself, much like he was in race 1, Lee Rackley, turning in a 2:10.830 with a 3.5-second advantage over Colin Rackley. Connor Roberts, not all that far behind, only 0.8 of a second back. That's about 3 car lengths back from Colin Rackley, but already Lee, the number 79 machine, starting to open up on the rest of the field with 1 lap in the books now. Again, a 10-lap or 25-minute race, whichever comes first.
Spirits in the crowd, are you not entertained?
And just a quick reminder, we talked about it earlier today. Please, if you have any opportunity, go to the North Carolina Region, the SCCA's website. That's NCR-SCCA.com, and click on the page for the scholarship program. Great program that the North Carolina Region runs to get high school students involved in motorsport, and typically have a single $1,000 scholarship to give each year. This year, thanks to Miss Deffenbaugh, in the name of her husband Rex, a longtime racer and an official here with the North Carolina Region, there is a second scholarship given, and you can donate for the scholarship program either by running here as we had today during our lunchtime drive-arounds, or you can donate via the North Carolina Region SCCA website if you so choose. And we have got some great raffles. I guess I would call it a raffle for some great prizes. We have prizes from Max Pappas Innovations. We've got a slab of the original oak tree from VIR here. Lots of different items. You can see them on the North Carolina Region SCCA website, and would highly recommend that you donate to what is a great program here. As Lee Rackley comes down the front straight, he's going to complete his second lap. He drops his lap times now down into the 2:07s as he's still trying to get some heat in those tires. But I'll tell you, Colin and Connor, the 80 car and the 46 car, not all that far back. About 5.5 seconds now separating the 79 and the 80, the first and second place racers. But Connor Roberts, he is holding tight. He's holding close to Colin Rackley, only 0.8 of a second back at this point. And that last time by, well, I'll tell you, last time by, Connor Roberts won 1/100th of a second faster than Colin Rackley. Connor Roberts, who's running in third right now, turned a 2:09.383, while Colin Rackley turned a 2:09.393. Of course, unfortunate for them, Lee Rackley running almost 2 seconds a lap faster. All right, Rackley comes down the front straight, crosses the stripe. He's going to complete lap number 3, and he's It was a little bit off of his best time, turned in a 2:07.503, but continues to stretch the advantage now over Colin Rackley and Connor Roberts. Now, for the second lap in a row, Connor Roberts runs faster than the number 80 car. He turns in a 2:06.652. That was about 35 hundredths of a second faster than Colin Rackley. So the margin now between our second and third place cars is now only 0.4 of a second. So things definitely starting to close down there between number 2 and 3. And Connor Roberts, with that 2:06.652, just ran the fastest lap of the race of any of our 3 drivers on track. And also, remember, we're going to be starting the action tomorrow morning at 8:30. Remember to set your clocks forward. Remember, spring forward, fall back. And tonight is the end of daylight savings time back into standard time. And so set those clocks forward. We're all going to lose an hour, unfortunately. But, oh, wow, look at this. We've got a big change here up at the front as Connor Roberts has gotten around Colin Rackley. So move Connor Roberts up in the second. But not only that, Connor Roberts just ran a 2:04.4. That is almost 5 full seconds faster than our leader, Lee Rackley. So when they crossed the stripe the last time by, Lee Rackley, driver of the number 79 machine out of Clinton, North Carolina, he had almost a 5-second advantage. That is now down to 65 hundredths of a second as Roberts, for the second lap in a row, has run the fastest lap of the race. Colin Rackley, the number 80 machine, he now sits in third, almost 4 seconds back from second place Connor Roberts. And so, again, we'll be starting the action tomorrow morning at 8:30 p.m. We're going to have 4 sprint races, our improved touring group, our big bore group, our super touring and touring group, as well as the protection car racers, groups 3 through 6. They will have a 10-lap or 20-minute race, whichever comes first. And then we go into time trials mode. We'll have practice and qualifying for our time trials drivers, and then 3 distinct time attack sessions for each of the 3 different groups that we will have running the North Carolina Region's time trials program. And I'll tell you, I have one run and raced with the time trials group from the North Carolina region, but I've also been the announcer for a number of their events, and you definitely don't want to miss it. All right, so here we are now 4 laps into this 10-lap race. As our leaders now coming down the front straight, and Connor Roberts once again eats into the lead of Lee Rackley. Not quite as fast as he was last time by. Turns a 2:05.9, but that is still 0.2 faster than our leader. Margin now 48 hundredths of a second as Colin Rackley now falls to 8.5 seconds back from our 2 leaders. So things definitely closing up here at the front of the pack as we are now halfway through, 5 laps into this 10-lap race, or 13 minutes remaining, whichever comes first. And we should have our leaders making their way onto the front straight now, and indeed they are. And it looks like that gap is closed down even more. Lee Rackley continues to lead here as we complete lap number 6, but his margin now 45 hundredths of a second as Connor Roberts turns in a 2:05.178, just a mere couple of hundredths faster than Lee Rackley. So they're starting to match, pretty much match lap for lap here. Colin Rackley falls another 3 seconds back as he just cannot keep the pace of our two leaders. But Lee Rackley, this last time by, he turns in his fastest lap of the race at a 2:05.211, just slightly off Connor Roberts' time of a 2:05.178. As we have 4 laps remaining here at Virginia International Raceway, or 11 and a half minutes, whichever comes first. And boy, I never thought I'd say this at about 11 o'clock this morning around lunchtime, but that sun is awfully bright and still high in the sky, as a lot of the clouds that we had here earlier on the day, I hate to say, I don't know if they've actually burned off, because again, it is only about 33 degrees, just above freezing here in Danville, but it has really turned out to be, given the cold, given the wind, a very beautiful day. Of course, then again, I'm indoors and haven't had to endure the wind, as a lot of the volunteers here have, as a lot of our open wheel racers have. And speaking of which, Lee Rackley and Connor Roberts, they crossed the stripe. Now that time by, Lee Rackley, he grabs back a couple hundredths of a second. The margin now 453 thousandths of a second. Lee Rackley ran three thousandths of a second faster than Connor Roberts that last time by. Lee Rackley, though, now drops to 14 and a half seconds back, just pretty consistently about 3 seconds off the pace of our two leaders. right now as Lee Rackley crosses the start-finish line. He has now extended his lead as Connor Roberts fell a little bit off the pace that last time by, lost about 0.3 of a second. The margin now 75 hundredths that separates our leader Lee Rackley in the number 79 machine from Clinton, North Carolina, from Connor Roberts out of LaGrange, Georgia. As we now have 2 laps remaining, we're on the penultimate lap here at VIR. The next time by, our leader, whether it be Lee Rackley or whether it be Connor Roberts or whether it be Colin Rackley, they will get the one to go. And our leaders should be coming out of Oak Tree now. And here they come, actually, just a little bit before Oak Tree. They're down almost at the bottom of the roller coaster now. And they should be coming up over the rise now, past the pit entrance and onto the front straight. Here they come. And let's see, is it Rackley or is it Roberts? And our leader is still Colin Rackley. And as they cross the stripe, Connor Roberts puts in a 2:04.417 just off his fastest lap of the session. And he knocks about 0.3 out of Rackley's lead. So the gap is now down to almost exactly 0.4 of a second separating those two drivers. Now, if Rackley can hold, or if Roberts can make up another 0.4 or so, it could be a fight down the front straight to the checkered flag. But it doesn't look like Roberts has really been able to draft off of Rackley all that much. But let's see if he gets a good run out of the final corners here at VIR. So we are on the very last lap. Will it be Rackley? Will it be Roberts? Now with just a little bit less than a half lap remaining here this afternoon at VIRginia International Raceway, this 25-minute or 10-lap race. And we are on the 10th and final lap here. And again, we're going to pick it all up tomorrow morning at 8:30 a.m. with 4 more races, 10 laps or 20 minutes, whichever comes first. And then we go time trialing. All right, so our leaders, they are coming down the roller coaster right now, and it is still Lee Rackley in the lead, and we'll have to see if Connor Roberts has something for him as they come through 17 now onto the front straight. And it is still the 79 machine. Roberts has gotten right up to the gearbox, but he's not going to be in a position to make a pass. Lee Rackley runs his fastest lap of the race, but Connor Roberts does as well. Margin of victory for Lee Rackley over Connor Roberts, 34 hundredths of a second. Congratulations to Lee Rackley taking the win today in Formula Enterprises 2. Connor Roberts will finish in second. Colin Rackley will come home in third place. So that is going to wrap things up on track for us here today from VIRginia International Raceway. As I said, join us tomorrow morning, 8:30 a.m., where we will have 4 more races. And once that's done, we're going time attack mode here from VIRginia International Raceway. If you're here at the track with us in about 30 minutes, join us for tonight's social, for tonight's party on the upper floor of the Pagoda here in the North Paddock. You'll definitely want to join us, have some drinks, have some some hors d'oeuvres, and of course, I think I mentioned much earlier in the day that the fine folks at the Oak Tree Tavern, they are going to be closing up shop at 8 p.m. tonight. So if you want to get some dinner and want to sit down at the bar there, you've only now got about 2.5 hours before things close down at the Oak Tree Tavern, and they want to make sure that their staff gets home here in what is very cold weather. All right, so for everyone here with the North Carolina region of the SCCA, to all the volunteers, whether they be in race control, whether they be standing out on corners today in the cold and the wind, whether they be in registration, whether they be in timing and scoring, whether it be our stewards, whether it be the great folks in tech, whether it be the wonderful folks that have been walking the grid today or walking the pit lane today, I want to thank you all for a wonderful day of racing. It's been very challenging conditions here, but you all have done admirably. And so for everybody here, I want to thank you, and I want to thank you for listening in. I'm Greg Ginsburg. I'll be back with you tomorrow morning at 8:30 a.m. Remember to join us then, and everybody have a wonderful evening.